Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Collar Nation Radio Show. I'm your chief host, the culture critic, the Kalagenesis, guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversation, stimulating debate and discussion. Yeah, the other night we got off to a slow start, but yeah, eventually people came around and whatnot. We had a really packed house last show, and that show was explosive. Now, I tell you, things get explosive. You have to understand I'm batting 1,000 right now. I'm on a freaking streak. If I say you was going down tonight, I tell you be here nowhere. You know it's going down. You know that sparks are gonna fly. You know this is where you want to be. You know this is where you want to tell somebody. And so stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell somebody. Genesis is on tonight. So let's get this on and popping. But the other night we did a show about one of my favorite topics, black women in America. And people think that color, man, this is what I say, it's difficult being a culture critic because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, right? Uh, you say something about somebody, if somebody comes up to you and says, how does this outfit look on me? And you give your honest opinion. Well, 10 years and 20 pounds ago, that would have been nice on you. But right now, I think you got to hit the gym or, go get your granny panties or something like that because you don't look good, right? Next thing you know, you a hater, you're this, you're a misogynist and all this kind of stuff like that. So it's hard being a culture critic, right? It's hard looking at a people, right? And you got these crazy ass Negroes out here, wild eyed, crazy, you know, and you can't say nothing about it, right? You got these people out here, be black as Wesley Snipes, Ace of Spades, whatnot. They suddenly want to change their race. I'm a Navajo, I'm a Native American. We can't say nothing because God forbid you judge color. Judge not, least not you. Just shut the fuck up. The world is about judging people. That's what we put on this earth to judge each other. And that's what keeps balance. That's what keeps order. And that's what how civilization is built. People do judge each other. People do have assumptions about you, right? How you look and how you present yourself, it means a lot in this world. That's your reputation is all you have in this world. So everybody tells you that, oh man, somebody calls me N word, I just let it. No, sorry, you deal with that shit. Somebody slanders your name, whatever like that, bear false witness against you, now you deal with that. In the Bible, it says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." Because God knew, a man is only as good as his bond, his word, and his name is recognition. And so if somebody does all the right things his whole life, and you come up and just say, something, I think that guy is a thief, whatever like that, with no proof or anything like that. Yeah, those are serious consequences because you just really you got fools out there talking about, well, what do you care what people think? Yeah, I do care what people think. No sane person does not care about their reputation and their name. People who talk like that are nothing but cowards. These are the people that withdraw from the world. They go along to get along, and those people are dangerous. Those people hate the people who decide to become culture critics because the culture critic will stand on something. What is easy for me to be a culture critic because when to be honest with you, I hate everybody. So it's when I do my show or when I'm on social media and people know me, everybody knows the last thing that I'm worried about is whether you like me or not. I don't care. I have a criticism about my community and I'll say, well, like I look, I think everybody has to have internal critique. My job is to criticize, like, well, I hate when people, as a culture critic, I hate when people say, well, white people do it. I don't care about what white people do. I don't care about what Latino people do. I don't give a damn if somebody living on Mars do it. I'm talking about this is what I think my people that I come from should do and straighten up. If white people want to go out there act a fool, like, perfect example I'll talk about. I said some foods you should not eat. I don't care what anybody say. Well, I say, no, you don't eat animals that Eat other animals. That's the one thing in nature you don't do. You don't, because even animals don't do that. You don't consume other animals that consume other flesh, right? And you leave bush meat and all that stuff alone. In the civilized world, our meat consumption comes through organized farming and organized animal husbandry. I'm against the eating of wild bush meat. But yeah, and I think it's basically low class and low grade when people do it. And that's me as a culture critic. I'm just my observation. And I'm very critical of a lot of stuff that we think. We were talking about a while ago that I said people who eat with their hands are savages, basically. I do, you know. There's a video of me on my video. I was at my friend Roz's house and he was talking, but as you notice, the people in the background were eating food, sticking the hand in a bowl, eating fufu together, and sticking the hand, dipping it in the sauce together. I can't do that. I think that's unsanitary and disgusting. You know, so that's my opinion. But people, oh, color, man. Who taught you how to friggin' eat with fork? I don't give a damn how I learned how to eat with a fork. We do not eat with our hands. You know, we don't eat with our hands. You know, so what? I smoke. Yeah, okay. People criticize me for smoking. So what? You know, yeah, it's a bad habit. I shouldn't do it. So what? At least I admit it. But when I say people, when I'm a culture critic, I say, look, if people do that, if you're from Sierra Leone and you come from the bush, you eat with your hands and your feet and whatnot, you hang from a tree, eat bananas and stuff like that with your feet, with your toes, and you can peel a banana with your toes, and that's good for you. You can swing from trees, and you know, it's like we don't do that as Black Americans, African Americans. We don't live like that. We have hygiene, we have standards, and so my job as a culture critic to criticize that and point that out. Now people get upset with me all the time. They say I'm too tough on. I look what a Sierra Leonean does, a Nigerian does. That's their business, right? But I'm telling Black people, you know, the price uh, of getting involved with Africa is like too high. You know, we don't do female genitalia mutilation. I'm a culture critic. That's evil and wrong. I'm not going to bend from that. We don't do blood and human sacrifice. I don't get how it's done in Africa. In Africa, we do this, color. We're not, okay, that's fine, right? We could take what we want out of African culture, say that's beautiful, and then reject it. That's what a culture critic does. I don't like the idea that people think that every time Africans open their butthole, we got to stick our nose up it. Yeah, Africans running around. Oh, this is where it's done. I don't give a fuck where it's done in Africa, you know? And you got people running around like fools, imitating everything these people do. And that's why I'm the culture critic. And people say, oh, Kali, you're not a Pan-African. Well, hey, go ahead and snatch my Pan-African card from me. You know, it is what it is, you know? You know, so it is what it is, you know? So it is what it is, you know? And you got this mama, whatever, like that in the chat room. It's typical African deflecting, you know? All the African does is deflect, you know? You say, Bing, man, we use toilet paper. We don't wipe our ass with our hands. Here comes the African. There's nothing wrong with wiping your ass with your hands, Kala. We've been doing that in Africa. Yeah, okay, I get it. You wipe your ass with your hands. But you guys have drive-by shootings. Okay, we have drive-by shootings. You wipe your ass with your hands. Okay, let's both work on our problems, you know? You know? So I'm not blaming the African. I'm blaming stupid Black Americans for thinking they got to embrace everything about Africa. You know, and I'm telling you, we don't have to do that. We do not have to do that. And then what gets me is the good things about Africa nobody talks about. Like the fact that I admire how the children are respectful of adults. I admire how women respect men in African society. Why don't we imitate that? You know, all the things that African society has is beautiful. The family orientation and stuff like that. They're very family oriented. and stuff like that. So why don't we imitate that more? But yet, when you want to with Africa, you want to eat bushmeat and all kinds of stupid stuff. That's why I'm a culture critic, folks. My job is to tell it like it is. If I piss people off, it is what it is. I'm the culture critic. This is a difficult life of a culture critic because you're never gonna be loved by anybody. And I be on a roll, man. Like, oh, everybody like me tonight. Why not? Say one thing, why not? Next thing you know, man, chat room turns on you, your listeners turn on you. Next thing you know, your panel's all against you and whatnot. Oh my god, dang. But one thing I cannot do as a culture critic, I can't get up in the morning and open my window where I'm sipping my coffee and stick my finger outside and see which way the wind is blowing. No, I'm saying no. But people keep saying that I'm not a true African unless I eat bushmeat. I'm not going to then take my African card away from me. I tell black people it's all right. If they want to take your African card away from you, that's fine. But we do not eat bushmeat. There's always that line in the sand. I was like, man, I'm feeling Africa. I like this. First couple of times I went to Liberia, I was like, I'm feeling this. And it gets to the point where now we're going to know the real Africa and whatnot. And I'm like, damn, I can't do all that shit. I was like, y'all, that's beyond me. We're not, Africans don't. What I love about Liberia is like Africa light. I can't see myself going to Sierra Leone and Gambia, Senegal, and these other African countries. I'm telling you, that's just too much Africa for me. I could only do Liberia. I did Liberia and West Africa as far as I can go. I can't do it. Liberia is a little bit of Black American culture, stuff like that. I can't do Nigeria. I'm sorry, I can't do it. They say Nigeria stinks so much you can smell the stench from the airport. And I'm like this. I believe it, cleanliness is better is next to godliness, right? I cannot take filth. If that what means to be African, living in filth and trash and disease and ignorance, I cannot do it. Yeah, I know Sierra Leone is a beautiful country. I know, I'm sure it is. All countries are beautiful, Marishai. Every country is beautiful on this earth, man. God didn't mess up when he made it. You go to any part of the world, it's beautiful. I even think you go down to Antarctica. I think it's beautiful down there, when the snow dries and whatnot, it dries up. Antarctica looks beautiful. Iceland looks beautiful. When you look at it, every place on this earth is beautiful. Europe is beautiful, Asia is beautiful. Everybody's beautiful. Every country has something to offer naturally is beautiful or whatnot, I mean, I want to live there. That's the difference, But life of a culture critic. It's not easy being me, It's not easy being Kalagenesis, because everybody hates me. I get it, but this is what I signed up for, who's blaming people for all our problems, I'm here to take responsibility, bro. I'm here to take agency and ownership of my problems, So it is what it is, So we're fictitious one kind of this is what I'm talking about. It's how stupid these people are. I'm just saying, just a minute ago, how we're not gonna force Africa down first. Here comes Resident Coon in charge, 1776, talking about don't force your Wakanda. I never look. I don't give a damn if you ever visit Africa or not. It don't matter to me. So what are you talking about? In fact, Negroes like you stay off the continent. Stay right here. I don't want to see. If I go to Liberia, Angola, or every country I go to, I don't want to see a 1776. Stay the hell in America. It's the best place in the world for you, man. You got infrastructure, everything. You got white women. You got everything you need over here, 1776. Ain't nobody trying to get you to Africa. Are you fucking insane? But yeah, so we got a good show tonight, No one should hate you if we disagree. Yeah, but look, I like to hate. You tell you the truth, Afro theory. At least people are clear with me, And I know most people hate my guts and whatnot, They really do. Even the people that like me, they really hate me, It's all good. But one thing I'm doing, I'm not going to change. I'll tell you that right now. I am not changing. People have listened to me for years. When's collar going to change and be a kinder, gentler collar? That ain't happening. That is not happening. Long as I see the fuck shit I see in Black America, I'm gonna keep saying it like it is. You know, Collar giving Black America's a bad name. I'm not giving Black. Look, I'm the only thing out here that's giving Black America a good name. Who do I got to compete with? Umar Johnson, a fucking Pookie. And let me get back to the show from the other night. As I got to thinking about this the last 2 days, right, since that show. The bottom line is the Pan-African movement is controlled by fucking Pookies. And I said something that I should have said the other night. I said the Black women are helping Pookies be irresponsible by giving them a place to live, when they hide their drugs, all this nonsense and everything. And then I didn't think about something, right? How do you have people that be online, these guys that be on TikTok like for 10 hours a day and whatnot? You know, I didn't dawn on me, you know, the Pan-African conscious movement are full of Pookies. They sit there all day. Yo, look, me personally, this is all you're going to get from me, right? A weekend night or nighttime show every other day or something like that, right? Because you'll never see me do a show during business hours. It's not happening. You don't see me calling a show. You don't see me doing a show. Why? Because I got business to handle and I got a business to run and stuff like that. I got responsibilities as a man. But how do you got guys out there that be sitting on 120th Street all day, arguing and debating and whatnot, selling books and tapes and whatnot, you know? It's because they got a female at home, you know, holding them down. That's what I'm talking about, you know? You know, holding them down. I should have mentioned that the other day. I did not. You know, I had a golden opportunity to mention it the other day. You got females, Black females holding them down. You know, you go out there, you could go out there and be Mr. Captain Pan-African, you know, Captain Conscious dude, Captain Wakanda. You can go out there and do all your Wakanda like that, you know. Hey, you know, I got the bills paid. I'm taking care of the kids and whatnot. You know, I got that job with the city and whatnot. You know, I got a promotion. And you know, something, you know, and I get a little bit of child support from my ex-husband and whatnot, you know, and I get some food stamps and whatnot. So, baby, we living good when I go out there and do what you gotta do. And they give these clowns all the time to occupy spaces and whatnot where people actually listen to fucking absolute clowns instead of somebody real like Kalagenesis. Somebody Kalagenesis is real. You know, most of these people y'all listen to online are a bunch of friggin' clowns. I'm just going to tell you like it is. That's just me being a culture critic, you know? You guys are addicted to friggin' clowns. I call myself sometimes the ringmaster. What is a ringmaster? Because he has a circus of deadly clowns. You know, it's something the Black male population in America has turned into a Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey clown show. Everybody's some sort of friggin' clown with some sort of gimmick or some sort of scheme or whatever like that, you know? Oh, Corey Holcomb versus Anton. Who? A couple of clowns. Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels. Who the fuck cares? You know, this person going back at it with this person. Charleston White going back at it with Tariq Nasheed and blah, 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 blah. All this, it's a clown show. It's a freaking clown show. Ain't nobody talking about nation building and building anything. All they want to do is get up online and waste time, waste your time, waste my time, talking about a bunch of friggin' nothing. You know, that's right, Marishai. You don't want no Pookie laying up with you and whatnot. You know, don't do that, Marishai. You better than that. You know, you better than that. You know, let some Pookie lay up with you and whatnot. You know, the same thing. I say that never ends well. You know, when you let Pookie lay up with you and whatnot, you know, you out there working that job with the nursing and whatnot. That's what usually happens. You know, most of the women who do that are nurses. I noticed that. Most women who got a Pookie, whether he's a street Pookie or a conscious Pookie. You got two types of Pookies. You got the street nigga Pookie out there doing drugs and all kinds of things, doing all the wrong things. Should I say it again? The wrong things, doing all the wrong things, giving the wrong advice, the wrong examples to the youth and whatnot, you know, doing everything wrong. They out there all day and all night wrecking havoc in the community, you know. And then what you have is the conscious Pookie. He's same thing, right? Look, how you tell Pookie he doesn't have a 9 to 5. He can make a little bit of money online and whatnot. Selling tapes and books and super chats or whatever like that. If he gets subscribers, right? So between that and his baby mama or somebody that's taking care of him, paying the real bills, he gets to live this life. That's why you see these guys, that be sitting online for 12 hours doing 12-hour live streams and whatnot. I'll be like, oh, look. And some of them I'm cool with, like people like Red Pill Supreme, Red Supreme and whatnot, and Q Butter and whatnot. How do these guys have so much fucking time to be online all day? I mean, look, the bottom line, I'm ruffling feathers. I have to. I have to. I'm going out with a bang. I'm going down fighting, because I'm saying like this, these guys are taking too much time away from the colonization, and they're taking too much time away from land infrastructure nationhood and the future of the black race is nationhood. If that's not your message, you are wasting time. Shut up, 776. Black America, they consider, but why is Black America got the negative birth rate? Those Pookies, you know what they do? They go out there and hustle enough money to get let that girl get that abortion, so she don't miss work, So it is what it is, They call me the culture critic, the Kalagenesis, the culture critic, Life of a culture critic is not easy, Sooner or later, I'm going to piss somebody off. And sometimes I walk on eggshell. Who am I going to offend tonight, man? Oh, shit, am I going to offend this person tonight? Oh, wow. I was saying, like, like we had a girl here called Honeyflower, man. She was all right for a while. I realized this lady's batshit crazy, and I had to tell her, look, wait a minute, you're a little off the rocker. She hasn't called in lately. Why? Because I'm the culture critic. I gotta tell you when you sound stupid. When you sound stupid, I'm gonna tell you. Everybody knows that. I'm gonna stop you. I'm saying, let me stop you right there. And people say, Carl, you'll interrupt me. I interrupt people on my show that's talking bullshit. If you're not talking bullshit and you're making points or not, you can talk all the fuck you what. As soon as I hear you talking bullshit and everything like that, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna filibuster you. Do everything you can to throw you off. That's what I do. So it is what it is. But I'm the culture critic. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Mama said, you never criticize her people. What are you talking about? I don't know who are people. Who the hell are our people? Who the hell is, what's her name? Honeyflower? What the hell is the people? Sudanese? But I don't know I don't know nothing about her country she came from. Nothing like, I had nothing like it. I don't give two shits about what was she from, Ethiopia and what she said, Ethiopia and Sudan. I don't know nothing about these fucking people. So how can I criticize people I don't know nothing about? You don't criticize. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're doing their thing in their own country. I don't know. What the hell? I only know when they come to this country and they say and get involved in Black America's business, right? Then I know I judge them from that. I don't know what people are doing in their own countries. I really don't. I have an idea, but not enough for me to form a strong opinion. But I don't know. So I guess she's mad at the platform, mad at me, whatever. It is what it is. But I gotta tell it like it is, man. Because some people like me, like you had this girl Chantel. Look, there's somebody out there that did an article on me and whatnot on YouTube and whatnot. I mean, I'm just little old me and whatnot. You got people. This little wrote this thing up. When I read it about me, I began to hate myself. I'm like, who's this Kalagenesis guy? I hated myself. I'm like, you talk about me. I'm like, God damn, I didn't know I was such a horrible person, man. God damn, I didn't know Kalagenesis. Like, I'm just trying to be a culture critic, Mama Dulala, whatever your name is, right? Let me break it down to you why I criticize West Africans, right? Let me tell you why. Years ago, everybody in Black America was all, 99% of us strongly called ourselves African Americans. There was no FBA, anything like that. We said we're Africans or proud Africans, all stuff like that. The West Africans came to America, linked up with white supremacy, and started devaluing and being dismissive of our claim to our African heritage. That's what happened. They came over here saying online with the full chest how they were told to stay away from Black Americans. That 45 million people that built HBCUs, colleges, got the largest Black businesses in the world, got all these accomplishments, right? That 50,000 patents, everything, are horrible people, and you need to stay with them. And I don't believe the African parents were telling that, but they would come out here and say that. Over time, Black people said they had enough, and they started saying, something, I don't want to be near Africans anymore. I don't like Africans. And I got a lot of people now that were once Pan-Africans. They say they don't like Africa. They don't like Africans at all. West Africans did that. It wasn't the East Africans. It wasn't our brothers and sisters in Southern Africa. It was West Africans, particularly Nigerians, who did that. So what happened was these guys are making comments online, talking shit about us. All the West Africans did was come here and look at the white supremacy talking points, while at the same time we were defending Africa. Why is Africa so poor? What not? We were saying neo-colonialism, white people, blah, blah, blah. We still do that, right? And the bottom line, the reason why Africa's fucked up is because of Africans. It ain't the white man, it's Africans. It ain't France that's a problem in the Sahel. It's Africans. That's it. We weren't saying that before. I said we shouldn't be nasty to it. No, they started this. They started this. They had whole channels trying to disrupt Pan-Africanism report and all stuff like that. The whole thing was what Africanism was warning Africans of Black Americans coming up. Look, the Black people in America that were going to Africa really loved the fact that Africa is their motherland, their homeland. They wanted to make a connection. Yeah, we made mistakes, but people like Dynasty Mir, they honestly want to buy a piece of land and be part of Africa's future. But the Africans basically persecuted people like that, the Bag family and all stuff like that. We're land grabbers. They was calling us colonizers. They're saying we're Black colonizers for America. When all this ugly stuff that was happening coming out of Africans' mouths, that's what produced the FBA movement. So I am not going to sit there and put everything on Black America. I'm not going to do that. Oh shit. Do Black America have something to blame? Yes. But those anti-Black Africans in Black America were held in check by people like me. Once Africans start showing their ass, I couldn't hold those people back no more. So I'm not interested in buying land in Africa. I really not. I'm not. I think it's a waste of time and effort. I really do. Particularly West Africa, it's a waste of freaking time. Buying land in Africa, trying to integrate the African society is a waste of time. Waste of freaking time. We're on two different levels, wavelengths. I used to think we could do that. When I thought that we were all on the same page, we want to build a continent. We're all Black Africans. Let's pull our talent together. We have the means to do it. We have the money, the means to do it, but we don't have the mindset. And it looks like people like in Africa are interested in building the continent. Every African wants to go to Europe. They want to leave the continent. You got like tens of thousands of people from Senegal and Gambia who are in Morocco trying to get to Spain. That's so fucking embarrassing. Young men that could be building a country, they're freaking swarm. Spain, whatever reason, granted asylum for anybody that comes to Spain and give them citizenship. You got, it's like almost a half the continent of West Africa is in Spain right now, trying to get to Spain. It's embarrassing. So how can you tell me to come there and everyone in Africa is trying to leave, man? It's just all this stuff played into why and I was criticizing this stuff for years. I said Africa does not build its industrial base, it's going to fall. And I was absolutely right. Now the only region in Africa that's industrialized is South Africa, and you got the whole entire continent trying to get to that one country. And that's where the conflict is coming in. I'm real sorry for Black South Africans because I don't see that coming. As long as there's this level of poverty throughout the continent and war and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, what did I say, Marshall? What did I say? Oh, you talking about Donnie on timeout? Yeah, Donnie's funny, man. He's funny. I like to have him on the show. He's funny. I said so. I forgot what I said. But Marshall, remind me what I said. You know. So people watching me, people follow me on TikTok and whatnot. They be seeing my comments all over TikTok and whatnot. So it is what it is. Kala, right? They started talking about us on their channels. Yeah, they did. They came at us viciously, and we were trying to ignore it. Oh yeah, well, we even joined into the criticism. They're saying, well, why are we attacking our own fucking people? That's when people start waking up. Who the hell are these people coming over here telling us how bad our people are and shit, Oh yeah, it's like, I forgot what I said, man, Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. As I say, if you're not following me on TikTok, folks, follow me, Kalagenesis 3, I think it is, on TikTok, whatnot. I don't really post any videos, but I do post blogs on TikTok, and I do be engaging in some commentary on some of your favorite TikTokers page. That's how I got popular on TikTok. Just be doing. Look, you could get popular on TikTok. I'm probably the only one that's popular on TikTok because people recognize me, like they know me and whatnot. People like Colin, man, you've been saying that for years, whatnot. I'm like, who the fuck are you? But people know me and whatnot, just on my comments, because I've been around social media and blogging for 20 years now, So I don't have to do videos, I don't have to do video on TikTok. I don't know why would I, but I don't have to do videos on TikTok. I just like doing the commentary, So I don't know if I really want to do viral videos on TikTok or whatnot, If I start doing video on TikTok, man, somebody's gonna come and probably shoot my house up and whatnot, So it is what it is, folks. But I am the culture critic, folks. / geopolitical pundit. What does that mean? That means when it comes to geopolitics, I am your guy. I guide you through the world of geopolitics, particularly Black geopolitics, Black African geopolitics, right? So I'm a culture critic and a geopolitical pundit. People you come at me, Colin, man, you ain't no kind of pan. I never said I was a Pan-Africanist. Show me anywhere where I said I'm a definite Pan-Africanist, right? I always said when I first came on 21 years ago, 2005, right? I said I am Kalagenesis culture critic / geopolitical pundit. I said nothing about I'm a Pan-Africanist or stuff like that. People assume I was a Pan-Africanist, right? No, I'm not a damn Pan-African. I mean, I talk about Africa because it's part of geopolitics. You can't be Black and not have some sort of Africa plan. Like me, what I go is this Afro theory. I say a Pan-African extended. That means I believe Black America is a nation. Pan-Africanism is an extension if we could pull something off. Pan-African is not the end game. It's a means. That means if I'm looking at Africa right now, right? There's nothing wrong with being a Pan-Africanist, but my thing as a culture critic, I believe it doesn't serve Black America. I don't believe it does. Pan-African benefits Africans because they have land, they have a government, they have diplomacy, they have treaties, they got all these things in place. Black America is not a organized geopolitical entity, you know? And so therefore, Pan-Africans don't we could, like, people get excited about Traore. Oh, the Messiah Traore. I'm a Pan-African. But what does that actually do for us? Now, if you just basically, like, if you're, look, Afro Theory, let me put it to you like this. I understand because you're a woman, right? Women are natural cheerleaders, and spectators. Men don't want to be ruled by other men and be dismissed. Black men in America are not at any major table or any decision making in the Pan-African world. It doesn't serve us. So why should we keep elevating something that we don't benefit from? What they should have did was years ago was had a way to integrate Black America, the intelligentsia, into Africa. That means, territories and stuff like I said, like the African is big and broader than what I'm saying. There should have been territories and stuff like that. We should have had our own development bank. We should have had connections with international bodies of government and stuff like that. We should have been something like the World Zionist Congress. That's a model. Or the Vatican. Those are templates and models that we could have used for Panama. But we have nothing. The Black man in America has nothing. The Catholics got the Vatican. After everything, the Catholics still got the Vatican. The Jews got the state of Israel. Tell me what the Pan-African movement has given the Black man in the West. Nothing. And I'm sick and tired of glorifying these redundant, dusty-ass African leaders. Let them fight their own battles. I'm not going to go against Donald Trump for any one of these African leaders. They can go to hell for all I care. Don't put ourselves in danger for these people. I'm just saying, as a culture critic, we got to stop doing that, So this is just years, because I was a fool at once too, Afro Theory. I was all Africa, dreamy-eyed and whatnot. Then I'm realizing, wait a minute, why are we going to burn our bridges with America, right? I make my business in America. Most Black people make their money here. They live here, got a good life here and whatnot, right? Africa got to step up and says, I got an alternative, I got an alternative, right? We can match what you got in America. Has Africa done that? No. Africa discovered lithium, right? Are African American businessmen, given exclusive contracts to develop industries around lithium? Of course not. You know how many millionaires and billionaires be created overnight if Black American men had control over several lithium mines and start building, designing with partnerships around the world, the next phase of nickel and lithium batteries? But we have nothing. Show me any oil well field. Namibia just discovered 20 billion barrels of oil. Are any African Americans in on that? No. But you'll probably find Lebanese and everybody else. The African is not thinking about sharing anything with Black America. So to me, Pan-African, they're on their own. You're not going to get my support. If Donald Trump was to run in there and take the damn Congo tomorrow, I would not give a damn. That's what they've done. It's the difference between being interested in something, Africa, and having an interest in Africa. We have no interest in Africa. We have no stakehold. We have nothing. All the talk, we have nothing. We own no land. We own no territory. We have nothing on the continent. In a time, like, as a man, I don't know how women think, right? As a man, if I can't have something tangible, whatnot, then we have nothing to talk about. What the hell I care about shaking your hand and hugs and kisses? My African brother, well, get the fuck out of here, Pan-African was highly overrated. highly damn overrated. I thought the day would come we be freaking doing international trade, business, and manufacturing. We be having millionaires coming here. We have from Atlanta. We have our own Pan-African stock exchange, whatnot. We're investing. None of the shit I've been talking about for 30 years has panned out. Nothing has panned out. Has some Big Black and whatnot. Oh Lord, man, I can't wait till Big Black comes to Africa, man. They're gonna take Big Black for everything he got. Big Black gonna be going back to America, pocket empty. They're gonna take his drawers from him and whatnot. Big Black, my brother, come back, Big Black, my brother. We haven't sucked you dry enough yet. Come back here, my brother, Big Black, and whatnot. Big Black needs the Kalagenesis culture critic more than anybody because he has this fantasy about Africa that does not fucking exist. I'm sorry. I wish I could paint you a pretty picture, Big Black. Do I dislike Africans? Well, to be honest with you, Afro thing, I hate everybody. I mean, so I don't dislike Africans, not particularly, but I don't like anybody. I mean, it's just the way I am. I just hate everybody. So I'm an equal opportunity hater. Well, maybe go next year. So, well, I'm going down under next year. I'm going to Angola. See what goes on down there. I'm branching out. Matter of fact, to tell you the truth, people don't know this, but I actually got more connections in Angola than I do Liberia. I've been involved with Angola actually longer than I did Liberia because, as you know, Angola, the Congo Kingdom is where my ancestors come from. And so I believe somewhere along that line, that region is where the African is going to be. I believe that, Yeah, Big Black, Pan-African. I love you though, Big Black. I love you, man. What would I do without my brother, Big Black, man? Big Black is a scream, man. He is a scream. He is a scream, Well, why I don't speak on Angola more? I do talk about Angola. People ask me questions. But like I said, I would like people to ask me Q&A. You can ask me about Angola. But people come up here, they only want to know is about Liberia, nobody else will call it Liberia. Look at Dinah Samir's show. All they do is talk about that rusty ass Sahel region. The Sahel, I don't give a flying fucking that rusty ass region. Like I said, I love Angola. Angola's beautiful. Germans and Libya who control most of that found it because they still own the rest of the land. No, the German. It wasn't even the Germans that own everything, Eddie. Actually, it's the friggin' Afrikaners that own everything in Namibia. My boy Pandini, he's a BAIO member. He's my guy, my head of my BAO chapter in Namibia. And the bottom line, he's like a black nationalist to the friggin' heart, man. He's a real radical black nationalist. And he said, man, the biggest thing is these Chinese and the Afrikaners. That's what he said. It's not even German. Germans don't really live there like that, They colonized the area, but it was the British and the Dutch people, the Afrikaners, that took over the area. So... Yeah, man. Rico Miller is gonna be over there singing. He's gonna go there with Baruti singing Ubuntu, man. I wonder how Ubuntu is working out in South Africa right now. You got the Zulus out there with their spears, sticking people with their spears and whatnot. I said, man, don't you love the Ubuntu, man? The Ubuntu spirit is taking root in South Africa, right? Come one, come all. Get a spear in your gut, man. Experience the love and I am because we are spirit of Ubuntu in sunny South Africa. Ubuntu. Like I said, I'm a culture critic, right? I was a critic of the Ubuntu thing because I realized Ubuntu is bullshit. That's coming from the culture critic. Like I said, everything. Like, look, let me say this. Almost everything black people have believed in is turned out to be shit. Whether it was Kwanzaa turned to shit, the Nation of Islam turned to shit, the Black Church turned to shit. Everything turned to shit. Everything we got ourselves hooked up in nothing ever panned out. You ever notice that? We go believing in these things. People will come up with some brand new thing on Ubuntu. What the hell is it we gonna be between Ubuntu and goddamn Kwanzaa and everything else that failed? Kwanzaa is 60 years old this year. Is there one thing implemented on a national level? Ujama, is there a Ujama bank, trade company, and stuff like that? No. Not one of the principles in 60 years have been implemented. So it is what it is. Oh, Rico Mills coming to Liberia with me, man. You're coming, Rico. I have to come and bring your black ass with me, You're coming. People always think, man, and I realize this, man. Some of these people I just got to drag, man, kicking and screaming. I'm going to come down there to Charlotte, man, and grab your black ass and bring you over there. And you're going to love it, Rico. I was like, come on, man. Come on, get your ass on that plane, nigga. And you're coming, man. You're going to have the time of your life. So it is what it is. They call me the culture critic, The other night I was just simply being a culture critic, right? And then you got Nat Measy calling in, blah 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 blah. That's not like every African American is rocking. Look, what are you talking about, golden moron? Culture every African American. Look, the bottom line, the people who are not down with the Pan-African movement, they were quiet. They sat quiet. They didn't say nothing. Not even on social media. But along comes Africans, man, showing their ass, man. A couple of Africans opening their ass cheeks to the world, telling us how much, showing us their butthole and whatnot. And that's what started all this shit, If Africans would shut the fuck up, man, none of this shit would happen. I got called booty scratcher on the 3rd grade. Amazing how nobody's ever been to school with Africans. No one knows an African in real life or whatnot, except for online. But yeah, every African was bullied and called a booty scratcher. Man, I'm so sick of these people, man. You want to know what I think about Africans, Afro theory? I think most Africans are fucking weak and stupid, and liars. That's my personal opinion, my observation. I want to find. I know there's some good, honorable African men out there and women. I want to find those people and build with them. But I'm looking at it now, man. I'm like, is character to me is everything. I asked Mike Olawale, what do you believe in? Well, we got to get money. I said, no, fuck the money. What do you stand for? What does your culture stand for? How do you see yourself in the world? They can't tell you anything. So anyway, look, let me tell you something. That's a lie, golden moron. Pan-Africanism in Black America just means race conscious. That's all it means. Most Black people, when they say you're Black, they say too Black, too strong, Black pride, Afro-American, Afro this, Afro that, right? When we call ourselves Afro-American and stuff like that, and we start talking about Black beauty, Black stand. We're the ones who started the whole Afro movement. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Black consciousness. All that is wrapped up into this idea, what we call Pan-Africanism. No, most people aren't doing the so-called Pan-Africanism as you say it, right? Nobody does that, because we live in America. We don't need to. But our version of Pan-African was about being race conscious. Most Africans are dismissive of race conscious. Right now, I just saw a video a Zongo sent me where you got a white boy who's leading a charge, a Zulu. The Zulu, some Zulu tribe clan made a white boy a chief. And they're talking about attacking other Africans. And we look at Africa, we go to Ghana, you got white men, Chinese men up there as chiefs and whatnot, and we're saying our version of this thing is we're Black race, No, Pan-Africanism was born in America. It was once called Pan-Negroism. It's all about race. It was a reaction to slavery. and slavery and oppression of black people based on race and the unifying black people. That's why I say I can tell you're a continental African because you guys are so fucking stupid. You know, Pan-Africanism in Black America was only about race and race consciousness and being black. You know, so how many crack dealers we got? Are people still selling crack? You know, no, crack dealers are not race conscious. The people in the streets, the rogues in the streets, they don't care about race. They'll have white baby mothers and everything. So you're fucking stupid. Let's not talk about crack dealers. Talk about somebody like me. Talk about like the masses of black people who are educated and law-abiding. You guys always want to move the goalposts and start talking about the worst part of Black America. That's what the fucking problem is. Now, if I basically said something about fucking your cannibals, which are West Africa is full of cannibals, right? As referencing you, you'll get upset, right? If I call you a bunch of savages, you know, if I call you a bunch of monkeys and savages, you'll get upset. But it's all right for you to come here and talk about crack dealers. That's what we're talking about tonight, you know? The disrespect. You don't come on my platform and mention fucking crack dealers. When we talk about all the black professors, all the black educated people out there that's building and whatnot, you know, you want to talk about some damn crack dealer. As if that represents us. That's how openly disrespectful these Africans are. So Africa, you ask me what I think about Africans, sometimes I hate them. Because they're so fucking disrespectful. You know, the average African, his mind is in the gutter. His mind is in the gutters of Lagos, Monrovia, and all these other places like that. They're literally just scum, you know? So the bottom line is most black people have race pride. And race pride makes you do positive things. You raise a family. You finish college. You obey your elders. You know, you get an education. You work hard. You work 3 jobs you got to. You stay out of trouble. That's the majority of us. So don't sit there and friggin' sit here and throw some slick comments and come back and about, oh, I'm gonna try you. Yeah, you are trying to be disrespectful. And on this platform, Black America is not going to be disrespected. You know? See, I'm the only one that comes like that. See, Diane Samir will let you get away with shit like that. I won't. You ain't going to have no unity like that as long as people think they can come to America and disrespect us. All the great things we did to making sure that everybody could come here and have their humanity and dignity. We did that. So I'm not going to let anybody come here and shit on my fucking people. No, not going to happen. I am the culture critic. And when I was saying all this stuff for years, I said, why Africans, Caribbeans, why do they feel like they can talk about our people like this? I'm the only one saying it. Where does this disrespect come from? I'm not, look, this is what it is. I'm not going to disrespect Africans and Caribbeans. I never disrespect. I point out certain things. Just like you can point out, look, the other day I was pointing out the problems with black women in America, and I was basically praising African women. That's a difference. What Africans and Caribbeans want to do is this. The Jamaicans don't want to tell you that they're the HIV rate they got in that continent. They don't want to tell you that it's skin bleaching capital of the world. They don't want to tell you that Jamaica, despite it's only like 3 million people, is a murder capital of the world. You know? I put the problems in Black America up front and center and talk about them. People want to come here and act like they don't have any fucking problems and freaking just talk about black. That's when I criticize other people. You know, so you want to talk about my problems, I'll talk about yours. Then you call, oh, it's disrespect. No, you guys start the disrespect. You know, respect goes 2 ways. People want to come here, they want reverence. Oh, you got to revere me. I came off the damn boat, you know, so you got to revere me and whatnot. But we could talk shit down about you guys and talk about what you guys ain't do, but where we came from ain't shit. And we point that out. Oh, why y'all talking bad about us? Because you come over here. Like this is how it is. When you come to a country, right, there's people Like me, I moved from New York to Virginia, right? And at first, I thought the black people in Virginia were a little slow. I said, man, they should be doing this. I saw the opportunity. But sometimes people that live there, they don't see the opportunity you do as an outsider coming in. So I mean, I was able to find certain opportunities in business. I did good when I first moved as a young man, right? But one thing I never did was look at my brothers and sisters here with less. I said, look, I just was just an example to them. And they're like, oh man, I always wanted to do a business. Like, you did that? Yes, I did it. I knew I had an edge. I'm from New York. I knew some things about business. And so I just applied it. I didn't use that to put people down. The problem with a lot of people come from this country, they may come from like the elite part of their country and everything. They may have privilege in their country, right? So they're part of networks and stuff like that. That black people in America are pretty much working class people, right? You may come from a country where you was in administration, you was in government, you was in all these things. So you're gonna have a leg up if you come to a country like America. But you don't use that to put the people black America down. And I'm gonna stop that shit. Because you never see immigrants come here and they talk about the poor whites in the Kentucky and the Appalachian. They always got so much why black America's not doing this. They always pick on our poor. Yeah, we got poor black people in America. We got poverty-stricken areas in black America, in the Delta, parts of Memphis, Tennessee, parts of Pennsylvania. Yeah, we got poverty in black America, systemic poverty. But the bottom line, you don't come to a country and mock people. And that's what's happening in South Africa. They go into South Africa and they're mocking the black South Africans in their poverty and their struggle. And that's why the black South Africans are fighting back. They're angry. So it is what it is. All I could do is be a nice culture critic and tell you like it is, just like this. I'm the biggest critic of the ills of black America. I talk about them all the time, but I talk about my people in love. I don't hate my people. I talk about in love. I know the best thing I could do is be an example. And that's what I do. I'm an example. My life is an example of what to do. And so therefore we get together, each one teach one, and they will pull us up. Because Black America only got itself. The whole world's turned its back on us, Everyone turned its back on us. The white race turned its back on us. Native Americans, Hispanics, the people from the islands, Africans, everybody got got us in their crosshairs, and they fucking hate us. We're the most hated group of people on the damn planet. And people are coming after us all the time. I see it all the time. People hate us. So one thing I'm not going to do is on my watch let people do that, to my people. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for what I am. And also, I am not going to sit there and be ashamed of my ancestors came here on the slave ships. My ancestors were stripped, naked, their dignity, everything like that, made to work. I'm not ashamed of that. Because my ancestors were looking down on me, and they're saying, Kala, man, make us proud. Stand up for us. So I'd rather go against America, go anything, than ever betray my ancestors by saying I'm anything but an African American slave descendant. And I'm proud of that. And I rep that because all the great things we're going to do, I contribute to my ancestors, their resilience. People talk like this. I never want to. I talk about Africa all the time. But I'll never elevate Africa over my people. Never do that. What my ancestors went through and whatnot, I'm going to honor them. They didn't have no choice. They didn't have no choice. They made the work like animals and whatnot. They never got no justice. They never got no payment. They never got any regrets or anything like that. They was thrown away like trash. And for God's sake, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to honor their legacy by being the best person I could be. When you see me and people, I'm so proud. When people see my success and whatnot, my ancestors are sitting down in heaven rejoicing. I beat the white man system. I am not going to be ashamed of who the hell I am, to take that shit and stick it up your ass, Oh, yeah. Look, no, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be something I'm not. I'm not going to suddenly become a Yoruba. I'm not going to suddenly become a Hausa. I'm not going to suddenly become a Fulani. No, my ancestors were brought here via the Maafa in the transatlantic slave trade. That's who I am. My ancestors' blood is soaked on the soils of this country. That's who I am. If we leave this country, we're going to leave together. Well, people don't know what a culture critic is, because I look at the culture and I'm like, the culture of our community, and we don't have control of our culture because no one's saying what they need to be said. We got people like this. People think they could do whatever they want, say whatever they want, and anything goes. It's not anything goes. I'm sorry. Anything just don't go. And I'm sick of that immoral, decadent, deviant culture that's basically taking over Black America. Black women with the whole culture. Pasta and lobster, sprinkle, sprinkle. Sell your ass to a white man for the good life. What am I supposed to do? Sit back and say it's okay? No, I'm the culture critic. I'm gonna tell you. Like I was telling a girl last night on a conference call. You know how to solve your problem? Keep your goddamn legs shut. I don't want to hear nothing about, well, men make babies. No, there's a certain amount of men making babies because a certain amount of men you guys can't keep your leg goddamn closed for. 80% of the problems are some black women can't keep their goddamn legs closed. A woman's legs are could be the gates of heaven or the gates of hell. That can wreck a family, that can wreck a community, that could destroy a man, or it could uplift a man. It all depends on what the woman wants. And we have to get back to thinking like that. We got to get back to the virtuous woman and elevating the virtuous woman. We got to stop fucking elevating the whole culture. I don't want to hear about how many dudes you got. I don't give a damn if you got to wait the rest of your life to get that one man and whatnot. Be a virtuous woman. We got to get back to women being a virtuous woman. And that's what I cherish, a virtuous woman. I don't give a damn about this whole culture. People got me all fucking wrong. I fucking hate it. That's the root of the damn problem. Oh, because we have a whole culture. She got 30 years old, got sick. I see one woman 32 with 10 kids. Now everybody got to come in there and help her raise her kids and all stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, this is normal now? What happened to saving yourself for marriage? Yeah, whole culture is normalized. Sexy Red, fucking Glorilla, Megan Thee Stallion. I don't know what's going on with that Megan Thee Stallion thing, but people coming at her about something. I think she got a high body count, something like that. And black women are saying, but what about it's always what about them with a lot of black women. What about Taylor Swift? What about Britney Spears? Who the care? Like I said at the top of the show, when I'm talking about black women in our culture, don't mention Britney Spears to me. Don't mention Taylor Swift to me. I don't give a shit about what white people do. My job as a culture critic is to criticize my race. That's it. anything that affects my race. I'm the only one that will sit here and talk about whole culture and being a problem. You'll have Nagmeezy come up here. Oh man, Kala, but the women. See, as I said, when you don't have dudes like that don't have any principles, and Nak's a good guy, man, but he don't have any morals. He don't have any principles. It ain't enough to be a father or whatnot. You got to know right from fucking wrong. I don't even know what happened. All I know was I keep seeing Megan Thee Stallion, and same thing. I keep seeing black women defending her. So I didn't even get a chance to read into it. Maybe somebody could tell me, what's going on. But whatever it is, it didn't seem like a good look. It was the same thing, where black women being held accountable for the whole culture and stuff like that. The thing about that Afro theater is a lot of women, right? A lot of black women, for some reason, and I said this, right? You gotta understand something. Us black men, we're constantly fighting with each other, battling for ideas. This one said this, when this I said, we critique each other and we try to uplift it and we tear each other down, right? Based on this. It seems like black women do not want to criticize other black women. Black women just take everything as empowerment. That's so freaking sad. Like what black women said, you asked her, well, what about Ketanji Jackson in the Supreme Court? What do you think? Oh man, first black woman. Yo, the woman has just. Do you have a mother, grandmother, everything right there? Do we understand this womanhood? She said that buffoon said that she don't know the difference between a man and a woman. That basically there's no gender or whatever like that, and you support that. That's so disrespectful to black womanhood. But black women don't care. She's a black woman or not. She's a black woman, and it's simple. It's silly. See, most black men, we got past that shit. I think the last hurrah with that was with Barack Obama. You don't have people come up to it talking about, oh, he's black. Guess what? We don't care about that no more. Black women, Kamala Malala, when not Kamala Malala is not even fucking your ethnic group. She's Indian that lived in Jamaica briefly and whatnot, and she, and they try to pass her off as an African American and whatnot, She don't come from your goddamn your lineage. But black women, oh, we got to vote for Kamala because she's a black woman. What makes her a fucking black woman? Well, yeah, I know Afro theory, but you guys need to attack back. What you guys do is this. This is what I know is about black women, right? They don't want to take it there because a lot of black women that got podcasts and everything like that, they'll go on somebody's podcast, that like the Cynthia G, Paris Mall, these people with big platforms, right? And they don't want to fall out with these women because they feel like they're going to be not in the club no more. So they want to say what they want to say, but they don't go too far. That's why you're in effect not effective, Maybe because women, I don't know, whatever like that, just don't have the in them or whatever like that. Men are naturally fighters, So we try to grow our platform, we try to destroy each other, You'll have friggin' angry man going out with Anton Daniels and stuff like that. Men get vicious. Until one of them's left standing. But women basically just sits back and be like, okay, I said what I said, but and they move on. And then later on, right? This is what I'm saying. What I hate when I see black women do this. Every chance they get to jump on some feminist cause, they do it. There's not a feminist cause that black women don't think they got to be the champion of. And they got white men out there, white people out there talking about, oh yeah, like when they had Stacey Abrams, she has not given one intelligent speech, but they hold her up there. Oh yes, I really feel Stacey Abrams. What? Because she's a big mammy type, a big fat mammy type, and black women love that role. Oprah Winfrey. All these women. Why not? they get praise from white America and stuff like that. They take all these liberal left wing causes and whatnot, and they don't have any damn principles. This is what I stand for and whatnot, and this is what we're gonna do. Everything is black girl magic. We're oppressed and whatnot. and then what happens is this: they have the Me Too movement, believe her and all like that, and the black woman takes the role of victim. They take the role of victim. So therefore, if you're the victim, right? Why are you going against women who are just trying to get their money in a man's world? There's women out there telling you, it's a white man's world, this, that, and the other thing. You got to get out there and get your money and then don't judge. Because whatever you got to do to make it and stuff like this, that's the mentality you have. Because every time a black woman says, something, that's not right, that's not decent, the thing is they cave because somebody will say, well, we live in the times, she's a single mother, she got to do what she got to do, she got mouths to feed or whatever. Like it's just really sad, really sad. I really feel for our sisters, man. It must be hard being a black woman in this world, because I know for a fact the black woman want to join with the black man and rebuild the black America, black family, and whatnot. But there's not really a lot of opportunity for the black man and black women to come together, and women got to stick together in this feminist stuff, which means you're going to have to be with the likes of Beyonce, which is that queen, but Beyonce, you ever notice these people that they follow all got husbands? You ever notice that? She has a song called all the single ladies, but she's married. It's like Cardi B, all these women, Kim Kardashian, all these women put that women power stuff. But why is it that all these rich women are fucking married and you're not? You like that? Put a ring on it and all stuff like this, all that nonsense they talk. Yeah, but they have husbands. They're smart enough to have husbands. They preach all this single life, independent woman life to you, but they have husbands. Yeah. They always play the strong black woman type or whatnot. I see this one lady. She was talking to Leslie Jones. I like this white lady. Like she wanted to jump across the town and kiss her. And Leslie Jones like, well, men don't like me. Blah, blah. She goes, you're beautiful. I'm like, come on, let's stop. But the bottom line is this: the reason why she's saying that because she needs Leslie Jones to be loud. In other words, they need black women to be loud, abrasive, strong, while they get to be princesses and whatnot. They got the black women like a bulldog out there fighting everybody and all this stuff like this. It's a mess. It's just a freaking mess. Leslie Jones is not beautiful. Let's stop, Let's stop, Let's stop it right here. I'm sure she has a beautiful personality and stuff like that. But, this is what I say, Afro Theory. Sometimes women have to accept the fact that you got to find your stronger points, right? Stronger points, right? It may not be physical beauty, right? But you know something? You can have a woman that's not physically beautiful, but her personality, her spirit will make any woman, no matter what she looks like, look beautiful. Problem with Leslie Jones is she wants her physical thing is not what the world thinks as physically beautiful. So she has to act beautiful inside. The problem is she doesn't know how to act beautiful on the inside, be soft, feminine. That would go a long way. You know who did that a little bit? Remember the girl that played Precious? Let's just look at my Uncle Henry. That's wrong, man. She like your Uncle Henry. Man, Rico, that was absolutely wrong, man. That was wrong. Very wrong. Remember the girl that played Precious, Gabrielle Sadiq? Actually, To tell you the truth, I used to like listening to her in her interviews. Her voice, she was very soft spoken, and she sounded sweet. So I was like, I could listen to her. She's very sweet. You know, she wasn't loud and threatening, you know. She wasn't loud and threatening and stuff like that, you know. And so I said, you know, people clowning on Precious, right? But I'm saying, you know, I said, yeah, she's kind of cute. I thought Precious was kind of cute. I know people think Colin don't like big girls. No, but I ain't saying I'm gonna get with her anytime soon. But you know, but I thought she was cute. You know, when she was doing an interview and stuff like that. You know, I thought she was cute. You know, I said Precious. You know, it was cute in a way. You know, I know Gabrielle Sadiq, but we all know her as Precious. You know, we always know Precious. You know, we know her as the Precious, the girl. We know her as Precious. You know, I heard she's from Senegal too. She was Senegalese American. You know, she's not Black American. She's African American. She's Senegalese. But I thought she was cute. You know, I thought she was cute. Precious was cute. You know. Who's Uncle Henry? Oh, don't. I don't even want to know. That's pretty funny, Uncle Henry. The Uncle Henry looked like Mark Henry, the wrestler Mark Henry. You know. The Uncle Henry looks like a cross between Lawrence Taylor and Mark Henry. You know, it is what it is. But it's not, the life of a culture critic is not easy, folks. Not easy being a culture critic, folks. You know, it's hard work, man, but somebody's got to do it. Hard work, but somebody's got to do it. Let's see. Well, I never seen change without a fire. All right, somebody just commented on one of my videos. It's getting out there. We're getting out there, folks. The platform is growing. I can't do it without my listeners. You know, you guys are everything to me. You know, my listeners, I love y'all. You know, believe it or not, I know I say I hate everybody, but I actually love y'all. You know. So Rico's like, don't take me seriously. Well, that's pretty funny. Uncle Henry. But Leslie Jones would be better if she had a personality like Precious, you know. If she had a personality like Precious, she'd get somewhere, you know. Somebody would ask her out, you know. You know, somebody would ask her out, you know. You know, somebody would ask her out. Somebody say, you know, let's go out and get a hamburger or something like that, you know. I doubt if they'll take her to get a prime rib steak or anything like that, but she could probably get somebody take her to McDonald's at least, you know. You know, something like that, you know. It is what it is, you know. I say, man, jungle predators and would run from Precious and Leslie Jones. Hustle Smart crazy. No, but I'm saying Hustle Smart. You gotta admit, when you look at Gabby Sadiq Precious, she's very sweet. I'm like, that makes up for what she looks like. You know, she's sweet. You know, that's all I'm saying. She's sweet. And like I said, Somebody like Glorilla, who looks good on the outside, she's very ugly because she has ugly ways. You know, I think Glorilla's ugly. I think Sukihama's nasty ugly. You know, the way they act. It's not all just what women look like; it's the way they carry themselves. Well, the white man probably saw something in her, you know, and he went for it, you know. Oh, Broody, I'm not gonna answer that. Broody, we're not fucking Ubuntu people from the fucking coast of Tanzania. We're Black Americans in America. We speak English, right? We're resilient. We're violent. We don't give a shit. We're hard headed. You know, we're bad tempered. That's just who the hell we are, bro. And you ain't changing that. You know? So, he's a mechanic. Rico, man. You're digging yourself a grave with Mari Shire. You're on her shit list right now, Rico. Uncle Henry, man. You could at least say Uncle Robert, man. You could call Henry. You know, Uncle, you could change the name, man, you know. You know. Oh, let's not bash our big girls tonight, man. It's not bashing our big girls. Our big girls is a friggin' easy target, man. We gotta stop bashing our bigger sisters, you know. Saw a big girl the other day, man. She was just so sweet as I don't know what. I was like, "How you doing? How you doing?" Held the door open for her and whatnot. She was just so happy when I made her day. You know, I got a handsome man like myself. Gave her a smile and whatnot. Now I know I ain't gonna be able to get with her or anything like that. And I hope she knows that. But the bottom line is, I know that probably made her day. You know, Jamar Lamonte, whatever the fuck your name is, put your camera on. See, I tell when you're dealing with a devil, you know, they always do that. Come up here and they think I'm gonna let them on. You look. Bottom line is this. All right, you crackers out there. Let me tell you something. You guys are goldfish and guppies, right? I'm the fucking piranha. You know, you guys are no friggin' match for me. Nobody is. They call me Call of Thanos for a reason. You are no match. You'll be eaten up like a little guppy. You ever see the thing where they put the catfish in the thing with guppies? He's just take them over like that, you know. Yeah, well, I know that, you know. You know, you try to sneak on, but you can't. Like I said, I will let a white person on here that got a big following that could give me a huge following. I could get something out of it. Other than that, I cannot justify my audience would abandon me if I sat up here and I had one white guy on the show that was Kung Fu Phantom. He was up here because he had some dirt on an enemy of mine, right? He had some serious dirt on O'Shea Duke Jackson, you know? And so, and not like Kung Fu Fan, he's all right. He's been in Africa and whatnot, you know. Yeah, I'm not, my rules not white people, but I had to get him on because he has some inside information for me. So I gave him a whole hour to tell what he knows, you know. But you got to bring something to the table. You got to have thousands of views, you know. Yeah, I am a mean dude, you know. I am a mean dude. Like I said, I am a hate monger. You know, that's what I do. I'm the meanest motherfucker on the damn planet. You know, I mean, like I said, sometimes, man, I don't know how long I'm gonna last in the black race. They're gonna end up kicking me out, you know, because I'm the culture critic. You know, when I see something, I say something and everything. And a lot of people are getting tired of me, whatever, like that, because you think I give black people a day off? No, no. I believe in FTA. FTA means foot to ass. Foot to ass politics. I break my foot off Negro's ass in Negro's ass. So I am the culture critic, right? I tell it like it is. You know, people like, I like cry me a river, right? Play me a damn violin. If you're fucking up, I'm gonna tell you what about it. That's what I do, right? That being said, right? That being said, my message has to be clear to the black audience. I want to make because the bottom line is this: I'm sick and tired of every time I talk about black issues. Well, what about white people? I don't care what they fucking do. Yeah, which we call white people do some fucking, but that's them. That's us. What is it about this thing where we gotta think our morals gotta be matched with white people's, right? We used to have a time where we were the moral standard in this country. You know that? Most of us went to church, whatnot. Most of us lived righteous lives and everything. And it was the white people that was out there drunking and doing stuff like that. And then gradually we adopted their culture, of drinking and partying. And so that whole juke joint culture was just an imitation of white people, So we gotta get back to that, man. Kalagenesis, I don't think white people will just like your views. What are you talking about, Birdie? Is that a sly remark saying that I'm anti-black or something? Let me tell you something, Broody. You don't know much about Black America. Let me tell you something about white people, right? They don't give a shit. This is another thing. I'm going to say this right now as a culture critic. There's a myth going around about what I'm sick and tired of is the moral, upstanding white American citizen. He does not exist, Broody. It's a myth. You make it seem like when I criticize black people, I'm white. White people got more dirt. I grew up in the white suburb, right? I see more dirt, more immorality, more crime, everything in a white area than I ever did in the black area. There's this all idea myth that people like you have that white people sitting there being moral judges of black people, and there's like every white person is an upstanding. I'm sick of that myth of the upstanding white citizen. For a fact, everybody, black, white in this country, right? They said that 75% of people, by the time they're 40, polled, right, years ago, said they've done something or been a part of something that could have gotten them some jail time. And that when you see people in jail, those are the people who just been caught. So you take that formula and take it to white suburbia, there's a lot of criminal and other. I used to know, I just see it. I used to see freaking young white girls, white boys selling speed, cutting up coke, and so doing coke, the coke lines and stuff like that, dealing coke, whatnot, I've seen people do freaking all kinds of shit. I've seen back alley abortions. Look, the bottom line, white America is not no goddamn paradise to be judging by, Baruti. I know you think so. So when I'm talking about black people, I'm just talking about me to my own people, right? It ain't about what white people think. White people need to worry about their own problems. They got a serious heroin epidemic. It's killing lots of them. Thousands of them are dying of heroin and opioid addiction. And like I said, there's a lot of white people who are suffering in this country. I've seen it. I see a lot of young white people. I don't know what it is. I think the pressure of being white in this country, right? The depression and whatever. Maybe Donald Trump's a good thing because a lot of white people stop apologizing for being white. And so therefore, I'm saying to myself, dude, man, you're not getting on. So I don't know why you're wasting your time. Nope. I told you, send me your email address. Send me your email address and whatnot. Send me a link in my email and I'll let you on. And why? Because once I have your email, I have your IP address, And when I have your IP address, I could track you. I could find you anywhere in the world with your IP address. So anybody come up here, I don't know, I want an email. The email will give me your IP address, And I know how to track people with I know how to track people with IP address, I don't know your name, everything. I even know your social media history. I'll know everything about you. I know all the websites you've been to in the last 30 days, everything. But you got people out there that's doing a lot of fucked up shit in black and white communities, right? Everything. So Baruni gets up there saying, uh, 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 yeah, you got a lot of white people out there that are homeless. You got a lot of white people. And what different between us is we don't mock people in their suffering. We don't mock people in their suffering like they do with us, So it is what it is, Oh well, no. If you have a friggin' IP address, right? No matter what device you use and whatnot, the bottom line is this, no, I ain't letting you up, bro. Hey, yo, Nostalgia Bash, why don't you go on Dynasty Mir show? Search for Uhuru. He will gladly let you on, and you can have a big discussion. I'm on there sometimes too. You could talk to all the brothers you want because they seem to like. Dynasty always add white guys up there. Go on, search for Uhuru. Somebody give this fool Dynasty's thing. Dynasty shows every night. You can go on, search for the look, I know people like my channel, but you like Dynasty's even better because he's more friendly to white people, stuff like that. He's a libtard, he's a libtard, so Kala, please the audience, what do separates the core mindset from white people? First of all, Brody, what a fucking loaded, stupid question. What the hell has white people got to do with me? Like I said, you have this idea that every white person is this upstanding citizen that wants everything right and whatnot. Dude, man, that's not reality. You looking at America through this father knows best fucking shit, the Brady Bunch. That's not the reality, bro. I know what's right and wrong, and I know what's best for my people. I know what's best for my people, my culture. I'm the culture critic. I don't know about white people. I know what works in Black America. I know what has worked in Black America. I know my history. I know how I was brought up in, Yeah. Dynasty will let him on. Dynasty will let him on. If I see you up on Dynasty Show, I'll talk to you on Dynasty Show. Go on Dynasty Show, bro. You'll be, if you want to break into the Black YouTube space, whatever, go on search for Uhuru. He lets everybody up. He lets everybody up. This platform right here is, closed platform. Only Negroes allowed on here. And I barely even want that half the time. I barely want to deal with Negroes. If I don't want to deal with Negroes half the time, what the hell am I deal with a white man? People got it wrong, got me all wrong and whatnot. Y'all got me all fucked up, Nope, you're a white man, You're a white man. You can't hide your whiteness. You're a white man, And white, like I said, the thing is, man, I'm trying to make a precedent, right? When I do start talking to white people, right? When I do start talking to white people, people are going to know that white person I talk to is going to have some serious benefit or use. Because one thing I got to do is take my credibility is everything, I'll lose credibility if I start talking to white people up here and whatnot. People think this is another fucking a joke ass channel and whatnot. And I can't let that happen, So, sure you're a nice guy, dude, but go on Dynasty Mir show. Everybody goes up there. He'll listen to you what you gotta say and let you in. But it doesn't matter whether you're bad. I'm sure you're probably a nice guy, but you're white. Unfortunately, man. And I'm sorry that I'm a racist, piece of shit, but it is what it is. It's what it is. The world we live in, man. Unfortunately, man. I wish I could get a second channel. I might do that. I might get a second channel. So some people got second channels, right? And off the and then I'll have you on. If I get a second channel, I'll have you on, I'll be like, okay, boom, 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 and I'll have you on. Whatever like that. But this main channel right here, which I know I got so many people I don't do white people cookout things. I don't do that, man. You know, I don't do cookout. I hate that. If I come to the cook, get the fuck out of here. I hate Negroes who always inviting everybody to the damn cookout. You know, oh, can I come? Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. You know, I hate black people like that. You know, Kala, what is really? I can't believe that the nature of whites overall of that of the African at heart, African nature. That's bullshit. Okay, Baruti, can you explain why Ubuntu is not working in South Africa right now? You know, Baruti, because you're full of shit. That's why I'm the culture critic. I said Ubuntu was shit, was bullshit, and I proved it. Right now, Ghanaians are kicking Nigerians out. All over Africa, there's conflict, war, and everything. And you're sitting there telling us, black Americans, the most comfortable black people in the world, we don't need Africa for shit. That we got to be part of some Ubuntu. Yeah, we end up fucking dead. You know, end up fucking on a fucking steak being eaten and shit. You know, talking about Ubuntu. Man, get out of here, bro. Go someplace, Baruti. Go away. You are never going to prove to me you're Ubuntu. Look at South Africa. You got the Zulus out there fucking with their attacking people or not. Man, I love the Ubuntu, man. I just love it, man. We need more Ubuntu like that, man. People dying, people getting stabbed in the streets and whatnot, you know. And I'm like, yeah, man, we got a Ubuntu, man. What the hell? You know, we got a Ubuntu up here, man. You know, and like I said, man, I ought to write a book, man. You know, I need to write a book, you know. I need to write a damn book, you know. Let's see. Collections. You know, let's see. All right, let's see. I want to see. Let's see. I'm going to play some videos. Time for TikTok, folks. Since nobody's calling in, time for some TikToks. You know. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, I saw a thing where there's a new Nigerian superhero. You see that? A Nigerian superhero, Captain Nigeria. You know. Let's see what he has to say.
So, black Americans, do y'all see?
Oh, hold on. Put my Bluetooth on. You know. Yeah, okay, it's on.
Do y'all see the motherfucking play?
It's a dream come true for me.
Omar Bernard, who's from a small town in Nigeria, was drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles this weekend, even though he's never played football.
He's never played football, but he was drafted to the NFL.
The 21-year-old is an impressive athlete with raw physical skills. In a press conference, he thanked.
This dude is not no 21. This dude, that's what Nigerians. If a Nigerian tells you he's 35, he's more likely 60. You know? Always add like when Nigerian always add like at least 25 years onto him. You know, you got motherfucker, I'm 16 and whatnot. Coming over here, a student being 16, and they're every bit of like 40 and shit, you know. Nigerians, a lot of them don't know their own fucking age. They don't know when they were born. They don't have birth certificate. Go ahead, Afro Theory.
Hi, Kala.
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Kala, I think you go too hard against Africans. I think it's so harsh and it's inflammatory.
Like
and it's
what?
Offensive.
Like break it down. You got the floor. Break it down. You got plenty of time. Break it down.
You were calling them.
Be the critic of the culture critic.
You were calling them stupid. That's offensive, Kala. That they don't know anything. That they're dumb.
Look. Let me retract that. Right. I should have said, not all African. Look, this is what I say. Like this, right? The smart ones in Africa are smothered. They're there because I talked to them. They're Africans that are really intelligent, really smart. But the bottom line is this: when you live on a continent, right, where they decide to have democracy, if most of the people are ignorant and whatnot, the people that end up ruling are the people that are stupid, you know? And that's what you have. That's why, you know, sometimes I feel like taking my hands off Liberia. You know, it's by lost cause because stupid people are the majority. You know, you can't build anything with stupid people. It is what it is. And all of a sudden you look up right this. Since you got stupid people running the continent, key mistakes they keep making is why they can't develop. You got 30, 40 years pass by and no growth, no development, no industrialization. Now, all these people are headed towards South Africa and Europe. That's a problem.
Yes. Yeah. But it's not the average African or like whatever country they come from. It's not their fault. It's the people in power.
Yeah, but who? Let me ask you a question. Every last single African country has elections. Who put these people in power? You ever thought about that?
Them, but it's the same way here. It's the same things here.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have a thing called checks and balances here, which we got systems in place. We have different branches, separations of power, different branches of government, state and local. It's hard to do that here. But in Africa, what you have is one person who, like it's take Virginia. You got the federal government here, you got the state legislature, and then you got all these counties, like 100 so counties. They got their own government. You got cities, you got districts, you got all these overlapping governments that makes it hard for it. That's the way the Constitution, the framers of this country did. They created this country to make it difficult for one or two people just to seize power. That's what they did. They made the legislation process almost impossible to get stuff through. That's why when you see something go through the legislation fast, like the Fugitive Slave Act, that's pause for concern. Because laws, the way the system it is, it's almost impossible to get legislation through committees. And a constitutional amendment requires 2/3 of the state legislatures voting on it. You know how hard that is, right? So when you do see a constitutional amendment happen, it's like that's a strong political will for that. We don't have really anything like that in America, but in Africa, you don't have that. You just have one party ruling, and there's nothing stopped. There's no filtration system, and nothing stopping them. Why? Because what usually happens is the people getting power becomes from one ethnic group, right? And they rubber stamp everything they do because, like you got the ZANU PF in Zimbabwe, right? They're only in power because everybody knows Mugabe, blah blah blah. Oppositions, well, they're not in power now, but they were in power for all those years. And so the bottom line is this: they can rewrite the Constitution, they can do whatever they want because the ethnic group that put them in power are the majority. So I don't know if democracy is the answer for Africa. I don't.
Okay. Now you said that, and you critique Ibrahim Traore as well in the AES, but what the AES is doing is exactly what you're always advocating for is independence and breaking away from the colonialism.
I think this is the difference. One difference, right? And it's kind of hard for me to explain this, right? I'm like this. I'm a legalist, right? I believe that the black man, right, whether it's America, Africa, whatever like that, you don't fall asleep for hundreds of years. And then it's like you fall asleep in your house, right? For a week, you're tired, you fall asleep at your house, right? You invite people over, right? You invite people over and they're saying they're going to cook, they're going to take care of everything while you're gone. And then they throw a party, right? You wake up, right, a week later and say, why the hell is my house like this, right? Why is this done? Why is this? Because you're saying, why? Because you were not there. What's happening in Africa is Africans are waking up, right, after the fact, right? You can't just after when you found it, right? You signed all these bad deals and everything for independence because you wanted so-called independence, right? Well, they say, okay, we'll give you independence, right? But we're going to keep the gold fields. We're going to keep the uranium mines. We're going to put all this capital and everything. We're going to pay you for this like that. You can't, like Niger had to give that uranium mine back. International court ruled against them, right? Because they prematurely took it away. Listening to a lot of us over here, it's about receive your thing. Look, this is how it is. Remember when Vietnam happened? You know why Vietnam happened? Because Wall Street banks, Rothschild banks, bankrolled Saigon. That was a pearl of Southeast Asia in business, commerce, trade, and everything. The French borrowed billions of dollars to build Vietnam, Southeast Asia, Saigon, right? That city of Saigon, right? Now, when the communists come, right, that money has to be paid back. That's why we had to hold on to the land. So we hold on to the land you can eventually extract your money back. But if you lose the land, that's lost. That's why we had inflation in the 70s, right? You got let me tell you this. You got companies, right? They're just biding their time, right? That invested billions of dollars in those uranium mines in the Sahel, the gold mines, everything like that. Companies from Canada, all over the damn world, right? You think there's gonna be like, okay, Troy, we see your revolution. We're gonna be bankrupt for the next 100 years because we put all this money in the thing, and you get to have your drink. You think they're gonna let that happen? What do you think is
No,
eventually gonna happen?
but Khaled, this is my point. The fact that I know what's eventually going to happen is what's happening now. They're being infiltrated by jihadists, and you know what I mean. There's war going on right now in the Sahel because of it. But this is the point: the fact that these nations, these African nations, these young men, such as Ibrahim Traore and the people of Mali and Niger, they're actually rising up, and they're trying to take back.
I more than commend them, right? You got self-determination, you do what you want to do and take your land back. I get all that, you know.
But it seems like nothing is good enough. Like you have to,
but
they have to start somewhere. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
what were you saying?
it's a noble cause. Take their land back. I get it, and everything like that. But my point about me as a black person from America, right?
Okay.
I feel that I'm not going to get involved with that.
Okay.
I don't feel our people should get in the middle of that because I know how dangerous it is. I know what's coming down the pike, whatnot. And the bottom eventually, like I said, they just biding their time and everything like that because they don't take Traore on them seriously. Like what you call like the other last month, Donald Trump and Traore signed $100 million. They gave Burkina Faso $150 million for the healthcare. Right? They're still doing business right. And Traore came out and said France is not the enemy. So nothing is cut and dry. See, we're being sold that, they're fighting the imperialist war against France. It's more nuanced and complicated than that. And what we in Black America are hoping for is this revolution. We're going to take back this, but like that. Look, I was like that too once, right? But I understand the reality. The reality is this. Until Black people start building their own industries, look, let me give you a perfect example to talk about, right? You can go on AI and say, what would it take to build a full-scale gold mining operation? What would I need? What the management level? Everything. AI will craft you everything you need, right? Supply chain, everything, finance, everything you need to get an up and running thing. You can build an oil refinery, everything like that with the technology they have right now, right? But you got to want it, right? Thing I want to ask is this. And we're going to talk about Pan-Africanism, right? Some people will tell me, well, we don't have the expertise or not. Well, you got a whole vast continent out there. What if Ibrahim Traore said, I'm going to start recruiting people from all over the continent, right? All over, because what good is it having gold if you can't extract it and you can't pull it out yourself and refine it and stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? If you got to use the same people to refine it and stuff like that, that you take it with, that's backwards, right? Why?
Aren't they nationalizing it? They're using
you can nationalize it, right? Because when people nationalize something in Africa, right, all it means is the people working on it, they'll keep the same management, everything in place because the Africans locally don't know how to operate it.
Okay.
And so if you keep the same people there and stuff like that, and what they do is they just wait it out, okay? And when this regime gets out of power, like they did Kwame Nkrumah nationalized a lot of stuff. Guess what? He gets tossed out of office. And they go back to business as usual. It's a never-ending cycle, because the bottom line is this. They know that Africans cannot operate complex stuff by themselves without European help. Until that happens, it just wasting time, As long as you got lithium, and if they got to come and extract the lithium, and they don't even process it on the continent, they just bring it to their countries and make the product. And Africa is not moving towards industrialization of their natural resources themselves with partnerships. Africans having said, something, we're going to make lithium batteries, right? Well, we're going to have a joint company, right? X amount company. the management on every level is going to have half our staff, half the foreign investor staff, right? We're gonna have a skills transfer, right? And then in 10 years, 10, 20 years, we got a benchmark, but we're gonna take the whole operation over. That's what Asia did. That's what Asia is industrialized. Africa is still at the level it was 60 years ago, where people are just extracting no knowledge and skill transfer and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's why I don't get excited about a lot of stuff I see. Because I say I have not seen the fundamental change in the industrial infrastructure of Africa. It's still the same. 30 years ago, I was studying this, and I knew about it 30 years ago. And I thought by now, man, we'd be integrated in Africa. We'd be over there, Black America. We having our colleges, investments, and stuff. I had this idea, man. I thought I was going to have 2 houses. I thought I was going to have a house in South Africa, a house in Kenya, maybe a house in West Africa. I thought I was going to be jet setting and, all this. I thought we were going to have African Americans and Black and Africans banking together, doing multi-billion-dollar deals and whatnot, playing golf. And I had it all figured out. I was a young man,
Yeah.
None of this shit panned out. Now you got African. When I see Africans show up here in America, I'm like, damn, man. Years ago, y'all told us we all had all these natural resources and shit. They told us they had oil, diamonds, and stuff like that, And then I realized something, right? When I talk about Angola. My Angolan people, right? And this will really, really hurt me, right? 2 years ago, my Angolan people said, yeah, we want African Americans to come here. I was like, what for? He said, well, we need investors, right? I said, yeah. He says, look, when it comes to Africa, right? Investors got their pick of people they can buy diamonds from and mine with, right? If you go to a place and say, okay, this place got gold, the investor is the one that controls the thing. They can say, you know something, this country over there, they offer me this, easily. And so Africans are scrambling for a small pool of investment. And you got to understand, so a lot of countries, like Russia produces gold, Chile produces gold. There's a lot of places where gold. Africa is competing with other parts of the world that produces have natural resources and rare earth minerals too. So therefore, it's not like everybody, Africa has all these natural resources. Why isn't it developing? Because the natural resources of the world is only as good as the demand for them. What Africa has to do is create their own internal demand by building industries around their natural resources. They need to build those high-tech industries based on rare earth minerals and stuff like that. Learn how to do all stuff like that. That takes talent and stuff like that. And it takes all the time Black race working together and not apologizing. But Africans choose to come to America and they don't build bridges with Black America. They're going to need everybody to do that. But the African doesn't think like that, He's perfectly happy with what he got,
But would the average African think like that when they're in this state of survival?
That's true too. But the thing is, though, a lot of Africans are convinced, we got all these natural resources and whatnot. Yeah, but they're in a survival mode and whatnot, and yeah, you're right. They're in a survival mode. But the thing is, though, somebody ought to have a blueprint by which they could build, have an idea of what they want to build. I mean,
but I think those people, they are the ones who stay in the country and try to, do that.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, though, it's just really rough. I believe if Black America has a presence on the continent, it'd be different. I believe that.
I believe that too. But doesn't that go back to Pan-Africanism?
Well, that's not Pan-Africanism is a different thing. I believe in Black America needs to have a stake in the continent. Pan-Africanism was a stake in the continent.
Okay, can you define what Pan-African is to you so I could be on track?
Well, my whole thing is this. I'm a Black African nationalist, right? I believe in Black nationalism, African national. I believe Traore is a Burkinabe nationalist. He was concerned about his nation, as he should, right?
Yes.
Mali is a nation state. The Mali people, right? The not Mali government, right? That's right and honorable, right? They control the land. So I think everybody should have territory, that they control. And then you deal with each other through diplomatic channels. Right now, the black man in America, we're not at a table because people only respect governments. You know,
Yes.
you can have the
Yes.
most rinky-dink country like Burundi, poorest country in the world, but the thing is, like Lesotho and all these other places, they're pride because they got a recognized flag in the UN.
Right.
Black America, like they always told me, like a lot of Africans always tell me, even Chuko comes up here, like you guys don't have a country. So they mock the fact that we don't have a country. We have nothing that comes to there. Even though we have a lot of wealth and money, they won't respect us because we're not a country.
Right. That's true. Right.
So
We
we
don't have a
cannot have
government.
real Pan-Africanism until that problem is solved.
Ah, that's interesting. Okay.
Other than that, you're just wasting your time. And if you just like, if Pan Africa just means just getting excited about every time something happens in Africa, that's fine. But to me, personally, I can't go to my people and tell them to get excited about stuff that they don't benefit from. You know, we don't benefit from anything that goes on in Africa and stuff like that. I mean, physically benefit. You know,
Well,
at
I
the
guess
same time,
maybe.
at the same time, you got Chinese, Lebanese, all these other people who are really thriving in Africa right now. You know, Indians that thriving in Africa right now. They got lucrative contracts. There was one case a couple of years ago where this Indian company was paving a road in Zambia. And the Zambian guy said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Like this." And then he was like, "How'd you get this contract?" He's like, "Well," and the guy showed the paperwork. Yeah. It was legit. He had a real legitimate contract to pave like a 10-mile stretch of road. And the Zambian guy said, "I've been trying to get a contract for all these years." You know what happened? The Indians got together with the government behind the scenes. You know, and it don't really take much for Africa. Some money went into somebody's envelope. You know, the envelope got passed and whatnot. And Africans don't really notice until it happens. That some backroom deal did. And stuff like that. That happens all the time. So this is that's what Africa is up against, right?
That's
Indians.
discouraging.
Well, I'm just telling like it is. The African Development Bank, right? You would say when you think African Development Bank, what comes to your mind?
Say that again.
When I say African, the African Development Bank, what comes
To my mind?
Huh?
A bank dedicated to the development of African infrastructure.
Okay, but now, how would you think that's carried out? How do you think that's carried out?
Oh, I don't know, Kala.
Okay, this is what happens, right? The bank still has to go through approval by Western donors, Chinese donors. That's where the money's come from, right? And they got all these stipulations in there, right? An African business or contractor almost never gets a loan from the African Development Bank because the Chinese come in, the Chinese make their money off the African Development Bank, and then the country has to end up paying that money back that China loaned to in the first place. So the African Development Bank, who taps into that? The Turkeys, the Lebanese, all of those people use the African Development Bank. So people think African development means that black businesses in Africa are developing.
Right.
No, it's a development bank, right? Doesn't mean you got to qualify. Banking still got to go through underwriting. You have to have collateral. You got to have all these things like that. You got to be credit worthy and stuff like that. You got to have a track record. All those things, and most likely those countries that the African development do, they already know what companies they're going to deal with because they're told, okay, this company in Turkey can do this. You know.
So it's essentially a non-African bank.
Well, it's African, but the bottom line is, in the real world, let me tell you right now, you may talk Pan-Africanism. In the real world, Pan-Africanism, like we know it, don't exist.
Okay.
You go to Africa and you got a project you want to do, and you need funding and whatnot, you know, ain't no guarantee that you're going to get it. Because there'll be a European there doing the same thing you're trying to do, right? But he has better credit backing on that. Now, what could happen, right? If there's, like I said, wherever there's a will, there's a way, right? And I cracked the code on how to break that. You know, the only group of people that can break that is Black America. We have a thing called the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, which I want to be a member one day, you know. What this does is it finances a federal government agency that finances projects in the third world. You get up to a couple of $1 million for projects if it's approved. To join this and bid on it costs $5,000. Now, I was saying to myself, why don't we have an NGO made up a whole bunch of us that are so-called Pan-Africans, which I know don't exist, because I told them the real Pan, right? If all the Pan-Africans got together and said, we're going to get that $500,000 and become a member, right? And we elect a board, right, to oversee it and loans, and we come up with ideas to see we approve, whatever like that. We could be getting those loans, and we could be participating or competing with the Chinese. But you think all these years I've been doing this, you think it's easy me get Black people together in Africa or America to do anything? No, it's not easy. You know, so you see what I'm up against? Pan-Africa has to move beyond emotion. And I was trying to move to Pan-Africa as like building stuff, because that's Pan-Africanism. I'm taking real money from America. If I want to invest overseas, what's the ideal place I want to invest in? My mother continent. That's my contribution to Pan-Africanism, right?
Right.
You know, so it's like this. I want to invest in construction and project. Like I had this idea. I still got it. I want to build like a few thousand micro dams all across West Africa. Micro hydro dams, you know. It wouldn't cost much or nothing, you know, to get started, you know. And then hook them up onto each country's grid and whatnot, you know. And produce electricity.
We could do that by ourselves without having to get involved with.
Yeah, but you gotta look. You would in Africa, to be honest with you, the government ain't gonna take you seriously unless you come in there with a big bag and stuff like that. They're gonna give you everything you need. You know, you can't just come there. What?
But Kala, there's African Americans who's moving to Africa and they're building communities and
yeah. I'm not trying not because I know my brother Bomani is building one, but like I'm talking about, all those communities are struggling. Like Bomani's community, right?
How are they struggling?
Because they got land, but they don't have no infrastructure.
Well, Kala, everything starts if you're gonna go there.
Yeah, but
it takes baby steps
and stuff like that. But you gotta have, in order for you to have land, you gotta have running water. You gotta have all the stuff like that. So, like, you gotta realize that's where you living in Africa, right? You gotta have all these things. You gotta have a healthcare system. You gotta have all these things in place to build a community. I've been trying to do this for years, you know. And the thing is, you know what would solve the problem? If you have a government that can meet us meet you halfway. But all
that would make it helpful.
Black Americans come there, they always talk about how broke they are, how poor they are. But when we watch them, right, they be going off on these fancy trips with Europeans, flying in jets and whatnot, you know, and they always claim they have no money. We see the stuff. We see the waste that we see in Africa, you know, and they always say, well, they don't have priorities right.
Yes.
So it is what it is. So you're not going to change that, you know. That's why I'm branching out to other parts of Africa. I'm going to Angola next year.
I have a question.
What?
So how do you feel about Liberia now? You mentioned a couple times.
I like Liberia, but I'll be honest with you, you know, the former president of Liberia came out today and said, so we can't she must have read my show, right? You know, she goes, I'm disheartening about the trash because years ago it wasn't like that, right? This past year, I know there's like a lot of construction there, but it's like you cannot have a situation where you got trash like that all over the place, you know? And the reason why she said that, like I did, is Liberia's starting to attract a lot of Black people from America there and stuff like that. And you don't want that to be your image of your country. Monrovia used to be a beautiful city back in the 60s, you know? And so now you got trash. And I said like this, I had the idea, right? And I talked to my guys, Dion, they came there. I brought a tour group there 2 years ago. And one of my guys in Chicago, right? He said, "Yeah, I want to work in this country," and he does construction, and he has a lot of ideas. And I said, one of the ideas we came up with is Liberia needs garbage trucks, modern garbage trucks, you know. And so I said, don't the city of Chicago and Philadelphia got garbage trucks that they don't use? Yeah. Now, what if we got them to donate these to Liberia? But the thing is, if we did that, how do we get them over? You know, it's almost impossible. How do you take garbage trucks and ship them all across? You know, that's just see, because we don't have governments on this side and that side working with us. Now, if we had governments working with us, we can get a lot of stuff done in Africa, but we don't.
But that's when you could be connect with other countries or neighboring nations.
You don't understand. You understand. Those countries and everybody already got what they want to do. Right? They're not interested in doing what you think you do. They already got what they want to do, whatever like that. And that's how it is in Africa, right? Everybody got their own little thing going on. Nobody gives a dang about. They'll listen to your idea. Oh, good idea, why not? But it ain't going nowhere.
But it's a business transaction. If you purchase some trash vehicles from a neighboring,
hold on. It's like this. You basically like this. The government of the country don't have the money for that, right? I was saying have it donated, right? But the thing is, you got to get it to the country, and get into the country is the hard part, right? I could probably get used dump trucks donated there. You know, I could probably did that. You know, but the thing is, though, I'll have to set up with the government there and stuff like that, and the government over here to bring that over there, and that's going to cost at least a few $100,000 to do that. And nobody has that much money to in Africa to do a project like it's just what it is, you know.
Okay. Yep. Caleb 4 Black said to drink some water already.
No, she wants me to joke. 4 Black wants me to joke.
Because you keep coughing.
I got bronchitis, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not funny.
Yeah, I get this every time. Just about a year. You know, I got an infection in my lung. You know,
your bronchioles.
Yeah, my bronchioles
are inflamed.
Inflamed up. Yep. But it comes and goes. And when it gets hot, it'll go. You know.
Oh, okay.
When it gets really hot, it goes. You know. We're still a little chilly here where I'm at.
Oh yeah, you couldn't even survive in Africa then.
Oh, what do you mean? I could look. The bottom line, I've been there so many times. You know, I could. But let me tell you something, right? I will tell you something. One thing, you know, don't go no place that the first thing you look at with any country is about me. If I go to Liberia, if I got sick, I can go to the U.S. Embassy. I got a hospital in the U.S. Embassy.
Mm-hmm.
Use that American card. Use your American stuff like that when you're in Africa. I'll tell anybody that. You know, check in with the embassy. Use the services that they have and stuff like that. Don't be a fool.
Okay.
You know? You will die in Africa. There's so many people that go to Africa and die. You know, the number one people dying in Africa are Black women from America. They go over there with things like heart failure and diabetes, and they end up dying. Think they're gonna live naturally. They're dying because they're not getting proper care, medication, stuff like that. You know, when they catch malaria, they die. The number of Black women that's been dying in the Gambia and Ghana is unreal. You know, a lot of them say that health issues when they came there. You know, what's it good to go to Ghana and you're only gonna live 1 year before you die? You know, and these are young women too. So living in Africa is not. I tell you people all the time, it's not fun and games. It's real, and Africa will tell you it's real.
Well, you know, something that has been more that's given Black Americans an awakening is the realities, especially because of social media, the realities of what African life is in a lot of countries. Because there was a time where we had a romanticized view of
Africa. Now them days are gone. You know, it's real. You know.
Yeah.
Them days are gone. Like I said, you can go to Africa. I have a good time when I go to Liberia. Right, I have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's not my reality. You know,
right?
That's not my reality. My reality is in less than 2 months, I got a round trip ticket. I'm gonna be back on that plane. You know, the reality of somebody that's stuck in that shit the rest of their life must be maddening. I've seen guys in their 60s still pen boys. I seen them, older when I went there the first time. Now they're real old, 5 years, 6 years later, and they're still pen boys. Imagine that you're gonna die in that, driving a motorcycle to make a living. That's reality. Kids with no school, no education, kids on the street corners selling candies and whatnot in traffic. That's reality. That hit me like a ton. That I could never get used to that. Had this one little girl in our compound, right? And she was she lived right next door to me. She always called me uncle, right? Those kids always call me uncle. A lot of respect. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, they call me uncle, right? And she'll, hey, uncle, right? Also, but I didn't want to say nothing, right? But for 3 weeks, this girl was out of school, right? I said, and I said to myself, that little girl's so pretty. If she was in America, she'd be a little princess, little pretty little thing. And I said to myself, the fact that a girl like that is born in a country like this, and so anyway, the last week I was there, she had a little book bag on and her what's the mermaid thing for a lunchbox, whatever, like that little cute little lunchbox thing. I said, you in school? Oh yeah, what school? I was so happy. I guess her mother got her school fees up, But the bottom line is this. That's reality. And then when you see these people, these officials and everything, squandering all the money, driving fancy cars, that angers me. I see it. Me, man, in Africa, one thing I do is I love my children. I love African children. Don't think much about the adults, really, but I love African children because they're so sweet and they're so innocent. They're the most precious thing to me, African children, And I tell these kids, I said, if I was in power, I would move heaven and earth to give you paradise on this earth. But I'm not in power. I would make sure everything in this country would be public. But I'll give you give you a good life. That's the way I am, But I don't see that in a lot of people. I think, people talk Pan-Africanism, right? But they're not really serious, They're not really serious. Nobody wants to do what it takes and whatnot, because what it takes is going to take hard work.
Yeah.
And something like that's going to take hard work. Let's see. After you said, for us Black Americans, Parkers of America, I'm proud of as well. Have you been to Africa yet?
No, I haven't, but I'm thinking about going summertime. I don't know yet, but I do want to go to Africa.
Yeah,
I would love to go to Africa.
Just don't go there. Well, you probably will. You'll get the African bug. Once you get over there, they'll know you're one of these smiling African Americans. They'll know. They're gonna know you right off the bat when you go.
What you say? What you say? I want a smiling African American.
Yeah, you gotta be like me. I was a smiling. Yeah, my brother. Now I go there like, man, get out of my face. Like if you go there, it's like me personally. It's like I am part of the continent now, because I go there so much,
Yeah.
The thrill's not there no more like when I first got there, So I first got there, man, I was shaking everybody's hand and I was buying everything somebody was selling me and shit, I was just happy Black American. I'm your brother from overseas and whatnot, kinfolk, whatnot, Now I'm like cool with everybody, but it ain't like that because, well, at least in Liberia, because they know Black America, and like they don't feel like you're in a foreign country when you're in Liberia. I feel like you're in you're like in the deep south or something,
Oh no, still the deep south is like a foreign country to me. And I seen how Liberia looks. So I will know that I'm in Liberia. I'm in Liberia.
Liberia is like having Africa and the deep south all in one place,
Yeah, that rural look.
Yeah, so that rural, they got rural towns that look like southern towns in Liberia, So,
Yeah.
so it looks like It looks like, to be honest with you, when I was a kid in the 70s, it looks like parts of North Carolina when I was a kid. That's what it reminds me of, the churches,
Yeah.
the streets and everything like that. It reminds me of North Carolina when I was growing up. Every summer, North Carolina when I was a kid in the 70s. That's what every time I'm in Liberia, I feel like I'm back in like my childhood,
Yeah.
going to my granddad's farm and whatnot, and going to town and whatnot, and going to the market. Like I'm back in North Carolina, that's what it feels like.
Mm.
I don't feel like I was back in there. So I say, is anybody else coming up here? I thought Big Black was coming up here. I thought he was gonna come up here and tear me a new one. He's a firebrand Pan-African. Big Black, where you at, man? Come up here. Big Black, come up here, man. Big Black, come up here,
BB, you should come up here. BB should come up here. Or baby.
She never comes up. All she does is
Hey, baby.
Take shots at me. Take shots at me in the freaking chat room. That's all she does is abuse me.
She provides a great balance.
She comes in there and abuses me every night on the chat room. She abuses me every night. I'm like, yeah, what did I do? I'm just a culture critic. Yeah. So what do you think about my synopsis of the culture critic? I said, look, I only point out stuff that I think is wrong. I point out what's right too, and so my whole thing is, and people think I got on black women the other night. I don't think so,
Yeah, but Khaled, you're very biased, but you're human.
Yeah.
So
well,
I mean,
now let me ask you a question, right?
Okay.
I thought about an incident, right? And I should have said this the other night, right? I thought about something, right? What happened to me about 2000, what year was this? 2016, 2017. You know the restaurant TGI Fridays?
Yeah.
In your area, do a lot of black people hang out there?
No, I don't even know one near me.
Oh, okay. In our area, TGI Fridays, black people hang out there now. The bartenders, everything is black for the most part, And so therefore, I went there, and you got a lot of young people, young professionals, much younger than me, was there, whatnot, and never forget, I was sitting at a bar, cute black girl sitting across from me, right? Real cute, right? Like a pretty black girl sitting across from me, right? And this guy was sitting right there. He was clean cut, young brother, right? They're both in their early 20s, right? I said, man, they look like a beautiful couple. I wish they could hook up, man. I mean, and then I don't know what happened. He said something to her, and she was like, "Oh yeah," and she laughed, whatnot, And they had a little conversation going on. I said, "This is beautiful." I said, "Black love and whatnot," like a brown skinned brother. She's like a little light skinned chick, a little cute together, Anyway, here comes Pookie and Boomquisha coming in, right? Right away, Pookie comes in. He sits right next to me, and whatnot. I was like, "Oh shit!" Old pictures, motherfucker say he sits right next to me, right? Boomquisha comes in.
You attract who you are.
Oh, right. No, that was a seat open there, right there, smart ass. Anyway, she comes in with him, right? And she's obviously a couple years older than him, right? And he's this guy with dreadlocks, whatever, like that, and his friend. He sits next to me and was like, "Yo, man, are you getting good?" I said, "My service is all right. They're a little slow, they're busy and whatnot, Anyway, he looks across the bar and sees that couple there sitting there, right, talking. He comes in with her. He goes across the bar and gets in between those two. And then he starts talking. So, what's up, shorty? Yo, you look good, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, "Didn't you come in with somebody?" He goes, "Oh, don't worry about her. She could. She let me do what I want to do." And then it dawned on me, right? Because I saw them when they came up. She was driving. She had the car. Her name. She got a little bit of money, probably got the job or not. And she let this little Negro live with her. And she was like, "I don't care what he does or whatnot. I know I'm going home with him, She's taking care of this dude while he goes out there and get ready to play and run the pimp or whatnot, game, whatnot. And I said, this is fucked up. And I thought about that from the show from last night. I said, and I'm right. And then my point I did about the show was I believe there's a lot of conscious Pookies out there. You know, people like I'm saying to myself, I'm suspicious of anybody who be on YouTube all day and all night doing shows or TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I am. Because what are you doing productive with your life? You know, what are you doing that you got so much time on your hands? And I have to conclude that there's some female at home holding them down. But they go ahead, and that's why I said that the other night, and Knack Music come up here. Nah, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, let me get Mufasa. Go ahead, Mufasa.
Hey, what's going on, Kyla?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Now, I'm looking at the topic. I always wondered about this because I only heard one other person call himself a culture critic. That was Michael Eric Dyson.
That dude's a clown. He just came out. There's another one. He just came out of nowhere, you know? Really, Michael Eric Dyson, that's another thing. We have people that just come into our community, our spaces, and get before us, and we don't know how they got there. You're younger, Mufasa, but ask your dad. He's my age, right? Ask your dad about who we used to look at as far as journals back in the days. It was Tony Brown's journal. You remember him?
No.
Okay, you don't remember it. Boy, your time. Tony Brown. And we had Gil Noble. He had a show called Like It Is. These men were in the community for decades before they got on TV. And you got Tom Joyner and people like that. These people were in front of us because they were chosen and they came up with us. But then you got people that come out of nowhere. The Mark Lamont Hills, Teray, Jonathan Capehart, Michael Eric Dyson. And they get on MSNBC. We don't know how to distinguish between, somebody that was given to us by corporate media and somebody that actually come for us. And then the same thing with Kamala. These people were given to us. Barack Obama. Barack Obama, who is this guy? Came out of nowhere.
I mean, so the corporate route is an illegitimate route.
Exactly, it is. Yeah.
Because I was watching Mark Lamont Hill back when I was in college, back when he was on Fox News. I used to actually watch Fox News a lot, and I liked his debates. I felt like he represented. I didn't really have no issue with him.
Yeah, but he represented because that's all you had to listen to.
No, he was better than a lot of the people that was on there.
I mean, look, I have no problem with Mark Lamont Hill. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, I just don't like the fact that, because him and Michael Eric Dyson did a show like a year ago talking about they're mad that people are listening to bloggers and they're listening to online, not them. They said, Michael said, I'm a black man, whatever he talks, all these big words he pulls out there. I know the blah, 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 blah. And the thing is, people forget, Michael Eric Dyson, you got popular trying to come at Bill Cosby. And then you got on white people's platforms. He was on all these shows, I forgot what shows it was, but he was on all these shows. He would just pop up every day and he was talking to LGBTQ stuff and all stuff like that. I'm like, who's this guy? Michael Eric Dyson. Like, what's his credentials? Back in the day,
I think he's a college professor.
But the thing is, though, who chose to put him on before us on a national platform like that? Because nobody knew who he was, and next thing you know, he was out there, and then he was with Tavis Smiley, and he just kept showing up in all these places right there, and his name got big, and then he mainly got his thing attacking Bill Cosby. He got attacking Bill Cosby, and I said to myself, say you want about Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby has a history in Black America.
Yes, he does.
He has a real history in Black America. He gave $100 million.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's use your logic. Why do we know about Bill Cosby? How did he come?
Well, the thing is, Bill Cosby, if you study Bill Cosby history, Bill Cosby started on the Chitlin circuit. Bill Cosby goes way back in the 50s. He was doing a little stand-up and whatnot. Black people knew him. We watched him grow. We watched him grow. They started doing movies and stuff like that. So we watched him. All the stuff he was doing. He did a lot of stuff for the Education Network and whatnot. He was always involved in Black issues and whatnot. He was the one who was Bill Cosby. Excuse me. Bill Cosby was Muhammad Ali's advisor. You
No,
know,
I get it, but the point I'm saying, Kala, is that these people get on movies and all these other white produced
no, but
things.
hold up,
That's
no,
how we all know them.
no, hold up, no. Bill Cosby was producing black films. Him and Sidney Poitier. They were producing black
I
media,
mean, who
black
was paying
content.
for them? Who was putting them out?
No, black people were.
What company?
Well, no, if black people were making their own production stuff like that. You can't do like this.
So you can tell me the
Let
name.
me show
You
you.
can
Let me
tell.
show you how it works. Let me show you how it works.
All
White
right.
people have the distribution, whatnot, you know, but the black people put the finance together, whatnot. It's not like white people basically create a lot of stuff with his artistic work and stuff like that, you know, and sometimes like this. But the bottom line, his audience was black. When Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby hooked up together and whatnot, they made magic. They made big films, you know, and that was a all black audience. There was no white
No,
people.
all I'm saying is that if these people bring you to the forefront, that's the same thing you could say about
No, oh,
Hill
no,
and these other
because the
people.
bottom line, Malcolm X even said that, right? He says that black people don't trust people who white people gave us, right? And he was basically talking about people like Pearl Bailey and Lena Horne or something like that. He's like, he will always admonish people, black entertainers who black people made famous. You know, black people made Bill Cosby famous. Black people made Mahalia Jackson famous. You know, yeah, you got what we had back in the day. You had this thing called crossover. You crossed over and stuff like that. But somebody that black people made famous with another one was Red Fox. You know, Red Fox they did the Chitlin circuit and whatnot. You know, Red Fox and Malcolm X knew each other as young men. You know, and he said, "Yeah, man, this guy was funny when that." I knew he was going to make it one day and stuff like that because it's really funny when that. It was black people who made all these people funny, so we trusted them because they came from us. You know, it ain't like somebody basically you didn't know who they were, and next thing you know they're in front of you. That's the difference I'm talking about. You know, yeah, you may, but we know eventually you're going to go to the big time, and you got to cross over to the white people. We know that. You know. But in your formative years, when we're watching you at your most vulnerable, when you're coming up, you earn the black people's trust. You know, that's the difference, you know. Now, a lot of times these people have not earned black people's trust and they're before us. That's the problem I have. You know, they're not before us, and next thing you know, boom, say what you want about Omar Johnson. You know, he may think he's a clown, but at least he could say he came up among the people. That's the truth.
Yeah, I mean he wasn't like this before though. He wasn't a clown at first.
He wasn't a clown, but you
Wasn't.
can't take away from the fact that it was black people who made him. You know.
No, it was, and like I said, I hate that he's going out like this because people say what they say about him, but he used to definitely.
Well, he had a good run, but like I said, when you don't have an end game, and like I said, Umar Johnson is perfect. What I'm talking about. He's a Pan-African Pookie. You know. And a lot of these guys out here, Mufasa, like Red Supreme, Q Butter. Oh, I don't have nothing against these brothers, man. Think about Kyle said this. Yo, I have nothing against these brothers, but I can't get down with like when I listen to the freaking Q Butter show, a bunch of fucking conscious Pookies up there.
How do you know that, Kyle?
Oh, come on, man. You know, I know when
You
I'm
just be
talking
saying stuff, bro. You just be putting stuff out.
No, man. I can't listen to Q Butter because they're nice guys and everything, but I can't deal with that Pookie shit, man. You know.
What you talking about? I don't really watch a show like that. What you mean?
Well,
You talking about like they living off their women, or you talking about the way they
well,
act?
it's like you could tell men when men talk, like when Hustle Smart talk and I talk, right? You sound like they're men talking that got their own shit together or whatever like that, you know?
Yeah.
And then you got dudes out there, they say a lot of stuff like that, but their rationale reason is like me and Hustle Smart, we never talk about reparations because I know that's mostly a woman's issue, mostly black women that push that whatever because that's a lot of brothers.
I don't know about that.
When they're in front of women, they talk because nobody wants to talk about in front of women. You don't talk about things like nation building. You don't talk about things like patriarchy, family, and stuff like that. Women don't want to hear that. What you can do if you want to attract a female audience is talk about more welfare for the thing. child support. You want to talk about things like that.
Who is talking about that, Kyla?
No, all of them. You know,
What the Pookies?
yeah, that's what they talk. What do you think they talk about?
I don't.
You know?
They talking. I don't. The people who want a female audience, they're gonna tell black women there's nothing wrong with them. Everything's great.
Exactly, and they'll say
Black
no.
man is the
Also,
worst thing in the world. That's
what
why
they're
you
going to
push. That's
tell
why
the
you
black
suffer.
woman is
Yeah.
that you are deserve more, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, you need more money from the state. You need more money from the county.
I've
We
never
need
heard anybody really saying that part. I hear them just tearing
go
men
on
down
TikTok.
and making excuses for everything that
Go
black.
on TikTok. The brothers up there, man, nothing to support black women. I know you got 5 kids, like Warren Johnson. He told that dude a daily wrap up. Dude said, "Well, I got a wife, kids. I take care of my kids. That's not enough. What about the sister that got 3 kids? They ain't got no man in the house." Umar put that on that dude. That you gotta go out there and. But that's what they be doing. They be sitting there
No,
and
that's what I'm saying. They ain't talking about no damn child support.
hold on. But they'll
Throw black men
hold
up.
up. They'll be sitting there like a woman was sitting there. Yeah, these men ought to come out here and do something with these boys in the community and whatnot, and blah blah blah. Or another thing is this: the dudes that keep attacking passport bros. You know what I'm talking about. Dudes that I don't understand these passport bros, but they know the females are listening to that. Say yes, brother, whatnot. You know, I'm like,
Yep.
if you have a community that does not give a damn about you, right? The women don't want to date you. They think you're lame and everything. And you're saying, you know something? Well, I got all this testosterone in my body. I'm going to go someplace else. Now, it's one thing for females to get upset. I get that, right? Why are you on there, sitting on a panel talking about brothers who got a passport leaving and whatnot? Why is that your problem?
Well, I mean, it's pandering to women, but it's also because it's men that do that got male audiences. It's just like jealousy.
I don't know any. Look, me personally, honestly, if I don't know any male or is male audience or men audience? There's male and there's men.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any man that, excuse my language, Afro theory, that dick police other men and sit there for hours talking policing somebody's another man's penis.
No, I just found a guy
That's
the other
male.
day.
Hold up.
He
That's
has a bunch of
male.
videos.
That's male sus behavior.
He has a bunch of videos talking about what the passport bros is doing and all this stuff
Well,
like
why?
that.
Hold up. Why?
It's all
Look.
men.
Why
It's
would
all
any
men. Watch.
real? Why would any real man that come out of their mouth about what a passport bro does?
Nah, I don't know. I don't agree with that.
Those aren't. That's why I'm telling you. I know those aren't real fucking men.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
No. I'm saying those aren't real fucking men. Now there's some dudes out there. I listen to them. They are concerned that some of these passport bros are are sexual deviants and they're exploiting women or not. That I understand. I get, right? That's a criticism.
I mean, what do you mean when you're saying exploiting women?
Hold on. They're going over there as sex tourists and stuff like that, getting the freak on and stuff like that.
Okay, so why do you care about the next?
No, I don't care about it, right? But if you're going to talk about that, okay, I understand what you're talking about, right? That's what I'm saying. But
I think like the dude Floyd or whatever they said was messing with kids. He got charged by Brazil. I feel like that's
I never heard. I don't know who he is.
Yeah, it was a dude he got caught and the Brazilian police actually arrested the guy.
Oh,
Now I don't know what happened or not. It's not done.
I don't know. I never heard
my
of it.
point, the point I'm trying to make, the point I'm making is it makes sense because children are being exploited and stuff like that.
Yeah, that right there.
But
we should all be on the same page with.
Yeah, because
the
that's
I
a bad look.
is that people think that if you even dare get on a plane and go to another country and just say, I want to see what's out there, right? Let's say the person is not even going over there if that's his business, wants to have sex or not. But he say, I just want to go over there, meet some women and, fellowship, have fun, whatever like that, like this. Why are people getting upset over that? Now, if you want to get upset, yeah, you will talk about the brothers that are embarrassing us, messing with children, stuff like that, or prostitutes and everything like that. That's one thing. But these women that be talking,
I'm not worried about nothing the man is doing.
Hold on. But there's women out there that friggin' just hate. Okay, you know what I'll do? Since we got time, I'm gonna play some.
Play some what?
Oh, watch this. Listen to this, right? Black women versus passport bros. Black women versus passport bros. You go to TikTok, you can find anything.
I don't know how in the world you are on TikTok, Kala.
Oh, yeah, I got to, man. You know?
Afro Theory, are you on TikTok?
No, I tried to get on TikTok. I created a TikTok, but it was just too hectic for me. It's too
I
chaotic.
cannot. Yeah, I don't know how this man is on TikTok.
That's why he all over the place. Kyle, that's why you all over the place.
Yeah, no,
That shit is straight brain rot, bro. I don't know how you.
well, like I said, man. But this is where you were at in the culture. I'm a culture critic. I gotta know this stuff. Anyway, like I said, this is a white chick talking about it first. Like about this.
Started in the first place is because these passport bros went around and said, oh, look at this other group of women. They're so much better than you. And that will naturally put anyone on the defense.
That about these foreign women talking about, I got your man. Girl, those girls, as soon as they get that visa, they're going to be gone in 24 weeks, if not 3 months. Because guess what? They're going to realize that those guys were discarded and unwanted for a reason.
Look, when you say that you're a passport bro, I'm just keeping it real. When you say that, you are publicly admitting that you don't have the personality, social skills, or the confidence to get a lady in your country.
Y'all will buy a plane ticket to go to another country to pay a woman or a femme-presenting person to have adult relations with you. But tell me something, incel black men, you red pill popping, podcast watching, pathetic excuses for men. Tell me this. If y'all are so desirable, right? If y'all are what every woman wants, why y'all got to go so far and work so hard and spend so much money just to find a woman to lay down with you?
It has been a growing trend of Western men traveling to Asian countries in search of traditional women for cooking, cleaning, and taking care of them, often referred as passport bros. However, this trend has received criticism for many women on both different continents who find it
9 times out.
See, this is talking about. See how bitter and vitriol these women were.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest with you, Kala. I'm gonna be honest with you. So everything you just played, I none of that. I don't think they're talking about like people like me and you. They're talking about like the
I know that, but the thing is, I get
Fresh Fit, Red Pill, the guys that's just talking bad about.
Look, I what they said, but we don't know. They don't even know. They just made a blanket statement. They said if you got one girl said if you got all this here, like, you're attacking all men who got a passport and leave the country. You know,
that's the one I'm really talking about because she was specific. She was saying, okay, you can't get no women over here, and then you got to
hold up. I know a lot of dudes that could get women over here, but they choose to go someplace else.
No, that's true. But I'm saying I think she was talking to the other ones. Because I've seen what you're talking about, Kyle. But these ain't really the worst ones. I've seen the ones they go on there, they do the panels. Go ahead.
Kyle, she's talking about the men who go over there for sexual tourism, and they go over there to take advantage.
We're all saying that's true, but what they're trying to do is pay all men who go overseas as a sex tourist. You know?
Oh, Kala, now you know how it feels to be generalized, huh? You don't like that so much.
No. It's like
that to black women.
I have no problem with people like this. What I'm saying is, these black women here, right? Okay, so there's a lot of women who said, you know something? They openly say these guys are lame or not, like Musa. Musa, man, because women call him lame. You know, so you got women out there calling dudes lame, you're boring, you're nerds, whatever like that. And then when the dudes say, okay, if that's what you feel, maybe I'm gonna go someplace where I'm appreciated, right? Now, instead of women saying that's good, man, we can all be happy. I got my Pookie and whatnot. I'm later. I got my white man. I got my bald white man, my pasta and lobster, or my Pookie and whatnot. And the black man, what are young black men supposed to do with all that testosterone built up and whatnot? He's 25, 26 years old and whatnot. What is he supposed to do? Sit in the freaking look, bottom line, that's why you got a lot of violence in our community. Brothers are not being able to express themselves.
That's not the case, Calvin.
You know?
That is not the case at all. Just be a better man. Like, you know, like if
oh,
you see
Lord.
a woman,
Here we go.
Hold on, man. Let me finish, man. I didn't get a chance to say a word, man.
Look, bottom line is this. Musa,
Can
right?
I get a chance to talk, man, please?
Musa, I get it. Hold on, I get it. You got to be on your knees with women. I never had to. So so I am going to be a better.
You talking nonsense right
man,
now, man. I mean, just the other day, man, not easy obliterate you. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing about you, Carla, you like putting all women, especially black women, in one box. If I see that woman,
I never did that.
Hold on,
Oh, what I'm
please,
saying,
man.
he's talking
Finish,
about the
man.
ones that's He talking about the ones that's criticizing the passport bros. How do you feel about that?
Listen, when it comes, listen, Mufasa. A lot of those passport bros, man, these Negroes, man, they are some pedophile, man. Going to third world countries.
Where are you getting that information from?
I know this for a fact. Now I know these men, not all of them, but most of them that I have seen, they like to go to this third world country, chasing after prostitutes, chasing after younger women.
No,
so
you're saying most of them are pedophiles. So out of 10 passport bros, 6 of them are going after underage women. That's what you think?
Yeah, most of them, man. Okay. I've seen it myself, and I know people that are exposing them, like people in Colombia, people in Brazil, people in Philippines. They are exposing these Negroes.
Why you say Negroes?
There's more white guys. It's not just black people. It's white people too. So I gotta put white people in the picture too. It's not just black people. It's not just black men. It's white men too. White men are doing it. I think the white men are the founder of that shit.
Well, let me ask you a question.
And then black people start following them on.
And you got whole countries like Pattaya, Manila, that's literally set up to attract foreign men to the country because it brings in so much money and revenue and something like Pattaya, Thailand. Mufasa knows this, So the culture there accommodates that. Culture there accommodates that. One thing I love about Liberia, we do not have that culture in Liberia of prostitution and stuff like that. We don't have that over there. But some cultures do it. That's what guys do.
Kala, you mean to tell me like the oldest profession in the world is not practiced in Liberia?
No.
No. Listen, no. Prostitution is practiced everywhere. But what he's saying is, if you go to Liberia, right, there's going to be prostitutes somewhere, whatever. You're not going to really notice. But if you go to the Dominican Republic, you cannot help but see it. Like me and my daughter I took my daughter to the Dominican Republic. Her grandmother told me to get her hair braided before she left. We went to the hairdresser. We're just sitting there trying to get her hair braided. Every 2 seconds, the barber is coming to me saying, "Hey, we got a massage parlor in the back, man. Hey, she could do it. And then she could do it for you. She could do it for you." And then different women coming in. And then on the side, he's like whispering to me, "Hey, she could do it. She could do it." You're not going to experience that in a place like Liberia because it's not a sex tourism country.
It's not that culture.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
And so my point I'm trying to make is this. People will say about, like I was saying the other night, right? My point I'm trying to make is this. Wasn't bashing all black women, right? But there is a problem, right, in the culture, right, where and people say, "Oh, look, it's all elements of black women." You got black women out there that are lawyers and professionals, right, that be going to the prisons, putting money in the commissary for convicted murder. Look at that girl. Look at that dude they executed, bro. That dude. You saw that, Mufasa? That light-skinned dude they executed last night in Texas?
Nah, I heard nothing about it. No.
Okay, the dude that killed the music musicians, right? They executed him last night, right? And he said he was innocent, right? Guess what? He was married on the last few days to some white chick. She's like jumped up. She watched the execution. I love you. I love you. She married a death row inmate with like a month to live. This is insane. You got black women out there who say, what do they say, Mufasa? You heard this before.
Yo, Carla, and guess what? That dude was executed yesterday.
Yeah, I said that yesterday. Yeah,
he got
he was executed on 30 yesterday,
man.
Anyway.
But yeah, Carla, but these type of women, but you can't man, listen, this type of women, leave these type of women alone, bro. That's not all black women.
We have a culture, right? I don't care about what individual women do, right? But we have a culture now that we got magazines, books, even movies now with the theme of all the good black men are locked up. There's no good black men like that. All the good black men are behind bars. Mufasa heard that before.
Yeah, they say that.
So, in other words, basically, what is Mufasa? I know Mufasa since he was 21. That's a good brother. Takes care of his daughter. Is he locked up? No. What about me? Right? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean by some of these black women are elevating the Pookie element. That's what Knack Measy couldn't get to with thick head. You know? Yeah, I'm absolutely right about that because we don't friggin'
Carla, just talk about ratchet black women. Don't say it like that.
No, it's not ratchet black women. That's another thing. It's coming from all segments of black women. You got black women who are lawyers. You know, black women judges.
Man, these women are white.
In Fulton County Correctional Facility, they had 30 women that came pregnant by the inmates.
Call it what it is, Carla. They are ratchet. These are ratchet black women.
I'm sick of talking about ratchet. So, what's your definition of ratchet?
These are hyenas.
What's your definition of ratchet? Some woman who's poor. So a woman driving a Mercedes.
A woman that is degenerate. A woman that is degenerate. Listen, Carla, you can make like 6 figures as a woman.
Basically,
Carla, let me talk briefly, please. You can make 6 figures as a woman, but at the same time, you are degenerate.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You know,
didn't talk about that. You making it seem that you making it seem as if it's all black women.
I was clear the other night. I said women. It doesn't matter what education level it is. There's something with this Pookie thug culture that they love. You know, and if not that, it's the white guys they want. You know, I don't know.
The thing is, where I split with you though. Y'all put too much emphasis on the Pookie and all whatever thug. It's not really that. There's a lot of women who intentionally want to get with a guy that's not doing as well as they are, so he can't hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to go to a guy that's on his own 2 feet. That's whatever. Like I remember being down on my luck. You got women all over the place because they want to feel like okay, boom.
Yeah. When I was out there, with my do rag and everything like that. Oh yeah, that's what I have.
It's not.
As soon as I started selling insurance and I became a professional man,
I cannot imagine you with a do-rag, man.
Yeah, dude, I was a fucking thug, man. You know, I was a thug. What? I used to do club security. I was look, we don't think so, but I was fucking rough. Mufasa knows. I was a rough dude, man. You know, I used to fight all the time. You know, I was a rough dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm first heard you in 08.
Yeah, that's what I saw. That's what I changed. That's right during I changed, you know. That's when I got my first business and I said, let me turn on a new leaf and start doing this Kalagenesis stuff, right? I was right around that time.
Mufasa saying he didn't really know you like that.
Who's Mary Shy talking about?
He didn't know me like that because Mufasa was my very first listener. It was my very first listener, you know. He was my very first listener back in the days, man. You know, I was the only one talking, telling right, I was the only one talking Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, and that.
Okay, so I found you. I found you through Scotty Reed.
Yeah. Me and Scotty Reed fell out. You know.
Okay, I didn't know that.
You know, we fell out over the weed thing. You know.
Oh, he was pro. Well, yeah, you like anti-weed though.
I know. You're pro weed, you know.
I'm not necessarily pro it. I sold it for years though.
Yeah. So you was at.
I don't want my daughter smoking it. I smoked it one time. I'm not like a weed smoker.
Yeah, it was Scotty Reed, man. That was a weed smoking. He could have went far with his shit, right? Because he was thorough with his show, but he was burnt out, man. You can't keep doing that shit all the time. And I expected to friggin' affect you. You know, and that really messed him up, man. He disappeared, man. And I'm still here. So what did I tell you?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
He was on a little harder than you, though. He was like regimented. He was doing them every day.
Yeah, and he was all pro Obama, you know, back then. He was an Obama warrior, man, you know.
I don't remember that. I remember him being
he was going after Republicans, man. He was like, oh,
he was doing that. He definitely was doing that. But I'm saying I remember him being anti-system. You know what I mean? I didn't really look at him as fully Democrat.
yeah,
but he
well,
was definitely Democratic adjacent, though, for sure.
Yeah, so it was. And then he had a falling out with Jason Black. That was funny.
Jason Black. Who's that?
Remember this Professor Black Truth? Black.
Oh man, that dude. I don't take him seriously, bro.
Yeah, no, he's a clown.
Until you show your face, I ain't messing.
Well, there's pictures of him out there.
Yeah, but they just came out though, and it wasn't because of him. You talking about his mugshot?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't put that out there. You know what I'm saying? We just now seeing it. So for all we know, we don't know who this dude is. Now we finally know.
Yeah, this dude's a clown. That's
I don't agree with that, bro. Because he go on there, he don't show his face. Then he be talking.
And also, Jason Black could be a
rude. He be rude as hell to the people that call him.
Check this out. Jason Black could be a Pookie himself. He sits there. Anybody who, what do you think about this? I said anybody that be online all day and all night is a fucking Pookie.
Well, they might be making money other than ones.
No, look, my whole thing is this: it takes 1 million views, right, to make $1,000.
Yeah, but it depends what you got going on. Everybody's situation different.
Yeah, so I don't get. I don't understand. I don't believe it. I think
what's the name? He got less than 1 million views. If you look at the lead attorney, he did a video talking about Vlad. He showed behind the scenes. He didn't even have. He had what 6-figure views. I can't remember how many views, and he got like 3,500 off it. So it depends. He didn't have 1 million. So every view is not the same.
I don't know. It's just the fact.
And then if you got like, I don't watch Jason Black, but he been doing it for a minute, so I'm assuming he probably getting all type of donations. He probably got a Patreon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
man.
If you making money, I would excuse you.
People do that. If you could keep people engaged, but what exactly are you going to talk about other than? But me personally, what I don't do is jump on every topic that's out there. Right? People look in the window, they see which way the wind is blowing, and they start talking about it. I always pick my topics based on what I think is out there, is important, whatever.
Well,
like that.
They trying to make money though. You ain't trying to make money. You just
I try to make money off this. The day I try to make money off this, day I quit. Then you know what happens.
That's what ruined Umar Johnson. Because Umar Johnson used to be like serious, like I was starting to say earlier. I remember being in a room of like 14 people in San Diego, and him going down the line, helping each of us, answering our questions. I remember reading his book when I was working in a school as a paraprofessional back in the day, being able to use what he said. I remember my pops called him and he answered the phone. Like he was really doing something. But what happened to Umar Johnson is he fell into the algorithm. So in the algorithm, he became most popular for being a meme against interracial dating. So now all he does is act like a clown and do interracial dating and like play it up. And you feel what I'm saying?
Which was the
algorithm. The algorithm conquered it.
There was this one where this white girl was dancing, shaking her ass. I was like, oh. And next thing you know, his face pops up like, oh shit, I got caught.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like, damn, got caught by Dr. Umar. Where's Marshawn? Marshawn was just up here. She ducked up. Come on, Marshawn, come back up. Don't be a shy, Marshawn.
I said lies. I wanted to know what she was talking about.
Yeah, we need our sister to be up here, man, like to debunk all your false claim, Kala.
What false claims? Give me a false claim,
bro. Talking about black, like putting all black women in one box, man. I don't like that shit, man.
Look, Mufasa, do you get the fact that I'm putting all black women in one box? No.
But
what I'm saying is this, Musa. Here's the thing. This has gotten so bad, right? You got a hood rat that's educated with a degree named Michelle Alexander. She created this thing called.
She's a hood rat.
Everybody just ran with it, right? She's one of them thug lugmen.
Call her for what she is, man. Don't call her a black woman. If she's a black woman, tell her, okay, she's a hood black woman.
But Michelle Alexander is a hood rat?
Look, Mufasa, this is what it is, right?
I read that book.
These women, she thing because her whole book got debunked, right? She says mass incarceration. You know how many black men are in jail out of 25 million black men in this country? Less than like 600,000 are in jail.
Yeah, but what you're doing, Kala, that's a fallacy. So the audience doesn't know that that's a lot based on compared to the rest of the world. So we jail a lot of people in America.
There's still more white men in jail.
Finish, man. Let him finish making his point, man.
Yeah, that's something that we jail a lot more people. So you got to, if you look at the per 100,000 numbers, we jail tons more people than most places in the world.
Let me ask
the way you're putting it makes it seem insignificant, but it's significant in comparison to other societies.
Well, let me ask you a simple, real question, right? Because I'm the culture critic, right? What do we do about crime?
What do you mean? What should we do?
Basically, hold up. You know, most of the people who are in jail were actually guilty and they pled out and admitted to it for a lower sentence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, if you went out there and did all this shit, right? You caught, they got you. You know, they got you on tape, whatever like that. And you say you cop a plea. Or you cop a plea and say, I'll take 3 years rather than doing 50 years, right? That's why the numbers get so. But the thing is with white people is this. They'll say, you know something? There's a slim chance that I could get off on a technicality or whatnot, and they'll say, let's go to trial. And sometimes something will happen, right? They'll get off. The black person will basically, he gets so scared, he takes the deal.
No, but Kala, come on now. All right, so we live in America and it's racist, and you know this. So black men might face like a mostly white trial. You got
that's what I'm saying, but hold up. That's what I'm talking about, right?
So he can't go to court and then he can't go to trial. He got to take, even sometimes when you're guilty, you got to take it. Because what they do when you go there, what they do is it's called stacking. It's called stacking.
That's all fine, Danny. But let me ask you a question. A serious question is,
yeah,
me. You're talking to me. How is that my problem?
What? People going to jail?
Yeah. How's that my problem?
Depends. I mean, like your family is affected by it, right? So when
hold up, my family's not in jail.
I mean, they could be in jail though. I mean, you got younger people.
My family is not in jail. Nobody's doing none of that shit. So what the fuck does that got to do with me?
But Kyle,
I don't know if you follow what happened to me.
Well, I don't care. I don't care what happens to me.
Do you know all your family members?
I do know all my family members. Ain't nobody in jail.
No. That's fine. But okay, I'll give you an example. Right, for me, I don't know if you was following when I got locked up back in 2014. Right. I was falsely accused by a cop that was lying. But because the way the system worked and they putting so many people in jail, it's so normalized. I ended up in jail for 18 days. I lost 2 jobs, lost all my money, all this different stuff. Somebody like you was around saying, "Why is that my problem?"
And I would say this, right? Look, that's what you have lawyers for. That's what you have advocacy groups for.
Okay, but what does a lawyer do when I lost 2 jobs?
Look,
and thousands of dollars.
Look, every last single area has legal aid, advocacy groups, everything like that in your area that could tap in. You tell me a case, whatnot. That was a classic case of a wrongfully this, and they could have cleared that up, right? There's advocacy groups out there for that, and I support like that. And I would even donate to them. I say, yeah, there's bros out there who get locked up, whatever like that. Black people get locked up, whatever like that. Yeah, that's advocacy group, right? That's one thing, right? That has nothing to do with me personally, because that hasn't happened to me. That has not happened. If it happens to me, I'll tap into the advocacy group and I'll go through the channel and whatnot. One thing I learned, bro, I learned this the hard way, right? I will take you to court, right? And I had cases like you saw what Afro Man did.
I took them to court. I went to trial and they dropped them in trial. You see what Afro Man still ruined my life, though, Kala.
You see what Afro Man did to those cops in Ohio? He destroyed them.
I saw that, but that okay. The only reason that's a win for Afro Man because he sold those albums.
Hold on, if you're gonna give up and be like, oh, Mexico's right. Look, I'm like this. You do something wrong to me. If I know I'm in the right and I like this, I don't give a damn how long.
Okay, but Kala, you now understand. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't do what the cop said. I went to trial and I beat them. They ended up dropping the case. They tried to get me to plead to a fix.
That's all you won. You won.
Oh, no, I did not win, Kyla. Let me finish. They tried to get me to plead to a fix-it ticket. I said no. I'm gonna make y'all spend the money and go to court. I beat them in court, but that doesn't take away the fact that I was in jail for 18 days. I lost 2 jobs. I was saving up my money so I could move and move into my new apartment. They took that money because they impounded my car. They did all that shit. Like, I didn't win. They ruined my life.
That's a case of what the problem is: qualified immunity, right? That's the issue. That means police could do misconduct, and that's another issue right there: qualified immunity, right? And so police are trying to pass that, where they can get away with crimes at the scene. That's what we all should be on the same page with that. And that affects everybody, you know.
But let's not make it about me. The point I'm making is, racism it affects all of us. You could say that you're not going to jail, but this is just an expression of the racist system. Like, if you don't have a problem with unfairly, go ahead.
Mufasa, America's a racist country. You haven't figured that out?
I have. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
Mufasa, right. America's a racist country, right? You're here and I'm here, right?
Yeah.
And the bottom line is,
man, please. America is not a racist country. You have individuals in America that are racist, but the country itself is not racist.
People like him who say America's not racist, right? What is it? You know?
America, you have individuals that are racist, but the country
America's
is not racist.
America is systemically racist, right?
Oh,
but at the same time, I learned how to survive in a systemically racist society because bottom line, black people on the whole, you essentially are winning. That means if we win, right, that means these people can't touch us. We're invincible. Yeah, they tried everything they could to destroy us, and we're still rising. You know, so even though it's racist, maybe racism ain't as strong as we thought it was. Maybe we overestimated racism. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but the point is that the racism is wrong, and I'm gonna call it out.
Racist when you're allowing you to do whatever you want in that country.
We know racism is wrong, but as long as you got white people here, as long as you have white people who are trying to preserve whiteness here, and that's the way it's going to be. As long as white people are in power and black people don't have power, it's a power dynamic. It's going to be there. You know?
I understand that, but I'm saying I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say what does that have to do with me.
I don't accept it. I acknowledge that. Listen, I acknowledge America is a white country. They founded this country. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, they're allowing me to make my bread, like to take care of my family. Like whatever trade or thing I need to learn, they're allowing me to do with that.
Mufasa, you agree with that?
Yeah.
Agree with what? I didn't hear.
Yeah, he's saying he's offended. He said America's not racist, and he's offended it.
No, hell no, I don't agree with that shit. Hell no, yeah. America racist.
Now, my point I'm trying to make is this. Hold on, what I'm trying to say is this.
I disagree with you, fellas. America is not a racist country.
So that's what I'm talking about. So anyway,
you feel like everybody has a fair chance in America, regardless of race?
Of course. I mean, if you are determined and you're willing to do whatever you need to do, like to make money, like to learn whatever you need to learn in that country, you can do.
Can I ask you? They got a federal report on home appraisals, where if it's the same house, if they do a white family, it gets appraised for like 80% more than if they do a black family. Why do you think that happens systematically in a federal report? Why do you think that exists?
Well, what do you think? What exists? Can you say that again?
Okay, so you know what a home appraisal is?
Yeah.
That is? So home appraisal. So yeah, when they come to do an appraisal, I could take one house, the same exact house in the same neighborhood and everything. If I put up white pictures and do stuff like that, they'll rate it at 300,000. But if I do it in black, they're rated at 175. And they discovered this in a federal report. This is systematically happening. They're underrating these black houses. Why do you think that's happening?
Well, have you ever thought that maybe we don't take care of our housing? Have you ever thought about that?
Okay. Colin, maybe you should play the video for him. There's a video where they show it's the same exact house.
Detroit. Look at Detroit, brother. Look at our housing in Detroit.
No, they've done tests where it's the same exact house. Then the appraiser comes and then they switch it out. They have a white family show them around. and then they'll do the same house, and then they'll have a black family show them around, and they'll appraise it differently, just because of who the family is that's in the house. You've never heard of this?
But that does not make that the country is racist. Of course, like people gonna be biased like towards you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like people gonna be biased like when it comes to their own race. I mean, it's normal. It's normal human behavior, man. Listen, if I were in their place,
that's all we're saying. So this is a mostly white country.
It's crazy to me.
No, but this is what I'm saying. This is a mostly white. One second.
Let me get focused, Dave, on Dave.
Okay.
I'll be back to Mufasa.
No. I was talking Mufasa, Kala.
I mean, you got it, Mufasa. Kala, go ahead.
No, I'll say let Dave get it here. Y'all can go back.
Nah, I want to just add on to what he's saying, like how the country is racist. Like, do you know, like in the like toy stores, like or any marketing,
and they have black like
if you got a black face on the product, it doesn't sell. Like if you have like
for like online sales.
Yeah, anything. If you have a black face like on a toy or any like product you're trying to sell, like sometimes they advertise and they put what different faces on or different demographics or whatever. If you put a black face on it, it goes into the arc at a clearance, bro. That shit is
I think Musa just basically agreed with us because Musa, you just said that human beings are biased. It's natural, right, for human beings to be biased, right?
That shit goes straight into clearance, yeah.
Is Musa still there?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
okay,
I would have done the same thing too. If I was a majority in that country, I would have done the same thing too. In fact,
so you agree with us? You agree with us? You just don't like. You just don't like the word racist.
They're not doing that, but we shouldn't let that really affect us. To be honest with you, I don't let no white people affect
No, but you're moving the goalpost, though. You're moving the goalpost. Does it exist? That's what we were saying. Does it exist?
What about the Musa? What about the current voting rights? Right now, is going to be redistricting going on, and black people about to lose voting.
That's black people's fault. They we're not gonna vote. Like we're gonna vote on the couch. Really, go out there and vote. Because if you don't go out there and vote, now they're gonna take
we losing a lot of representation.
And whose fault is that?
Okay, do you know what gerrymandering is, Musa?
Gerrymandering. I don't know what that is.
All right, so gerrymandering is where the state can redistrict its neighborhoods. So, say for instance, I have a black community and then I have a white community. I can put more white people in and then tie in small groups of black people. That way, the white people are the dominant vote, and the black people's vote has no power. This is something that they can do outside. So even if everybody goes out to vote, because they've made the white people the majority of the electorate, the people voting, the black people's vote will be irrelevant. So they stopped that. They said that states can't do that because we had the Voting Rights Act, but they just reversed that. So even if everybody goes and votes, they'll set up your district in a way where your vote doesn't matter. Does that make sense to you?
I'll tell you what, brother. Then we need to move to those white community in their district, so that way we can get the vote. That's the solution.
It's something called redlining. They don't let black people move into because of racism. But Musa, this type of rhetoric is what this type of rhetoric that you have is what fuels FBA.
Yeah.
FBA wanted to be a hated group from the get-go, man. It has nothing to do with me.
No, it's the fact that
where you from, Musa?
I'm from Haiti, man. What's up?
Oh, okay. No, I'm just checking. I'm just texting where you from, man. What part of Haiti? Port-au-Prince?
Yeah, Port-au-Prince, man. I'm from there.
Okay. I was out there in 2019.
Oh, really? How was it?
It was cool. I went to the little the market. I did bust a few moves out there. I went to Boston Blue down in Jacmel. You know what I'm saying? It was cool.
Yeah, that's good, man. Well, I'm trying to get my Nigerian citizenship, man. I mean, if you want to be Haitian, man, it's really easy. It's really, listen, if you want to be Haitian, man, it's really easy, man. All you gotta do is just speak Haitian Creole, just know a few words in Haitian Creole, and then some Haitians, they will say, "Hey, man, you Haitian, like you one of us now."
Nah, I'm good, bro. You got that. You got that.
Nah, I'm good. I don't want it no more, man.
Nah, you got that, bro.
Who says Hausa?
I'll tell
Who
them.
says
I'll
the
tell them you're
Hausa
looking
man?
for them. I'm good. I'm stick with Africa, and I don't even need citizenship.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking Africa as
well. What do I need with the African citizenship for?
Nah, I don't need it. All I need, as long as I'm clear to be able to work, get money, pay my taxes, do whatever.
It don't have no value. I don't have no value.
Absolutely no value whatsoever, man. You know,
don't make no sense.
What are you talking about, Kala, man? Why is no value?
I'm serious, man. I don't want to bust your bubble, man. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
It don't even make no sense.
I don't want to rain on your
hurt my feelings, Kala.
There's nothing of
It's
value.
the opposite way. You cannot hurt my feelings,
value in
man.
the African passport, bro.
Nah, let him get it, Kala. You know, it's
let him get his Nigerian passport.
You know, it's just something good to have.
It's something to have, man.
What's going on with Nigerian passport? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Dynas has a Nigerian passport.
Everybody pulling out these exotic passport.
Just something, you know what I mean?
He's straight.
He good. You rich, Kala.
You got a diplomatic passport in Nigeria.
Kala, he good. He got a Haitian passport. What do you need another passport for?
I mean, he goes back to West, man.
I don't have
You got a Haitian passport, bro. You straight.
I thought I said away, man, for my U.S. passport, man. I don't.
Nah, you got a Haitian passport, but you don't need nothing else, bro. You good?
Nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, if you want that Haitian passport, man, I can tell you where you need to go in Haiti.
You can't go a goddamn place. I could tell them too.
Yo, Sierra Leone.
And you can't even get on an Uber with a damn Haitian passport.
Yeah, I know. Check this out. Hold up. Check this out. We have a guy that he's called Goham, right? He went on tour with us to Liberia, right? He traveled with Bomani all the time. And he went to Nigeria and said, man, Nigeria. He goes, he went on one of Dynasty tour with mine. He said, he told Bomani, man, why you do that to me, man? he went on one of Dynasty. He said, man, that country was worse than that thing I've been to. But he goes back and forth to Sierra Leone. His wife's Sierra Leone.
Oh, okay.
He goes like this. But anyway, bottom line is this. When they did the tour to Egypt last year, Bomani, his wife couldn't come because Egypt rejected her Sierra Leone passport.
I didn't know he got married.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They were not accepting her passport.
There you go. Hold on. In Egypt, they wouldn't accept the Sierra Leone.
Egypt would not accept. They would not accept the Sierra Leone.
Well, when Musa gets his Nigerian passport, are they going to accept him?
I don't know.
I'm not trying to go to Egypt, man. I'm good to where I'm at in West Africa.
I don't know, but anyway.
But I wanted to ask you guys this question. What's the strongest passport in Africa?
South Africa, probably, and Mauritius. Probably Mauritius.
I think Mauritius. I think South Africa comes
definitely not. Then South Africa. Nobody else in sub-Saharan Africa.
You know the funny thing is that when everybody try to look at all the nuances about Africa, and I have heard so many people, but the number one thing, and I'm just as a businessman, as a hustler, the number one thing that debunks everything, that makes you know that that's not where you want to invest money, or unless you living there and you watching the people, you following behind them like you stalking them, it's the regulation. They have no regulation. They have no type of Better Business Bureau. It doesn't exist. See, Dynas is my brother. Talk to him today. And I tell him about that. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, they don't have no type of somebody you could call and be like, oh, okay, we're going to speak up. We're going to send an email out there. We're going to set up a meeting. It's no Department of Labor. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's just a lot of romanticizing that goes on over there. And I tell Carla all the time that I can't blame Africans for treating Black Americans like they was treating us, because we went over there acting like we were going over there with our American culture and then acting like we're laying ourselves down in front of them. You get what I'm saying? They sit up there looking at us like we crazy. They sit up there saying like the money that you spent to catch the plane over there is more money that they make in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
The amount of money that you spending in a hotel for 2 weeks is more than the.
I'm gonna
every last there's not one African. When you meet them and you tell them from overseas, that's the first thing that's on your mind. You could afford that plane ticket to come over here. You must be something special.
What I'm saying is this simple math. Us as Black American people from America think we come over here like I can see how it was so easy to get us on a boat, because they said like welcome home and all that. They gonna say whatever they can to get your ass over there so you can spend that money.
Check it though, Hustle Smart. Even if they got some regulation, even if it's stuff in place, the laws is in your favor, whatever. Once they change the next president, all that shit gonna go out the window.
But then by that logic, is no regulations then.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you. But what I'm saying is that regulations have to be got to be amended. Like far as like the Constitution, you can't change it, but you can make provision, you can make amendments to it that protects and codify and all that. They don't have that shit over there. You get what I'm saying? So when they see you coming over there, like you bowing down to them and you acting like, oh, I'm home, and they like, where your home at? Let me go to your home while you sit over here. You know what I'm saying? With the mosquitoes and the flies and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's rampant. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people that's eyes has been opened up. Carla will tell you from day one, I've been preaching because I saw it. And I told Carla this. I said, maybe that for me being on the street since I was like 14 years old, on the third day, on day number 3, I knew it was no such thing as Pan-Africanism. I knew that was a fucking scam. It's a fucking plow, and then ploy, and then it's just, and I can't blame them because we the one that was kept talking about we need to go over there and save them. We need to go over there and invest. They don't come over here talking about.
That's all Afro theory.
Let me say this one thing. Let me say this last thing, Carla. Let me say this one thing. They don't come over here saying that they need to invest in the Black neighborhood. It was us going over there talking about we need to invest in them and immerse with the locals and learn the language and all that shit and get on a can a bike and be 3 deep on a motorcycle, bouncing on the bump ass roads with you sitting between another dude's legs. We want to go over there and experience that. And you know what? That's what Dynas give people. Dynas give them that immerse in that corner road, drinking out the same cup. Everybody with community eating. It's just different levels. You can now. Don't get me wrong. If you got enough money, you can bypass that. But when you go, if you're in Lagos, you go on the island or something. I'm telling you, it's boring. It's like any of y'all know if y'all go to the rich area. It ain't nothing to do out there in the rich area. You go get something to eat. Ain't no really hanging out or no. It's not gonna be fun. The fun is on the mainland. So it's just like in America, like the fun is in the hood, but the difference is their hood is different. Their hood is full of a bunch of hustlers. Our hood is dangerous. You can die going in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of Black people stay at home. You know what I'm saying? But they don't do that there. You know what I'm saying? But I like Africa, but it's nowhere talking about investing. Every time I hear a brother talking about they want to invest, I put their foot to the fire. Be specific. Don't sit up there and say you just going to invest. Where are you going to invest at? How are you going to invest? Don't just be making these broad statements. We even had a guy, I forgot his name, came up on College Channel, was sitting up there talking about Burkina Faso. I went in on like Burkina Faso ain't reached out to Black people. It's Black people praising up Burkina Faso and the president.
St. James.
But Hustle Smart, you gotta go to that, man. And Hustle Smart, you can definitely invest in Africa. You can invest in clothing. You can invest in animals, and stuff like that. You can invest in.
That's some stuff. What I'm saying that's just like saying you can invest in That's just like saying you can invest in a barbecue place or some mediocrity shit. You can do that shit in America. You ain't finna travel across no ocean and spend $6,000 to buy no fucking chickens.
What you mean?
Like that's what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying is I'm talking about an investment. What I'm saying is two type investments. Hold on for a second. It's two type investment. It's investment where you're trying to make a living off of it, or you're investing for sport. It's simple as that. And going over there, because it ain't you talking about you going to do that. It's fucking a million other people that are competition. That's one thing that I know in Nigeria. Is everybody doing some of everything.
No, you can do something, but the thing is,
people in America think they got some golden idea.
Now you got some golden idea, like everything that Musa just said. They plenty of people over there doing it. And then the one thing about Nigeria, you got to know somebody. You got to be connected. They will ostracize your ass. Now, if you Lebanese or you white, they'll let you get plugged in. But black people, they'll ostracize your ass. People won't buy from you.
Lanes. They got their own lanes they operate. Yeah,
they got their own lanes over there. They got their people that they talk to, whatever. You got to be on the floor. You got to be there. You can't invest and then walk away and go back to America.
I agree. You
got to be.
Remember what happened to the dude at Farming in Africa channel, where he had his goat farm?
The Bag family.
Not the Bag. No, not them. I'm talking about a real farmer. A dude that really was making some real. He had a goat farm.
What up, hustle?
Yeah, they said,
what's going on, Dave?
Yeah, they was like, this is a sacred area, and the chief said you can't have his farm here.
I remember
so
that.
He had to move his whole farm.
Yeah. I remember that. That was sad. I thought whatever happened with that guy. He was a young guy too.
Yeah, I don't know. His channel was doing good. I ain't looked in a minute.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the rise to the fall type deal.
You talking about Zaylock?
No, not Zaylock. No, not Zaylock. He got a channel called Farming in Africa.
Right. I know what you're talking about. I saw him. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. The rise of the fall, like you got to be there. And then on top of that, if you're a dude, you have to marry one of them chicks or whatever, get with it. You're gonna have to get immersed in you're gonna have to have the whole family working for you. And then they're gonna be skimming off the top. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Don't think about firing somebody. Don't think about firing somebody. Yeah, that's like
you have to pay. You have to pay them to be lazy.
Are you saying that it can't be done? You can't set up a business. You can't.
Let me hustle. Let me get this. Here's the thing. What you have to have is this, right? And I don't know what it's going to take, right? You need a definite supply chain system. That means you need a good system of people, right? That's going to go to a particular African country and set up camp, right? And how to do this. Look, let me have Mufasa. Do you got 5 years of your life to sit in the country and just study and read the country and make networks and whatnot before you even think about making a dime? Can you do that?
No, not right now. No.
Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. Guess what? Chinese, white people, they got people who do that.
Right.
They'll be sitting in the country. Well, what's that white guy doing there? He's taking notes. 10 years down the road, right? Billions of dollars going to follow him, and they got a game plan. So how the fuck you do it? We don't have the means to sit in a country like Africa, study everything, build the political contacts, and stuff like learn the culture, learn everything like that, and then make a move. And then a feasibility study. Feasibility study alone, anything costs a few $100,000.
Yeah, most of the time when you breaking into something from like an entrepreneurial standpoint.
Also,
no, but what I'm saying is people think you got this big perfect plan and all. Usually that should be trial and error, though, bro.
I know. You know something. I thought about the other day, and I never said no show. But you got here the first time. I am now against the so-called thing about the entrepreneurship. Just like I'm against democracy and voting or not, I'm against the entrepreneurship. Right? I believe in corporate management systems, right, from the top down, right? I don't have the faith in the individual entrepreneur anymore.
Yeah.
I'm saying I believe corporations and businesses going to Africa should be highly organized.
Organized.
You know, before they go.
Well, how though? Like, give me an example.
Well, that's what he's saying. It's not there right now. He's saying that's what it need to be. Going over there as rugged individualists, is not going to work.
No, but I'm saying, do we gotta create a corporation or try to like?
Yeah,
this is how it works. This is how it works. Hold up. I had the idea, right? I said like this, right? What we need to do is establish a geopolitical entity, right? Like I said, in Africa, whatever like that. And before you do that, you need a base camp, right? I said we could build a base camp in Liberia, right? What does that base camp have? It has warehousing, logistics, all of like that, everything on it that you need to function and whatnot. We're not on the continent. We need a base camp. We need a place where we have tractors, stuff like that, our own landing strip for planes and stuff like that. We need to be on the continent. You can't just be in America. We need to be transported. We need to have our own construction companies, everything already, all that stuff like that.
I mean, but Colin, we gotta like start from somewhere though, bro. Like,
hold on. But you guys aren't even talking about that.
That's what I'm saying. It's
everybody's jumping to let's make some money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what Colin trying to say. Like in America, you can just go. You can go rent out a building and put the stuff in there and get on internet and promote it. You know, you'll get some type of traction. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that over there. You get what I'm saying? You just can't go over there and just get a shop.
You need to have like, let's say if I step in Liberia, I'm gonna have to have a database of every plumber in the country. I'm gonna have to have and then you got to have people coming in all the time. Stuff like that. You gotta have a bidding board where people can bid on contract. You gotta have all that in place when you start operating. You know, you need drivers, you need couriers, you need all those freaking things in place.
No, I mean, but Colin, okay, so how are we gonna do that? How do we?
Look, the bottom line, if no one,
it's not gonna happen.
That's all I'm asking, though. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking you this. Are you saying it can't be done?
I put the plan out there with the BAIO, right? I said, in order for to get on the continent, you need that one country where we all have a base camp. Not that Liberia is a perfect country because of the culture. We could do it in Liberia. We could own land. We could do it in Liberia. Everybody dragging their feet. Everybody doing all this stupid stuff and all these other, not knocking what people are doing in those countries, right? But you're not interested in having a base camp. You know?
No, but Kala, you're saying we got to do like a grand thing just to get started. Everybody,
no, not a grand thing. Just what Kala's being more educated. I'm gonna break it down in layman terms. You got to have a networking system. You get what I'm saying? You got to have some. While you over there doing the business, it's somebody in America that's doing it, getting pushing it out. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is,
use the industry like as an example.
That's what I'm saying.
Give me an example.
That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. When you go over there, you're gonna be doing some goddamn slave type shit. You're gonna be out there doing some farming on your knees and your back.
So yeah,
I'm playing in some goats ass like Afro stink tank.
Let me break it down to him, right? Now, Vasa, there's 5 elements. It's all about logistics. Now, there's 5 elements to logistics, right? It's an acronym called EPCOM, right? Right now, when every country uses this formula, right? When a country says we're going to build on EPCOM, right? They know for the most part they can't start off doing 80% of each part of this thing. They have to outsource it to 90% until they get down to like where they got the majority. EPCOM stands for engineering, procurement. Think about everything I'm saying: engineering, procurement, construction, operations, and maintenance. Those are 5 core elements to building, right? The engineers design and all stuff like that, the architects, everything like that, right? Procurement is your supply chain. From all corners of the world, you're going to need pipes, you're going to need all stuff like that, electronics, everything. That's your purchasing system, your procurements. The procurement's got to flow right in synchronization of construction. You can't order stuff too late or too early. So that's a science. Now, to get your procurement right, you're going to have to outsource that to a procurement expert, right? And then over time, you start taking some of those procurement jobs yourself. You have your own procurement firms. You may have 1,000 procurement firms bringing stuff in. See how it works? Then
I get that, but like, what about? I'm talking about like for a regular person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Colin's going on a grand scheme.
What I'm saying is this, right? What you don't understand is the construction. That's going to take. That's regular person, because the construction is going to have top level construction people all the way down to somebody who just got a street sweeper, whatever like that, No,
you're talking about opening a business in Africa, Colin.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? But I'm saying you building, right? You building. And then you got operations, right? Now, some of the operations, right? If you have operations, you could do in-source, right? Or you could do outsource, right? let's say Japan, when it has its operations for Mitsubishi, right? They may have operations outsourced to Singapore, Thailand, everything like that. That's operations, individual operations that got a singular task to produce something, right? And then you got maintenance. Maintenance basically is the upkeep of everything like that. Those 4 things creates millions and billions of dollars worth of business opportunities because everyone's going to be a part of the EPCOM.
No, I feel that. But what I'm trying to say is, can you put that in the terms of I want to start a farm in Africa?
You can do it if you look. If you look, you same thing, EPCOM, same thing, right?
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna need
why do I need
hold on. You're gonna need when you talk about farming, right? One thing I know you don't have, you're gonna need engineering, right? You're gonna need a procurement system. You know, procurement system, you're gonna need to order fertilizer, you're gonna need tractors, also that's your procurement system, right?
I mean, what's so hard about that though?
Hold on. Because it has to be done. It's not easy, right? And then you construction. That means the people actually doing the farm work. And then actually operations, right? You may have several different operations. You may have farming, but you might have a
Kyla, hold on for 1 second, Kyla. Let me explain it because Kyla is right, but he's being more corporate with his explanation. Hey, bro, let me tell you, how like you can go in a Home Depot or ride down the street, or you can go in there and rent some stuff to dig a hole, or you know what I'm saying? You can't do that there.
Right.
That's what I'm just. You can ride for miles and won't see nothing that's like that. You're gonna have to know somebody, and then you have to know somebody, and then once they're not gonna let you rent it from them. Matter of fact, they're gonna make you pay them to come out there and do it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I seen Zaylock was dealing with that.
And you're gonna be, but the thing about then you're gonna be on their time. See, in America, you can go to the show. We got plenty of them. Probably in a 10-mile radius, we got like 10 of them around here that you can go in there. If you know how to work a backhoe, or you know how to work that, you can rent it. You get what I'm saying? You put a deposit down or a credit card. That type of base level. So you're gonna be out there manual labor. Like goddamn, you in the moving life.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The shit you gotta do, like you could do it, but it's gonna be like a big ass headache. Some shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And why would you go all the way over there to do some back breaking work? The first thing you got to do, bro, when you get over there, is you got to get used to that fucking climate. Like we're not used to.
Was you on the other day when I was talking about the dude that got the moringa farm in Ghana? He put like 400,000 into it.
Another mistake.
No, I ain't hear you say that.
Okay, I probably have to post a video on the back chat because he's done all this. He got his thing. I mean, they showed it, everything. Now I don't know how how much money he making yet. I know they got a lot of shit to do, but it's people like actually doing this shit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, bro. If you got 400,000 to throw at anything, you can get something started. You get what I'm saying? But let's go with the Bag family. How much you think money they don't throw at that shit, and they still over there trying to grow some motherfucking carrots and shit.
Yeah, I don't know what they got going on, bro.
Do you get what I'm saying? So you can
every time I watch this shit, it look like they just doing a whole bunch of nothing.
They are doing a whole bunch of nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like they go from one side and plant some shit, and then that don't work. They switch to the other side and build.
Every time I watch a video, they doing some different shit.
They doing some different shit.
This is honeydew melons, and now we got strawberries, and now we got
now they got spring onions.
I like quit clowning on the Bag family, man. Leave Rick alone.
Listen. I have nothing against them.
Where do we lie?
But what I'm saying is that that's an example of turning in a circle. The difference is that they get money from donation. They ain't pulling that money out their bank account. Right. So what I'm saying is, if you got money coming in, like everybody, a lot of people think I hate Afro's think tank. I don't hate them. So if you got people that's gonna donate money for you to go out there and stick your finger in catfish ass and shit and play with some goats and some chickens, you can do that.
No. Afro think tank has a pension.
Yeah, but bro, he got
all the time. None of that shit he's doing over there matters.
That's what I'm saying. But like, think about it. He ain't got them no 4-star general. He still got to pay for his place in America. You get what I'm saying? And then you catching them planes, so you don't get no discount. You get what I'm saying?
But I'm saying he got a pension, and I think he got a wife. You know what I'm saying? So
a wife. I think
that's just like what Colin said earlier.
He's a
Pookie,
man.
Nah, he was in for a long time, bro. He was in. He
but he's a Pookie now, man.
How long was he in there? How long was he in there?
I don't. He was in there. Said them pictures of him. He had to be like 18, 19, bro, and he in his 40s now. So he
how long has he been out?
He been out for like 2 years or a year.
No, I heard him say he was out like 4 years because he's been out
that long.
I've been saying because he was coming on Brandon. That was like 4 years ago. He was still in the military.
No,
he was out.
Or he wasn't in the military, but he was working for like the government.
He was, but that's what I'm saying. You could be like my sister. Shit, but what I'm saying is that if you get discharged or you get a discharge or honorable discharge or like a medical, because I think he got like a medical discharge. It's only certain jobs you could do. Like my sister, she work up there at the base in Maryland up there, the Joint Base. Like she was in the Navy air traffic controlman for like 20 years before she left and then came right back to the job making 4 times. But that's only if you got to put like 15, 20 years to get those type of jobs. You could come and be a contractor with them. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. He did over like 20 years. So his pension, he's straight. That shit,
yeah,
he got enough
if
money.
you miss 20 years, you got that $2,000 a month.
You getting more than that.
Something like that.
You get more than that because my pops did that.
Oh yeah, I mean, 20 years ago it was like $2,000.
Yeah, he wasn't in there 20 years, and I'm not even trying to count his pocket. He wasn't in there 20 years, bro.
No, well, the only point I'm making is that
he probably, I think he did like 10 years or something. 10 years or something.
No, in the military, and then if you do a government job after that, it continues it. You feel me?
Only if you don't get a discharge. He had got like a medical discharge. He said it.
Oh, I don't know.
Once you get a discharge, you still can get a job there, but it doesn't continue with your rank. You don't go with inside. Like if you leave, if you do so say for instance, you sign up, you do 4 years, then you sign up for 8 years. When you complete your 8 years and you leave, that's it. But if they discharge you, it's almost like being fired. But in the military, it's not. If it's like some type of medical or something, you get what I'm saying? You still don't get it's still not attached like that.
Yeah, I don't know his situation.
I mean, I got people. Don't say that. He said he had got a medical.
No, yeah. All I'm saying is, if you got a pension, bro, like he don't need the money from them little businesses. You know what I'm saying? They're just like kind of small businesses. I believe he's really doing that to like look out for people and give them opportunities.
Well, that ain't what he said. He said he over there trying to make some money.
Oh, okay. I ain't listening to him in a minute. I'm gonna have to check him out.
He said that he over there. He said he over there growing 5,000 fingerlings, and he gonna be the one that sell it.
Last time I seen him, he had a bar. It was like 4 pieces of sheet metal with some alcohol in there.
Yeah, because he trying to build a bar. He ain't trying to build a.
But I'm like, fam, how much money you making in 4 pieces of sheet metal with some Origin beer in it?
But see what I'm saying is that. But that's that doing one business to attract some more business. So if he builds a bar, then he out there selling catfish. You get what I'm saying? Then he's got the little bootleg store.
All right, so he gonna make 1,000 naira a month.
I mean, that's what he claimed he gonna do. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is he's not over there putting that money, and then that stuff is not cheap. He had to build a whole catfish farm. Then he had to build 2 houses. You get what I'm saying?
He did all this over years, though. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do this shit in one day. He been going there for years. Like I found Afro Think Tank
right
way back, like before COVID. He already had a house back then. He bought it for like 9 racks. He ain't spending a whole bunch of money, but slowly over time, you keep doing this shit. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is that the building of the catfish and the building of second, that's all been done in the last 3 to 6 months.
Yeah. Nah, he been stacking on stuff, but I'm just saying, all these little businesses, the reality is this, bro. People is trying to move to Africa. They trying to drop what they doing here, move to Africa.
Who the hell trying to move to Africa?
Hella people. They trying to
I don't know those hella people.
No, I'm talking about the people, if you look in the comments and shit like that,
they just talking, bro. They just talking.
I would say this, right? And I didn't think this years ago, right? But what I'm seeing now is, like, me personally, right? I'm around a lot of professional people, black people, right? Educated black people, right? I friggin' they know I go to Liberia and whatnot, but I don't push it, right? I'll say, yeah, I go over there like that. Because I know that I can't just go to them and tell them I did this. I did this for. I had motherfuckers making 6 figures saying we need to go to Africa, man. Now I look at it now, man. They must look at me like I'm a fucking fool. I don't even want to bump into some of these people now, because they were like, "Yeah, I'm going to Africa. I'm going to be a millionaire."
Because it depends what you're doing, kind of like
Yo,
there's a lot of people in
Mufasa,
corporate America.
I have not
making
seen
6 figures.
Hold up, Mufasa. Let me say it in all respect. I have not seen one person go to Africa and get rich.
Nah, I feel you, and that's my point. Like even like I was watching what's the boy's name that do the language classes, Obadele Cambone, and he was just talking about
Campbell, they're struggling, man. They got a website up $3.
I think he's doing straight.
$5 and whatnot.
He's straight. He's straight. But
they're struggling, man. Come on, man.
Well, what makes you say that?
Because they always ask for donations. Give me money.
I don't hear him ask for donations.
No, his website. His wife does. His wife does all the donation.
Are you talking about the same people? I'm talking about.
Yeah. His wife, his name was Kala. Obadale Cambo. Yeah, in Ghana.
I ain't never seen them ask for no donations.
And goddamn, and Carla homeboy and BB Rodriguez homegirl, Sweet Juicy Mama, they damn sure be begging for donations over there in the Gambia.
Everybody that's in Africa, right? They basically got they usually got a YouTube stream or something like that. Well, I like Cambone too, but
he didn't have YouTube for like 7 years.
And Mufasa, just like you was talking about Afro think tank, you think he got out of money? He was over there begging too. He was begging for money too.
No, I'm with y'all, bro. I'm on y'all side. I feel like it's hard to make the money, but I'm saying what I'm asking is, are you saying that the shit is impossible? Or are you
what you saying trying to do something is but what I'm saying is when you say impossible, that just like vague. That's just like somebody say, "Hey, is it impossible for me to go to Africa?" No, you asking a person like you say that to somebody that work at Taco Bell, and you say, "Well, is it impossible?" No, it ain't impossible. A person from Taco Bell can save us some money and go, but if it's feasible? Is it feasible to do it?
That's what I'm saying.
So impossible and feasible is two different things.
Let me say this, Mufasa. This is what I'm seeing, right? Right. I'm seeing a lot of Africans, right, come there from Liberia when they come back and whatnot. All the stuff that you think you can do, you got like 20 or 30 Africans lined up to do the same thing. So what is your niche? Like they told me, my guy Ross told me, he says, Kala, what you got to do is find your niche in Africa, right? He told me. And I said, well, I don't really have one right now, right? He goes, Bomani's niche is tourism, right? Okay, we see now that that's not your thing. I said, I never said it was, That's what Bomani does. He does tours. And like I help Bomani, he helped me put a tour together and whatnot, but that's not what I want to do, right? Now, my whole thing is this, right? My whole thing is this. The thing I wanted to do was, I want to get into manufacturing, because what I've learned in Africa is you have a lot of cheap labor, right? You got a lot of skilled people that's going, all that skilled labor and skilled talent going under waste, right? If you open up a factory there doing anything, right?
How you gonna open up a factory with no power?
Hold on, they do got power, and that's why I said. Remember, I said before earlier, he wasn't on. I said Afro theory. I said, look, my initial thing was I want to build micro hydro dams in Liberia, like a good 500 of them, right? And around those micro hydro dams will be tiny industrial parks, right? Once you have that, right? Because in Liberia, I got the land. That's no problem. My guy Sam Cook, we got so much land in Marshall County and whatnot, Magribi. We got land all throughout Liberia, right? I could build like a turnkey industrial parks, right? With hydroelectricity, maybe you also have diesel power electric. Once you have that and whatnot, and you hook it up to the national grid, then you got investors coming in and building warehouses and facilities, right?
No, Collar, you be saying some good shit, but like it's so grandiose, like bro.
It doesn't matter. That's what. Hold up.
Like a $70
hold up. There's an old saying, right? My company is called Focus Development, right? And I got that from a guy that said, "You shoot, you aim, and then you focus." He said, "Shoot first, focus last."
Yo, Kyle, I got one question for you, big brother. Have you been acting on it?
Well, the bottom line is this. This is what I said. I said, the Afro theory, right? I said, in order for me to do this, right, I have to be a member of OPEC. They call it something else now, right? OPEC, right? That's the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, right? I tried to get black people together for years. It costs $5,000 to join. You know how many white men, Asian men have that, and they be getting loans and going to Africa? So I said, if we all the so-called parents got together and said, we're going to elect a board, we're going to pay the $5,000, and we're going to get the OPEC account, right? That means that you could apply for loans and grants to do work in Africa. What they do is they fund projects in Africa at risk countries.
So why haven't you joined yet? It would only cost you $5,000.
I know it's $5,000, but it's probably more now. You know, at the time, like 15 years ago, it was $5,000. I know it's more now. You know, but what I'm saying, they changed the organization, the agency around. It's called something else now. And, you know, like I said, and you're going to need sponsors, everything. Once I get on the ground, my goal in Liberia is to start my own NGO. Get the OPEC, right? And then put all my plans, right? That I want to build industrial parks. You build industrial parks, right? Then people come over and they could get into manufacturing, stuff like that, whether it's textile, clothing making, whatever it is, furniture making, whatever, you know. One thing I do love about Liberia is the fact that they make the best furniture in the world. They don't have to import furniture because they got woodsmen and whatnot. My bed in Liberia was custom made. Custom made, best bed I ever slept on. Custom made. They showed me the wood, pile of wood over there. Come back a week later, I got a freaking nice custom made bed with a headboard, everything. Okay. They do that over there. You got craftsmen over there. That I said, like I said, if we basically go over there and get into manufacturing, whatever it is, I said like this: why aren't we assembling TVs? Everybody got a flat screen TV. How come we're not assembling and manufacturing our own televisions, our own computers?
It's the energy issues usually.
No, that's what I said.
It's just how are you going to get it? How are you going to get it to be?
Hold on. You build those micro hydro dams.
Colin, how the hell do you build a micro hydro?
Okay, let me show you.
Carla, the bottom line is we are very incompetent as a race.
Hold on. Like I said, I just need people to do more research, man. It's out there.
No, okay, Colin, I'm not going to get.
They got companies you can buy it from.
Yeah, companies.
I feel that. But what I'm saying is, like, for me, I'm not going against what you're saying. I just, that's your lane. Because, like, for me,
but that's
I've only worked jobs a few years. Every company and stuff I had, I just had to go and get it myself. I wasn't like.
If you got micro hydro dams, you got a water source. Then you got water purification. You got all that stuff you need to build factories.
But see, this is the thing that I always try to tell Carla is that black people are, even though Carla got this great idea, but it's black people that just want to. We don't have that thing of like, okay, that's a great idea. I got an idea, but fuck it. Collar idea is better. We're going to get behind it. Black people are rugged individualists. So black people just going to go over there and want to wing it. Like black people ain't trying to be a part of no group.
No, but hustle smart.
Exactly. We're going to go in there when it's already built.
Yeah, we want to go and we want finished product. So that's the problem with us because Carla idea is good. And let me tell you something. Carla had this idea that getting black people to invest in some bonds. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds so simple, but black people would rather go in a club and throw 10,000, 70,000 in the air than to invest in some bonds because our minds be wrapped up in. The thing that I notice about black people is that saving money is not sexy to black people. Spending money is sexy. You get what I'm saying? Like black people complain about, man, I spent all my money.
It's also not sexy to black people. A lot of black people don't even invest their money.
They don't invest. If it weren't for their job, putting money in a 401k, they would have no money. That's why most black people don't even have insurance.
Check this out, brother. A lot of them, they don't even have a 401k.
You can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business.
All right, we got you guys got 2 minutes for me. I want to play this video, right? But check this out. This is a micro hydro dam. I want to basically have a project where I'm building hundreds of these all over West Africa. You know, and the bottom of the engineer. We had the engineers on smart, right? They want to come to Liberia years ago, but you can't come there with. They gonna come there for free. You know, that's why I said we would have got the grants and loans. We could have got. It was a Canadian firm that builds them. You know. And then we're going to transfer it to the people. Once the local Liberians learn how to build these things, you're home free. Yeah, the foreigners going to come in and teach you initially, but you learn it, you know? You learn how to build things. The next thing you know, you got Liberian engineers, African engineers.
Well, what do you need? What do you need to get this started, Colin?
What?
What do you need to get it going?
Oh, it's like this. My whole thing is, like I said, you know, I wish people would have came to me years ago. I've been at this for years, and I never got nothing. You guys were
no, but I'm saying, what do you need? You need.
Hold on. I would say like this: people, I would like the energy that give me 10% of what you guys give to Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson. I can get a lot done. You guys gave all your money to Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson, you know, and now everybody's all gived out. Whatnot, you know. So I don't even bother no more, you know?
Because just like I say, we're doomed because black people, they'll pay for entertainment. What Colin's saying is revolutionary and but we talk revolutionary, but we want to be entertained at the same time. So we'll pay for entertainment. We won't pay for revolution. The revolution ain't sexy.
Yeah, this is hard work.
You about to play it, Colin?
What's that?
No, I was seeing if you was about to play it.
Yeah, I'm playing now. Now watch this. It's a couple of minutes, you know. Watch this, how they do this. They dig this. It's very good. I've been practicing all the time, and I think I got the gist of it. But I ain't gonna try to do it myself. I'm not a damn engineer, you know. I think I got the gist of it. I've been watching these things for years. There's several different designs.
All you need is a master mason, though.
Yeah, you somebody like The bottom line, I'm not a bricklayer, so you know that's the part I would like this. You know, I would have to hire somebody to do that part. You know, the bricklaying. I could dig the pit out and make the pond, but I couldn't do anything else. You know.
All I say, man, just invest in your IRA, bro. That's all I can tell you, bro. Don't go over there and try to fool yourself.
I know. Like I said, Africa, until you get to the point where we're doing projects like this, leave Africa alone.
Yeah, just leave it alone, man.
Well, my thing is, I think I talked to y'all about this before. Like people, I want to buy land. I'm like, shit, I just buy some land here. You know what I mean? My family.
Yeah, they're saying, look, unless you depend on developing it here and really building it and stuff like that, and building communities and infrastructure.
I don't trust them.
Kyla
talking about going in. Kyla talking about going in there with big business, big enterprise.
Yeah,
yeah, but see,
I'm down with that.
Africa,
you can't go in Africa with small business. You got to go in there with big enterprise.
But how you gonna go in there with big business, my brother?
That's why Kyla's saying.
No, I was saying. Musa said he want to go in there with big business. I'm like, what big business you want to go in there with?
Nah, you ain't talking about me. You talking about Musa or me?
You.
Oh no! I don't got no big business. That's what I'm saying. I like to push in terms of what I can do, bro. I got my gold paper, my paperwork and shit like that. I want some shit I can write down. I can't wait on no grants for micro dams.
Yeah.
Like
well, my whole thing is this, right? All this stuff right here that we're talking about is doable. We have all the resources here, but like I said, every time we start talking serious, right? I need black men. You know what it is? every time we start talking about Africa and whatnot, you guys bring females along. And next thing you know, we're talking about something. No, seriously, we're talking about something.
No, I'm with you. I'm agreeing with you.
We said,
This is my team. You get everything done with Monday.com. Sarah is a senior project manager, and she has never missed a deadline.
Yo, I have no against our females, right? But when we start talking about construction, this is men's stuff. This is what our boys should be sitting back watching, how to build and create and whatnot. Take the natural building part of a man. That's why I watch stuff like this. I want to see young boys watching stuff like that and get excited about building.
How did he stop the water that's about to flow?
Watch, you see.
You gotta let it. It's the same way how they built the Hoover Dam. They poured like concrete enough for like 5 years worth.
You
and they
gotta
just
hold the water back, divert the water,
Yeah.
let it collect whatnot, and then open up the thing, and then the water collects. Watch how it works.
Yeah, you gotta let it. All you gotta do is let that concrete.
There's another method, Hustle Smart, right? Let's say you have a pond, right, in your backyard, right? You could take a pipe, right? Dig it like 2 feet in the ground, stick it into the water, right? The water pressure alone will come through the pipe, right? And then you dig another hole, right? Somewhere else, right? That water in that pond will collect in that thing, right? Now you got the water pressure for a dam, for a generator. It's like 1,000 different ways what people be doing, The water pressure is everything,
Now I remember when I was I was out with somebody and they showed us what they had a dam in Nigeria. I can't remember where I was at. I think I might have been in Australia or something. And he was like, this could power the whole state. But
You want me to tell you something crazy about Nigeria, man? That astonished me when I was there. So out of 200 million people, they only have 6 water treatment centers. 6 in the whole fucking country. 6.
They're not serious.
Dude, hey, what's it? In Atlanta is made up of Fulton County, DeKalb County, and Clayton County, right? And Cobb County, 4. Just in these 4 counties, we have 24 water treatment centers. 24.
And that's what I tell you.
That's for 8 million people. We got 24. We got 24 water treatment centers for 8 million people. They have 6 water treatment centers for 200 million people.
Is it? They got like different sizes.
Another thing is this: the state of Alabama, our poor state, right? They generate 3 times as much electricity as the whole entire country of Nigeria.
What was your question? What was your question, my brother?
I said the state of Alabama generates more megawatts of electricity than the whole entire country.
Oh yeah. But what was your question when I said that they only have 6 water?
I'm saying do they got like different sizes or something? How are they managing that? There's no management because they don't even.
That's not a necessity. That's not.
It's not a necessity. It's not important.
It's not a.
Well, how are you going to go over there and do any serious business like
the
that?
The people don't demand that. They don't have water coming through the pipes. They don't have water coming through the pipes up to that's pressurized. They got boreholes. They use gravity. Or either they'll go out there and catch, some rainwater.
I'm gonna tell you, right? Engineer, I saw them. They just built a new water pump in this neighborhood. People don't even know what the water pump is. A water pump is a station. It's like a little building, right, in your neighborhood. You probably know it's there.
I know it's a pump station
to the houses.
It's a pump station.
The pump station. Yeah, in America, you probably
I used to work at a water commission. I know how the whole thing works.
Yeah. So I mean, that's like medieval. When you work in these places and you see
it's medieval, bro. It is medieval. That's what it is. Like what Colin trying to say.
My water commissioner, who was providing water for 3 cities.
Yeah,
we had the treatment center, we had the pump stations.
Oh no, but that ain't
we had the reservoir.
Y'all had a treatment center,
huh?
You saying y'all had a treatment center? I thought y'all was talking about them just doing
You're
water.
talking about water commission. When I'm talking about local, I'm talking about municipalities.
Yeah, you talking about a municipality?
Yeah, water commissioners.
And that's what we need. That's what the African wants to be.
So I would,
municipality.
I know how that whole system works.
You asked me a question, right? But
Smart.
You asked me a question.
That's crazy, man.
Until the black American man comes to Africa and able to build a real modern municipality. That means our own water station, everything we control. And the bottom line, if we build it, we got to be able to protect it. Because you know how Africans are. You build it, next thing you know, they want to kick you out and take it over. So how do we protect it?
No, Kala, I never really disagreed with you. I just feel like you skipped the first step. You feel me? You go to it like, so when we have a country, we're gonna have this and this.
Yeah, but country
you got to
the country starts with Mufasa getting the land and building infrastructure like this. We building Africa. We're gonna build thousands of these.
Yeah, but wait, when I'm saying let me go and build a thing, that's infrastructure.
Oh yeah, be on the look, Mufasa. I want as many of us on the continent as possible. So if you feel you can go to Africa, you're a young man, go and do it. I have nothing wrong with it. Go there.
Yeah, it ain't happening, bro.
No. I mean, I intend to go, but I'm not planning to make my money.
Yeah, hey man, go over there just like I went over there. I went over there just like the colonizer. I use my dollar to my advantage. I ain't go over there. I ain't go over there hugging nobody. I ain't going over there talking about no brother. I ain't wearing no dashiki, none of that shit.
Oh no, I'm doing all that. I'm doing all that. But the thing is this: when you look at your investment portfolio, right? You have to structure it. The majority of it should be in safe investments. Africa is an extremely risky investment. It should only represent a small percentage of your investment portfolio.
Only South Africa is a safe investment.
What part of Africa you plan on going to?
I like Nigeria so far, but
you gonna be the only one over there with a dashiki on there.
Nah, shit. What you mean? They all.
Nah, they don't wear that. They don't.
They wear natives all day.
I can't let you fellas talk about my Nigeria like that, man. I'm gonna be in Nigeria soon, man.
They don't wear that. Let me tell you something. When I was over there for a whole month, I didn't see not one person wearing a dashiki. Not one person.
I was there for 4 months.
What part of Nigeria you in?
Shit all over.
I went to Kano. I went to Kano. I went to Sokoto, and I also went to Abuja.
You ain't went to no. What'd you do in Sokoto?
Well, I went to the burial site of Usman Dan Fodio, like to pay homage to him.
And what'd you do in Kano?
What I did in Kano, I went to places in Kano. I went to the market. What do you mean? What do you mean? I told you where I went. I'm
listening. The market and where else?
The market, and I also went to the university. I also went to my to the guide that was giving me a tour. Like we ate, we did all of that.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, man.
Hey, African goddess. I know that the people have the water treatment at their house.
You were sounding real vague.
You got to get the filters and all that. You got to put that on the Borja scene there.
In Africa, off grid, they got their own treatment in their own house. They do their own thing,
Yeah, that shit ain't the same.
That's not sustainable.
Putting that little filter right there that doesn't do it. Just like being in the woods and you trying to.
You know something else smart? You could do everything with water but drink it. You know?
Yeah, you know what I was just gonna say.
Don't drink that shit.
Yeah, you can do everything but drink it. You get what I'm saying? Like that's that shit like being out there in the phone, you trying to turn some snow ice into water and you come up with some ancient that little bro, it's like a little filter that they plug into the thing. It's not a treatment. The water's not treated. It's just filtered.
Yo, how many of these can you put on a river source, Colin?
Some of the treatment centers, they got UV lights to clean the water. There's a lot of stuff, different chemicals.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You gotta separate, the dirt. And it's a lot. It's a lot of.
It's a lot. I seen them do it, Dave. They put spray some stuff on it, make all the hard stuff drop, then they filter. You have to do. It ain't no just put no.
It's a process, bro.
It's a process. And they talking about just put a motherfucking like an air intake filter over the water and you good. No, you're not good.
That shit is a process, bro.
That shit is a whole process.
It's a process, bro.
I mean, they got Mufasa. They got like 6 or 8 tanks where they dropping it down and transferring the water. They got to go through like 6 of them big ass cement tanks for it to even get to the point that it go out there to the public. You know what I'm saying? That's why when they have in America, like when they have any type of like dirt or get into it, they'll put you on a boiling water advisory.
And my bad, Hustle Smart. Kyla, what that little thing that's spinning the water, he getting electricity from
That's the thing right there is a generator.
Yeah.
When you buy a generator, you know what a generator is, Mufasa? Electromagnetic generator.
Energy.
Oh no. How electricity is created is you take 2 magnets, right? You wrap them with copper coil, right? And you spin it, right? When the copper coil spins against the magnet, that produces electricity, you know, and then it's taken and put into amperage and voltage, you know. That's how it is. So long as that thing is spinning, electricity is created. That's all you have to do. The water right here is spinning this thing right here, and that's what's creating the electricity.
Okay, but how's it spinning it? What's going on at the bottom of that water?
The pressure
coming out
going through here. It's dropping. It's coming through here to catch.
It's making a wind turbine. It's like a wind turbine.
Did you see the hole that? Did you see the hole that he did? That he done?
I thought the hole was sealed. I didn't know it was.
Yeah, it's down. Like Mufasa is creating like a wind turbine.
Yeah,
like a wind turbine.
Yeah, this water, like
the water is forcing the turbine.
Yeah, like a vortex.
Yeah, like a vortex, like a tornado.
Yeah.
So, and there's other ones that do like what's it called? They got the windmill type, you know, where the water goes across it.
The water is pushing it, and it's pushing it. The water pressure is pushing it.
As long as that thing is spinning, long as the stator and the electromagnets are spinning, it's going to produce
water. So that was 23 volts. When he put that thing on there, I seen 20.
Yeah, this is small. But hold on, with the volts, they could step it up. When we put electricity right there, you can always increase the voltage. You know, when you create electricity, you can increase the voltage and the wattage. You know, so
I mean, you can't increase it if it's not there. Though. What do you?
Yeah,
mean
you can. Yeah, you can. You know, it comes out one way, watts and whatnot. And you step up the amperage, right, and then it goes out in kilowatts. You know.
No, I'm saying, but what can you do off of this? Is what I'm making.
Well, sometimes you could do that, but there's other parts. That's just the production. But other parts you could do where the thing goes into transistors and stuff like that, and they step the electricity up. You know.
But I'm saying, what type of how many houses can I power off this?
This right here, they say they could power in a neighborhood. They say they could power 15 houses.
15 houses off this thing.
Yeah, you know that's what they build in Vietnam and stuff like that. In an area in a square mile, they'll have like 10 of them in a square mile. You know what country did that? Myanmar. Myanmar had no natural resource, nothing like that, but they had a lot of cliffs and running waters and whatnot. They built a bunch of hydro dams through the country, and next thing you know, people are working at night. They had small factories making pottery and stuff like that at night. They had electricity and whatnot running at night.
No, Carla, it's not just Burma. It's also Vietnam, like Vietnam,
all
Thailand,
these countries are using this, you know.
All these countries.
The only place in the world that they have not started this yet is in Africa.
I think Botswana is doing a great job. Botswana, Rwanda. They started doing that.
Well, yeah, those countries down there are very progressive, so I'm sure they are doing it. You know,
but I get the question that you asked. What it is, man, you need a few of them to work in. You know what I'm saying? Work together. You know that one right there can't do 15 houses because you have to be able to run a line to 15 houses.
You run the line. You know, the line it has to go to a like what they call inverter box. They have an inverter box. You know. I see them. They'll have one inverter box, right? That all these power things run to, right? And then everybody's house is hooked up to that inverter box, right? Where they get the electricity from. That's how it works. And it's free electricity, you know.
But you can always tell by the unit that is attached to it. Like how have you ever seen the way those power dams work at the Hoover? Have you ever seen them?
Yeah.
Like those are like they have to turn those off sometimes. They when it builds up so many energy.
Yeah.
So
if the power is like this, if there's not enough consumption, then the thing goes back, it'll burn the system out, right? That's why a lot of development because they have blackouts, not because of power, because it has no place to go. You know, there's not enough people consuming the electricity, so the power has some place to go. You know, if they don't have no place to go, you're gonna have blowouts in the transistor boxes. That's why in some countries in Africa, you see the transmitter box blow up. You know, it's like catch on fire. I mean, there's a backup there. That's why they could shut the power down, let it cool off, whatever like that, go back, and then they shut the power back on in an hour or so.
But you know, Colin, I think people getting the message, man. Because I mean, probably 6 months ago, you had all these black people sitting up there. They want to go there and buy some land, and they was going to open those bills. I think the message.
Well, I thought that when people go to land, they had plans like this. I didn't think people going over there.
Smart. You know? They see all these people. Everybody got all amped up after the pandemic. Everybody money ran out. And they see all these people coming back home, talking down on Africa because they money.
Yeah. Now that's the part I didn't like, because somebody said I was talking down on it too. I'm like, no, I'm not talking down on it, because I'll still go back, but I'm gonna tell you the stuff that we do in America and the stuff that stuff that you go over there you'll take for granted, just like going to the going into somewhere and just using the restroom. You know what I'm saying? Like going to a convenience store and using the restroom. That shit doesn't exist. You get what I'm saying?
No. Yeah, for sure. You speaking to the general audience.
Yeah, I speak to the general about it. Get what I'm saying? Like
they thinking that like it worked like America, like everything works.
Yeah, like they think like the basic stuff is there, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's not there. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I try to just tell people, that because I know a lot of people that go there, they're real vague with their information. I try to just get with the basic. You know what I'm saying? So if they tell me to
tell people, if you go to Africa, you'll be a millionaire in a year. That nigga was lying.
That's what they're saying. But ain't nobody really made no money. I haven't seen it.
Nope.
The only people that's getting money is including Obadele Cambone. They're getting dollars from people that's buying their services.
Exactly.
Also, people that's head of NGOs. If you're lucked up to be part of an NGO that like what you're saying, and next thing you know, y'all partner together. But then you know what it takes right there? A lot of people, you can make money in Africa. You know how you make money? Link up with these people pushing the LGBTQ out there. You know?
That's kind of dangerous, though. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody.
But the bottom line is,
that's dangerous.
People got money, and you want your project financed and whatnot. You know.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
White liberals and shit like that. You gotta get those white liberals. You gotta get with the Lebanese. You gotta get with all these white people from Europe and stuff like that. I have not seen a Pan-African make money. It's always somebody that's with whites or somebody else. I have not seen a real Pan-African yet. That people actually got money, you know.
But you want to know? You want to know the problem that I saw with that NGO stuff, Colin, is that when you're an NGO, you make yourself real accessible. You get what I'm saying? Like people know where you live at. People like the people that you have around you. They know all your inner workings. You know what I'm saying? That's why they be getting robbed and people trying to kidnap them and stuff because they know where they at. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't. I don't agree with the. I agree with you when you say the NGO make the money, but I wouldn't agree with no black person unless you got like security or something, or there's a bunch of you with it. But you know, once you deal with the NGO, you have to deal with the people, and not all the people are not gonna like you. So those people are gonna tell other people about you. Hey, it's American over there. He by himself at this house. You know what I'm saying? He got an NGO. He'll welcome you in. Like that. That's why I say it's dangerous. You get what I'm saying?
No, but this is the thing though, Hustle Smart. That fits into everything we've been saying. Because if you got an NGO, how you getting your funding? Donations, right?
No, you get your. If you got an NGO, you getting your money from like the grant from the government.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's American dollars flowing.
True.
In the same boat as everybody else.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And so I'm with you. I'm with you. But what I'm saying is at this point, it makes it even more dangerous. You get what I'm saying? Because when you do the NGO, they want to see proof. You got to send them back how many people you talk to. Or
my guy, our guy, Val Thomas, that's in Liberia, and I've been there for 24 years. He said he came there on USAID. He said, man, they cut it off, but right now he has the International Focus magazine, and he has him and his Cynthia have a consulting business. They're doing really well with their consulting business. He said, but luckily I got that. I built that up. He said, because I was living off the USA. I still pay for my transportation. Yo, you get a lot of stuff done when you got that type of money. He said they were paying me transportation. He goes, I was on the US government. I was on their dime, and next thing you know, Trump cut it off. He said that money was good while it lasted.
But what was his NGO, Carla? What was his NGO?
I don't know, but he said USAID.
No, I'm saying, but what was he supposed to do? What was he doing?
Was out there doing African development, you know?
Okay, I got you. I get it.
And he was working in several different African countries, Ghana, Angola, Liberia, but he settled in Liberia. And he said everything was working good, man. You know, anytime they needed money for something, whatever, donate money for schools, money was just flowing. And Donald Trump just cut all that shit off, man, you know?
Charlie, did I tell you, man? Last time I was on talking to that clown, the cockeyed dude. What his name? Go Black to Africa. This motherfucker sitting up there telling people he charging them $500 an hour or 30 minutes for a consultation, man. I lost all respect for him. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? People should give you something for $500.
To tell me what? You know, what's he gonna tell me? You
know? He had some type of registry or where you should go, and I'm like, you charging people $500? Like somebody is that stupid.
He'll tell you, he'll charge you $500. Tell you, but you should have common sense to know already.
No. I mean, you can't talk my ear off for 3 hours, but you know what I'm saying? I'll give you the base information of what I know. You get what I'm saying? I just didn't get that whole thing, man. But like I say, man, we was home.
Anytime somebody in Africa, everybody thinks they're a consultant, right?
Yeah.
They give you some advice, and next thing you know, they got their hand out. I gave you some good information. You know? You're gonna take care of me. Like, God damn, man, I thought we were cool. You know? Yeah, watch that shit, man, you know?
Man. It's a tough life, man.
Plugin helps you finish your tracks way faster. Check this
out. But Carl, I'm definitely glad people are waking up, though, man.
Yeah. My whole thing is, like I said a long time ago, right? Let's we're going over here and getting serious, right? One of these Pan-Africanists, right? I say like this, and I always say this: where the fuck is the money? Where the fuck is the money? We say Africa got all these natural resources, right? We said every time, like I know from dealing with Bomani, how come you don't have no roads by your community that you're building? Like, well, I can do it yourself, but not, you know. I said that's a shame, right? You mean to tell me a couple of bulldozers that could clear a road, whatever, maybe a couple of years, lay some culverts down, pipes down, and in a couple of years, maybe you could say, you know something, road smooth. Let's say 1 year we're gonna pay for some gravel on there as a step up. Then we're gonna put some sand on there another year, and the next year, you know something, we're gonna pave this bitch, you know. But the bottom line, I'm sitting there saying, why is it that every last single black community I see in Ghana got no roads? You know,
it's a selfish mentality. The way how they do it is like they'll build the house, and then if you can build a street if you want to, but the way because they don't have a tax system. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? For like the road, they don't have a tax that's allocated for the roads. It's like you got to do it. So it got to be you, your neighbor, everybody out in the house do it, and they just ain't gonna. They all just ain't gonna put their money together to do it. So if you want the road bad enough, it's one of those things like people just wait. They'll wait. Everybody sitting around waiting for the next person to do it.
You know what I do? No, I said my idea. We incorporate a municipality. You know why? Because if you got property there, you're paying taxes. Taxes pay for roads, infrastructure, and all stuff like that. So, I like to do. Oh, you're going to donate, all right? You got a tax bill. If you don't, we're going to what do we put a lien on your property? That's the way you got.
I agree with you, but that don't exist there.
Yeah, so the bottom of this idea, you're gonna rely on people to do the right thing, and
right?
No, it don't work like that.
No, you'll be there 60 years and that road's still dirty, and every time
the average man, people understand. Oh, you're going to pay taxes. Will there be tax? Yes. Will we have to pay for electricity? Yes. You pay for that here, don't you? Motherfuckers be telling me, well, the average man give us free water and electricity. No. You ain't gonna pay.
But you got jobs that pay actual money here.
What?
You ain't got no jobs paying no actual money.
Yeah, but if you don't got no job, you should be going to Africa anyway.
Okay, exactly.
People who got
That's the whole
residual
point.
income.
That's what we've been talking about this whole time.
So if you don't have it, that's what I'm saying. This solves the problem right there. If you don't have any money, what the fuck you coming to Africa for? You know,
opportunity.
I like the
trick. I don't believe in that. You know, you make your opportunity in America.
I like the trajectory. I like the trajectory that we own now, because like 6 to 12 months ago, people was just packing up and moving over there. You get what I'm saying? Like they were just like, we're gonna take a risk. You don't go to Africa with that type of mind frame, because that's why all them chicks end up dead and getting robbed and getting beat up because they fall in love with the taxi driver. You get what I'm saying? Because most of all them dudes got 6-pack. That's what most of all them dudes walking around with 6-packs. You get what I'm saying? Little slim ass dude.
Call this the bum rush to coast. I mean, that means you want to get out of America so bad, you got to bum rush the coast.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a bum rush the coast Negro. You know, we got to bum rush the coast.
Bum rush the coast. You should never bum rush the coast.
Everybody like, you got to get out of here, and that old cock out it. Go black Africa like damn Erica. Like you been in the military 35 years. You get what I'm saying?
I bet you he collect that check.
Is the most.
I bet you collect that damn Erica pension check.
Like just straight clown shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't get, and let me tell you something now. He getting his full benefit. That motherfucker was in the military like 30 years. And then sit up there and be talking shit like that, trying to get people to go over there. Man, you got all type of resources when you on that level. And you don't been in the military that long. And then now you trying to charge people $500 to talk to you.
He started out as a tourist on Bomani's tour.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Bomani said nobody liked him because he was arguing with the women on tour and whatnot. He said he was just a weird dude.
You know what though? He done. You know what? That's the one thing that I always said, that even though he'll try to do a panel, he's one of them people like Afro's think tank too. He don't really like to talk to people. He like to just.
Hey, Bomani said he was just irritating.
He like to talk at you. Mufasa, you know what I'm talking about? Like people don't really have a conversation with you, Dave. They talk because that's the same thing when I watch Afro's think tank. He don't have a conversation with nobody. It's just how he see it, how his view, and that's what it is. Kind of like that Roland Martin thing where everybody's stupid except for him. Like the philosophy and the formula for everything. You know why everybody. You know why white people do this. You know why everybody do everything.
Yeah, y'all better watch it. Roland like he gonna come over.
Rolling eyes, buck.
He like gonna come across the counter and knock you upside the head.
He looking like he was gonna scratch somebody's eyes out. I was like, look at this clown, man. He's like, I told y'all. And I'm like.
And Roland, sit your ass
down. I'm like, who talks like that? Only female do all that. I told you when I told you. I told you. I told you. I'm like, well, what do y'all? I just don't get it. And I never understood that. Even when they had that thing with Dr. Scammy, Dr. Aricana, and he brought those people on there, and he brought those people to talk. And when the lady was giving out information, he was like, well, you know what I'm saying? You got 2 more minutes. I'm like, how the hell you going to give her 2 minutes and she exposing a scam? Like, he was just done talking to him. Like, he was just done. Like, he's not that type of person that can have a conversation with. He's not a back and forth conversationer. He don't listen. So he just want to say what he want to say. And he's good at doing it. Afro's think tank is good at it too. But you can tell that they don't have a conversation with people. You get what I'm saying? Because anytime they talk, they're by themselves. Kala can talk till the sun go up, till the sun go down, but he still will have a conversation with you. You get what I'm saying? That's the difference.
I do a 1 hour monologue, and that's enough for me. I say what people gotta say. What's your opinion? And
I just never trust anybody that never listen to opposing views. Even if you don't agree with it, you still hear opposing. You can't be that type of person. Think you know everything. If you know everything about what everybody do, why you ain't doing it? Why you ain't the original? If you know Elon, you know how Elon Musk thinking. You know why they doing that. Then why you can't implement it? Then if you know how they doing it and why they doing it, why you?
What I hate is when you got broke black people always trying to critique uber rich white people. I hate
Oh my God, that kills me.
Oh my, I can't stand that. I said, okay, I understand. Elon Musk is a scumbag, just such a scumbag. But the bottom line is, man, it must be nice being a scumbag with billions and billions of dollars to do what the fuck you want to do.
Yeah, it's the same way when they call Donald Trump stupid. I'm like, how is he stupid?
Yeah, he got that. Yeah, he ain't got what he got being.
I mean, you got broke bitches that work at Dollar General calling Donald Trump stupid.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot with that. The orange man's an idiot. I'm like, you work at freaking Walmart, and you call Donald.
You selling Popeyes by the 3-piece, and you calling. I just never get that. You get what I'm saying? Now you have the right to say whatever you want to say, but I would never call a motherfucker that they like bankruptcy. And I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? You ain't got enough money to file bankruptcy. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't got enough assets to even.
They say, you understand how it works? He filed for bankruptcy protection. That's
they don't understand. They don't know the difference between chapter 13 and chapter 9 and
they don't know.
Chapter 7. I meant.
And I guess Donald Trump just sits back and like these poor ignorant fools. They don't know anything.
I mean, it's amazing. You get what I'm saying? And it's not even the point. Even Joe Biden, the way he came from. You get what I'm saying? Like that take talent to get the way he at and to trick people like that.
What Biden did, right? He's from Pennsylvania, right? But he ran in Delaware.
That was smart.
You think he could have won in Pennsylvania with Rick's
Nah.
Arlen Specter and people like that?
Mm-mm.
You think he could have been a senator and beat Arlen Specter or somebody like that back in the days?
No.
He had to go some raggedy ass state of Delaware, right next door,
and
use black folks, and black folks got him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, just like your favorite girl, Jasmine Crockett, she from St. Louis. Why she ain't running? She from St. Louis. Why she all the way in Texas trying to run? Now she gonna get her seat. She might as well go back home and be a hometown hero. I just didn't understand her whole thing. Once I found out she from St. Louis, why were you doing in St. Louis? Because the black people in St. Louis are ratchet hood boogers. Like a death trap.
You can't run that with that nonsense with them.
Yeah, you can't run that shit over there talking about Latinos in St. Louis. So you can talk about Latino. The Democratic plantation strategy works good in Texas because a lot of Latinos. It's not a lot of Latinos in St. Louis. St. Louis is a war zone. They got Budweiser, the Cincinnati Reds. They got the Cincinnati that's on the edge. They got, it's a blue collar goddamn state, man. You know what I'm saying? And you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't know what she's gonna do after her seat goes in November.
So do you tell me she got redistricted out?
Yeah, she done her and Al Green with his lazy, sorry old ass holding up a cane and shit.
Dude, man, put that cane down.
She'll probably get reelected. You know that the Democrats are gonna be heavy this next after reelection.
She gonna get reelected where though?
Why would she get reelected into her seat?
The seat is phased out, my brother.
Oh, they already changed.
It's phased out. It's done, and it's done in November. Her and Al Green is done.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's done.
They got. You know what they said? People they try to fool black people saying that this is bad for black people. We got rid of black citizens, but actually it's good. You know why? Because before the Democrats we don't have any black political representation. Those were black Democrat districts. Now people running those areas got to actually campaign for black.
They got to fight for your vote. Just like
hold on, how you figure that? How you figure that?
Before it was just a given. We got this black district there.
But they got to compete because when you in a black district, all you got to do is be black.
Yeah, you don't have to say anything else on that because you know no Republican is going to replace you.
Like let me help you out with this, bro. Name me one thing that Jasmine Crockett did, Al Green did, or that motherfucker old ass Negro spiritual in South Carolina that been in there for 60 years don't did. Claiborne. He just keep getting reelected because he is in an all black district.
Yeah, so Claiborne did get a fish fry. He does give a fish.
Yeah, he does do the catfish fry.
Well, that's about it, you know.
Jasmine Crockett don't do them.
So y'all saying they ain't doing nothing, even on the committees that they're on, all that.
Foster, this is how I see it, right? Yeah. They're making $180,000 a year plus perks and everything. They get free lunch. They get travel around, whatnot. Look, as I say,
they get a free apartment in the city.
There's an old saying, Mufasa, in my generation, "Nigga, please."
Yeah.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. So there's no value to having a black car kid.
Not these days. It's not. Now you would have said 1960 when that was done. Yeah, you needed that day. You need black representation. You get what I'm saying?
And now these people. So hold on. You know they Mufasa, the way Black America is going right now, right? Because Black America, right now, you look at the Progressive Black Caucus, is mostly the leadership is controlled by black immigrants. They become the party of the LGBT.
That's true.
And black immigrants.
Yeah, I'm about to say they're just like straw people. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're just puppets.
But Mufasa, let me tell you this though. This is the problem where the black people don't need to be there no more because don't nobody fight for other group of people more than the black people. They had a whole goddamn lady, black women sitting up there screaming for Latinos, sit up there fighting with ICE to go to the detention center in New Jersey. When have you ever saw one senator or one house go to any county jail in America?
They got into a fist fight with fucking ICE. I remember.
That's what I'm saying. She got arrested. They actually charged her. Now, when have you ever seen any of them sit up there and fight for black men in the county jail?
I don't know. I'll say this though. I know so y'all kind of saying what I'm saying because I was saying it might be good because if we lose, black Americans are dumb. I think we agree on that. So that we look at it like if we have representation, that's enough. So if they take the representation away,
right?
No, that's enough for black people. That's all. They just need to see a black face. That's it.
Yeah,
used to be.
It's still enough.
Yeah, it's 85% is still stupid. I get what you're saying. 15%.
So now maybe we'll actually have an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we're not gonna get our thing. So maybe people actually pay some damn.
And it won't be nobody up there talking about y'all gonna be in chains and we got to trust them. See, white people, no white politicians don't talk like that.
They don't, but I don't know. So, but if they put us in a district and we have no political power, like what are we supposed to do?
But what I'm saying is we had no
California.
What I'm saying is we have no political power anyway. So what it is that, like you said, if you take away that black face, then the people will have to court you. Like you have to go through a cycle or two. So just how they talking now, rolling on them, like sounding the alarm, trying to scare people. Like, oh, y'all don't want to vote. Y'all want to sit on the couch with more black people put on the couch because they go by percentage. So they saw that 16% of people that voted and 16% less people voted in this election than last election. They going by the point system. So if they see those numbers, then they're gonna be like, okay, now we got to listen to them. But long as they see you're gonna goddamn give them like black women is giving them 92%. Why would they ever do anything for black women?
Yeah. I mean, and then they trying to blame this on people voting, but the Supreme Court was conservative anyway. Like people trying to make it seem like it's Donald Trump's Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was already the Supreme Court. I mean, he got, a few people on there, but, that was already going to be what it was going to be. So they're trying to blame everything bad on Donald Trump. But this is just America. You know what I'm saying? Same racist ass Supreme Court like it's been since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
My issue right now is that qualified immunity, and that's what Afro Man was talking about. He says that's why he goes. I think he ran for
That
office.
was an issue for me too.
Yeah,
I still voted for
qualified
Trump though.
immunity is the most serious thing, because I heard a cop talking about, oh man, see, sometimes we go to a place and things get out of hand, blah blah blah, and I'm like saying he's sitting there justifying the fact that he might shoot somebody, injure somebody, and he might be wrong, but he want to be I gotta go into my family.
So, no, they got these people. They wanted, like, I had I hired an ex-police as a security guard for one of my dispensaries before. And like, we'll have people come in and do, big buys. Maybe they coming through with like 20 pounds, whatever. And he'll always be sitting there with his holster unclipped. And I mean, one day he was just talking about, yeah, man, if I could just get him whatever, if they do this, then I'll be able to shoot him. I'm like, bro, you sitting up here plotting on ways so you can kill somebody, bro? Like, and trying to get away with it. Like, why are you even thinking like that? But that's how these dudes be thinking.
Because to even be in that, even to be in that job, you have to be a predator. This is the thing, man. Just like people fail to realize, they always talk about, hey, the Democrats like you and they so nice. In order to be a president, you have to be a killer. You have to be a mass killer. You get what I'm saying? It's no president has never got into office and ain't killed people in other countries. It's not happened. Some type of way you got to be able to say, I'm gonna kill these people, but you try to play the nice fight. That's just like America. America plays like we so nice and welcome. America is a straight up killer. America is the bully. America is the sheriff. You get what I'm saying? Like when you see them aircraft coming up, that's death. They call it freedom. That is death. So you got to look at police, and they tell you that to serve and protect. It's nothing about his uniform other than the badge and the clothes. Everything that's attached to that uniform is about death. You get what I'm saying? Gun, baton, electricity, what you call it? The gun, the
taser.
The taser. You get what I'm saying? Like everything, even the engine. The engine is to run your ass over. Like my homeboy, I had a homeboy that robbed the Wachovia Bank probably like 10, 12 years ago. And got there, he was running, and the police was shooting back at the police. They ran his ass over with the car.
Hey, check this out. The main thing is this. People seem to realize, right? The police are agents of the state.
Right.
They don't have any obligation to you, or that's all they act the way they do. They only have the obligation to who pays them, which is the state. That's the power of the state, right? They have more power than politicians do, and so therefore they protect and serve. That's a nice thing they put on their cars and whatnot, But the police don't have to protect you, nor do they have to serve you. You know that?
Yeah, the Supreme Court case. I forgot.
Yeah, their job is to monitor you.
Their job is to
their job is to protect the infrastructure.
But by monitoring you. They don't monitor. Like the thing about it, if you go out there in no rich neighborhoods, man, they ain't out there posted up. They ain't got flock cameras all out there.
Yeah, they're
not sitting they ain't sitting in the cut trying to pull them people over, trying to hide to pull them over. They
basically are there to protect property.
They're out there to protect their property. They're here to manage and monitor you. That's why they call the neighborhood that's not rich, they call it the zoo. They think anybody that's not high society is uncivilized. They just won't say that, but that's what they think.
Yep. And why? Because it's only human nature,
It's only human nature. I was just going to say that.
In the Bible, because they think, look, because be honest with yourself, if I was a cop, I'd probably do the same thing.
It's sad that I would do the same thing. Because let me tell you something.
What's this motherfucker doing here? He don't belong here.
Because when they go out to those neighborhoods, those people out there, they donate to the police department, the state trooper funds. You get what I'm saying? Like they hold meetings, help them out, get loans, houses. The people in the city, all we do is complain, talking about we pay taxes. Those people actually make donations to them to get all those cars they get most of them by the state or whatever, but some of those things are donated. Pay for them to have extra service weapon, pay for those facilities. No rich people donate. Those rich people hire them. When they go out of town, hey, watch my neighborhood over here. You know what I'm saying? 15, 25.
I've seen it in Virginia Beach when they have a wedding. Usually the police be out there with their car directing traffic and whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
Now they be seeing people walking from the wedding across the street because they'll have like 4 houses part of the wedding, walking across with their beer in their hand, their cup that whole thing. They ain't gonna arrest with open container. Let your ass be walking across the street with a 40 ounce in your hand and see what the hell happens, you know.
They monitor you, they serve them. And why would they not serve them people? Them police officers getting like $50 to $60 to $70 an hour. And those people out there paying them with no type of whatever. Then tell them thank you, even probably get some type of gift or get referred to another couple. They don't make their money. They hate to come into black neighborhoods and be standing. Police officers, when you see them in the black neighborhood, they can't stand that shit.
Yeah, that's why they take it out on the people.
They take it out on the people. They love them luxury jobs when they go out there to them schools out there in the outskirts, in the out there directing traffic. They don't direct traffic in the hood. They just sit up there. They'll sit up there and wait for you to run past that school bus so they can give you a $400, $500 ticket. But out there in the rich, I see them out there with their vest on, helping them schools out there. Because those schools and the kids are not out there talking shit to the police. They see the police as friends. We see the police as enemies. And it's just the nature of the beast.
Speaking of that, bro, what you think about that dude that's going around calling everybody the N-word or whatever?
You talking about Chud, your boy Chud?
Yeah, I'm wondering what Hustle Smart think about
that. I want to do a show on him, right? And all I'm saying is this: I've been watching him hustle, and I noticed one thing, right? He's choosing his target very carefully, right? Okay, that one guy and 2 guys working in a club, right? He says nigger when I like that. That's just white guy says nigger walking away. That happens all the time. You ain't gonna pursue him, you know.
He's you know the dude. I know he's talking about with the security guard.
Yeah,
remember that? You know that they doing their job. You know
they're doing their job. And he goes to their job and do that. And then a couple of other dudes that he attacked. These dudes look like fucking gamer type of dudes. You know, one of them soft ass brothers that I won't say soft, but these dudes that don't like confrontation and whatnot. He's you gonna chip out and whatnot. And they're like, oh, what's going on, man?
Now you asked me how I feel about that. The thing about it is, if somebody was to call, I'm a big dude, so you get what I'm saying? It's like I'm a big guy, so they ain't gonna
do that to somebody like you and me.
Yeah, they're not gonna do that to me. I'm 6'3", 275, 280. That it's just not gonna happen. Only way it might happen if it's 5 or 6 something might say it, but one person is not gonna do it. But let me tell you though, I will not fight nobody. Like I'll check them. But I ain't finna fight him because you'll go to jail about that shit. You get what I'm saying?
No, look. Me personally, there's no way I'll let that slide. I don't give
but see, Carla, as a person that ain't never been to prison, you can't fight nobody about it.
Yo, how smart. I figure you gotta go to jail sometime, right?
Nah, bro, I don't know that. No. I got kids and everything. See the difference. Let me tell you, Mufasa, the difference between Carla and me is that if Carla fights, he might get out of jail that same day, right?
Yeah, I'm betting on that.
See, but I'm not gonna get out of for me being a convicted.
You could be like, oh shit, man.
Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just different ways that let me tell you something. I know dudes in jail right now for murder because somebody called them a nigga, and they'll tell you they wish that they wouldn't have did that. Wish that they would have beat the dude to death.
The whole thing is this.
Because you don't know how to once somebody make you that mad, you don't know how you're gonna attack them. And the guy said, man, he beat him with his hands, but it doesn't matter. The dude died and he got manslaughter.
What I would say was this, right? With that
15 years.
I would say, yo, look, you called me that, right? I said, obviously those are fighting words. You want to fight? No, man, he walks away one night.
No, he's gonna say yes.
Okay, but no, that guy, he hasn't fought anybody yet.
No. But remember, he was doing it to them one people. He was like, "Yeah, come over here. Let's come over here, away from
Yeah, but look at the guys he's talking about. He always does the dudes he knows that he's bigger than, you know. And the one guy was.
But shit, it was 3 of them though.
Hold up. And the one guy was with his white friends. They're like, "No, don't do it and whatnot." You know. And the bottom line is, he knows. You got white friends, so you ain't gonna let you something. Then the one guy was with a white girl. He called her a mud shark or whatever like that. And he knows what targets a thing. But there's a video there's a latest video of him. He bumped into some YNs, and he was scared. The dudes were like, these YNs were like, I don't give a fuck about your gun, nigga. They were like, I got banned. I don't give a fuck. Do it. You know? And he was like, yo, you don't understand. I'll tell you, we don't care. Pull that fucking trigger.
But see, that's the crazy part, though. See, as much as I got to lose, there's nowhere in the world I'm gonna put myself in a position for somebody to shoot me or me to do something to them about a word. I just ain't finna. I'm not gonna go out like that.
Like Hustle Smart, everybody knows you big. I'm even bigger than you, and so I know any white boy talking shit to me is a trap.
Right, it's a trap.
Yeah,
I know. The whole thing is this, though. He sprays that bear spray. He's looking at 15 years. You can't spray chemicals in somebody.
He should be looking at time now, bro. That shit he doing, he menacing.
Yeah, I know. But the bottom line is this: the reason why he's not is because it always ends up the same way. Now, what if happens if it goes and it turns into a melee? Let's say there's like a brawl breaks out, someone gets injured, somebody's car gets smashed, or something like that. So that level right there, and there's blood on the ground, something like that. Yeah, it'll stop. You know.
But I wonder if that shit is staged.
I don't know.
Because when he run into like regular dudes, when you look on the thing and they look like some regular dudes, he don't say nothing.
Look, I'm looking at the people he's choosing, right? I know for a fact, right? He's one guy will come up. He'll come to the guy. Hey, how you doing? They're smiling. Hey, how you doing? He said, "What'd you say?" He said, "Why'd you call us that?" The guy said, "Wait, call us that." He knows what. Look, let me tell you something about white guys, right? They know what black dudes to test. They know instinctively what type of black men they can get away with that shit with and say what they want. Even let me tell you how white guys are. Certain conversations they won't even bring up around you because they think you might offend you, right? Some of them won't even mention rap music or like that.
Well, they'll test you. They'll slowly test you.
They'll slowly test you, right? Yeah. They'll test. I see how you can. They're like this, right? There's no way this guy, right? If he saw me, or met me, or standing next to me, would come anywhere near me, you know, because of the aura I give off. And I'm not a violent person, right? I'm just like this. My whole thing is this: if I'm out here minding my business, right? And also, you know what he does too? He deliberately be attacking black people that be in white spaces. Look at what I'm saying. These people already feel out of place.
I actually agree with him on that because I think that black people need to stop going around places that like you can like if you don't want me there, I ain't finna go in there and make you. I don't understand black people when they do that, Carla. Going to restaurant.
Also too, what I know is right. A lot of those black dudes are foreign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see a couple of them. I said, there's no way a black American dude would take that. I know a lot of these dudes you think they're black American. There's a lot of dudes that you think of black American. They be Nigerian, they be Caribbean, they be all these other people from all the islands and whatnot. And so he just sees a black person. And they know when to test those type of black people.
Yeah, I was about to say they're still picking and choosing though.
Yeah, he's still picking and choosing. I think that shit is a little set up too, because they got this African dude that he be going around smashing people watermelons and getting up and somebody be slapping them and beating them up. But
everybody's complaining about that one dude.
Yeah, but I studied the videos today, and it's this one dude. He's the same dude. They recording it, and you know what I'm saying. They got it all set up, man. You know they pay the people.
They got white guys, Mufasa. Like I said, you want to go to Nigeria so bad, man? Don't turn. You got white guys who figured that we can't get black people to make fools out of themselves, so we're gonna get Nigerians.
Yeah.
To make monkey sounds. stuff like that.
They volunteering, man. You know what? You know the crazy thing is that the Nigerian men, is most of the Nigerian men too. They act just like the black women over here for that attention. Like they act just like black women for attention, doing that stupid shit for attention is shocking.
I
You
don't
know
know.
what I'm
All the women. They say all the women want the Nigerian men. That's what they be saying.
In West South
They was
Africa,
complaining all over Africa.
Yeah,
you say they want them
Every year in Kenya and South Africa.
No, the ones that go to South Africa and the ones that go to Kenya is the ones that are businessmen. They don't believe me. Let them go over there to Africa to see them for themselves. Nigeria. Yeah, once you go
But
there,
I'm
you'll
saying,
see.
bro, how did they got that much of a reputation? It got to be more than just a few people.
Well, my whole thing is,
They braggadocious just like Americans. Like you'll think that all Americans are rich or gangbangers or something if you've never been there.
Hold up. I don't know if I said you guys this right, but there's a video going around, right, where now Caribbeans are complaining about Nigerians and Africans going around the world cosplaying as them. Jamaicans are like in the UK are like, why you got these Africans wearing our flags and stuff like that? A lot of Nigerians cosplay call themselves Black Americans when they go overseas. They do.
But Jamaicans do the same thing to Africans. Most Jamaicans.
No. The Jamaicans, everybody be trying to be Jamaican in
everybody
Europe.
tries to be Jamaican, bro.
In Europe. Yeah. In Europe.
No, I'm saying some of the Jamaicans here in Atlanta, they be walking around with African medallions on and the African flag and everything.
Oh, they on some rock shit,
those actually be Africans doing that,
No, these are
they be on
Jamaican
some
from
rock shit,
Jamaicans.
They looking at it like
a lot
I'm
of people
a
be
Rasta.
Africans that lived in Jamaica, bro.
Nah. These are these people that I know at the shop at the shops. But it's just like. But I will agree with what Musa. You are right. It's all those Rastafarians. It's all those Rastafarians.
Outside of America, right? Outside of America, where there's no Black Americans to compare themselves to, Jamaicans say they get Trinidadians, Jamaicans, all these people saying they're sick and tired of Africans.
Yeah. But I mean, nobody listens
remember
to
that dude. It was that dude Afro B that had that hit song Joanna or Drogba.
Yeah.
I remember they was interviewing him. I was watching this interview on Rap Genius where they break down all the lyrics, and it was a part where he was like, "Yeah, man, them. That's something we say in whatever." It was like 3 different distinctly Jamaican slangs. He wasn't giving Jamaica no credit. He was making it sound like, oh yeah, that's just what we do over here. That's how we do it. That's the slang. I'm like, bro, that shit comes straight from Jamaica. But that's the same shit they be doing.
Even some old slang they take it. You know the thing about it is,
but they not gonna say nothing though.
Yeah, they don't. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like they have to. I don't feel like nobody have to pay you homage because they took some of your lingo or something. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they don't have to, but I can call it out though.
No. You can call it out, but I mean, yeah. I mean, look at all the shit that we do that white people do. Mostly black culture, black Southern culture is redneck hillbilly culture.
Yeah, but we don't know that though.
No, we do know that.
Long ago, bro. Like we don't know.
We know that because when we get around white people, I stay in the South. So, but when we get around white people, we see they talk exactly like us. They talk if you get a redneck white dude and a black person side by side, they talk the exact same.
That's what.
Most of the time, shit they trying to copy off us.
No, they're not copying us. We copied them. They talk the way they talk. No, what I'm saying is they're not speaking no ebonics. They speaking country redneck.
If you get a redneck dude that's uneducated, a lot of redneck dudes be hood, trailer park hood.
They are hood and shit. They are. I'm talking about, boy. They are hood, trailer park hood.
The redneck types that them getting types. Like,
they talking like, "What's up, man?" Oh shit.
You're like, yo, get them get types.
No. Listen, but what I'm saying is, we developed our own thing. Like people talk about how the Jamaican accent, it comes from like a bunch of Irish people. You know what I'm saying? That's like the foundation of that accent. But now they got their own Jamaican patois, their own thing. We learned from white people, you know what I'm saying, back in the day, but now we got our own AAVE. So we don't know that we got anything from them. It was so long ago. You know what I'm saying? But today they know where they're getting that shit from. Like if when dudes saying, "Oh yeah, you know that's just what we say over here in London," it's like, bro, you know that's from the Jamaicans, but you don't want to, you know, call it what it is. Hustle Smart had to get up out of there, huh?
Yeah,
man, I gotta work.
Anyway, fellas, it's been a long night. Thanks for the show. I'm gonna end the show. Thanks for you guys coming by. Thanks for everything y'all do. Contributing to the platform, and growing this platform and everything. So y'all take care. All right, Mufasa, you take care, brother.
Yeah, peace.
Dave, take care.